Chapter 1. Thanks for the ride, Jess. No problem. We hugged. Let me know when you're free. We need to go back to the beach again. I'll drive this time. Sounds good. Hey, whose car is that? I turned to see a small black sports car. I shrugged. I don't know. It was gorgeous. Well, you should get to know him. I rolled my eyes. Bye, Jess. She laughed. Later. I walked up to the pack house. Yes, Pack. I am a werewolf. It was quiet inside, unlike normal. I climbed the stairs and slipped into my room. I don't remember the last time it wasn't so quiet here. Probably when my grandfather died, our old Alpha. It wasn't sad because someone's life ended. Everyone was celebrating the life that was lived to the fullest. I loved my grandfather. We were really close and created so many memories. He would tell me stories about back in the day, and we would swim in the lake for hours at a time. We only had a small lake in the pack territory, but he tied a rope and we would swing off a tree. Jesse, my friend, and I still did after he died, but the lake is a little small, so we mostly swim at the beach that is neutral to the surrounding packs. Yes, I am a werewolf. No, it is not all love and romance. Unfortunately. Not like the romantic kind with fated mates and destiny. The werewolf population died down in my great-grandfather's generation, and mates never found each other. Eventually, it led to now. They don't exist anymore. I wish they still did, although I would never admit that to anyone but Dana, my sister. Not even Jess. We have great hearing, sight, smell, and a high metabolism. But we supposedly fall in love and raise pups with our mate that we choose. We still get marked and mated, but it is not like it used to be. Now we choose our own mate rather than finding a fated one. It sounds dumb, I know. My father is glad we don't have mates. He has to be in control of everything, and a fated mate would take that away. He calls it free will. I call it control issues. I never agree with my father. He blames it on Grandpa because he would tell me stories about him and Grandma. They were fated mates. I used to wish for mates to start again, and my grandfather would help me, but his son, my father, disagrees. Grandpa and I got along great, but neither of us got along with my father. My sister is closer, but not close, to my father, and I am really close to her, but different enough where it counts. Anyway, enough about my family. I changed into old jean shorts and a tank top before heading outside. I stopped at the kitchen to grab a cookie and hugged Dana. How was the beach? She asked. Great. Jess and I found some nets. You should come next time, and we can play volleyball. Blake, you know I avoid water. Her ultimate fear is drowning, ever since a girl in her class died when she was in grade 2. You could just sit on the sand. We barely swim. Honestly, I wouldn't force you to, you know that. She paused. Okay, maybe next time. Yay! I'm driving next time, so it works great. I haven't spent a day with her in a week or two, and I miss her. We used to be the best of friends, but then she found boys. Same with Jess. She is always dating a new guy. I prefer to bike, run, swim, play sports, hike, pretty much anything other than hang out with most guys. I don't have a problem with them, most of them, but ever since high school, they all hit on me all the time. Dana and Jess say to soak it up now before I get old or mated, but I don't see a point. It is just a pointless fling. And they're all creepy. I also wish we had mates just so they wouldn't be so driven by instincts all the time. Perfect. Do you know when? Not yet, but soon. I'll let you know. Okay. What are you doing tonight? I think I'm going to run, maybe bike, along the path. Or you could come out with us. She wiggled her eyebrows. I shook my head. I don't want to double date again. Last time she dragged me along, the guy just stared inappropriately. We ended the night early, needless to say. I'm sorry about last time. This time I know both of them. They're great. But he'll only go if I bring a date for his brother. I rolled my eyes inside. You said that last time, Dana. Please. I'm going to hate you for this. You love me, always will. I sighed. She was right, and I suck at arguing. It's just casual, dinner by the ocean. Ocean? I know, but I'm trying, Blake. I'm happy for you. Now, how do I say no? I've been trying to get her by the water for years. Thanks. I'm going to call them now. I sighed. I'll be out back. Obviously. We laughed a little as I headed outside. I am always outside. As much as possible, anyway. There is just something calming about the wind through your hair and the smell of nature. I pulled my sunglasses down and grabbed a glass of lemonade. You look amazing. You have to say that. You're my sister. Blake, you never believe me. I would die for those tanned, lean legs of yours. You even have a flat stomach, thin arms, and don't get me started on your hair. It looks like a rat's nest. I had thick hair that fell with natural beach waves. It is brown with a gleam of blonde in it. Everyone at school asks where I get it dyed because it looks so natural. They don't believe me when I tell them that it is. You just took the towel off. Let me do my magic. Half an hour later, she blow-dried it and clipped back the front 2 pieces. Down. I groaned. It's gorgeous. You should show it off once in a while, and not just because you like the wind. It's thick. The wind feels nice. Same excuses. We always had this conversation, and every time I would give her the same lousy excuse. It was hot to wear down, though. We are werewolves. We are already warmer than humans by quite a few degrees. I don't need the added heat from my hair on my neck. What about a bun? I suggested. Oh, please, you always wear a bun. What's his face complimented it last time. And Leonard will compliment it tonight. Leonard. Well, you're with Leonard. I'm with his younger brother, Carter. If he's all pimples and glasses, I'm going to be upset. Technically, I got the alpha blood from my father since he is alpha of the pack, but my younger brother is next in line. My father would never hand it down to a girl, especially not me. I tease about hurting her, but we both know I wouldn't hurt even her toe. He's cute, don't hate on him already. Too late, I thought. Why couldn't I just bike tonight as I planned? Don't give me that face. Even Mom said you need to get out more. But she even sides with me. This double date thing is a terrible idea. Last time, she liked the idea. This time she's desperate. And you will be soon if you don't meet some guys. My sister is a pain, but we have a lot of fun when there are no guys in the picture. She enjoys what I enjoy, but lately, she is just dating and working out. I have an abnormally high metabolism, even for a werewolf, which my sister envies because I can eat everything and stay as thin as I am, with the layer of lean muscle I have. But she has to watch, just a bit, to keep in shape. We are extremes. I am average height with long, wavy, dark brown hair, long legs, and brown eyes with a dash of green. My cheekbones stick out just a smidge, and apparently, my eyebrows are perfect because she always tells me so. As long as I don't have a unibrow, I'm fine. She has light brown hair, almost blonde, with blue eyes. She is shorter than I am by a few inches and has a longer torso than I do. I think she is stunning, and guys do too. But she says they are all looking at me. Nonsense. Okay, so you have a dress in mind? I only own 2, both of which she made me buy. I need to explain some necessities to you. But we don't have time. They'll be here in an hour. An hour? Why did you interrupt me from outside? We only have an hour. No, we have an entire hour. We differ in that, too. It takes me 15 minutes to get ready if I have to shower. 5 if not. She sighed. Do you have a casual dress? The halter top one and the one strap. Ooh, the halter top. It fits you like a sleeve. I rolled my eyes. It's a plain dress. Blake, can you just accept that you got all the looks in the family? She is really self-conscious about her looks and is always comparing herself to me, but she is gorgeous, so I don't get it. Really? You're the one with millions of date offers, I said. How many did you turn down this week? She asked. I sighed. Not as many as last week. All the guys in the pack just want to have flings. This week, it was twice from some random guy and once from a guy who always hits on me. It is a daily thing. And 3 today from others we saw at the beach, but she didn't need to know that. Still more than I got. I shrugged. Doesn't prove anything. It proves everything. Now pucker up. She added a light shine of red to my lips and a smudge of mascara with a thin green color above, much to my reluctance, which apparently pulls out the green in my eyes. I slipped on the green halter top dress and plain heels. The dress had a halter that came down to a wooden ring, showing off just a little skin and ended mid-thigh. It was tight across the chest and flowed out a bit, but not much, the rest of the way down. It was a more formal summer dress, but it was breezy, so it helped with the thick hair. I wish I had your legs, Dana pouted. Trust me, your date will love yours. He won't even glance at me. She stared at me. Do you actually believe that? I nodded. Heck, my date will probably look at you too. She had on a salmon-colored dress and beige heels. The dress fit her well, but she insisted it made her look short, and she curled her hair. Blake, you look amazing. Absolutely stunning, my mother said from the door. She took another step in. Dana, you look terrific. You're going to make them faint just looking at you too. I doubt it, I mumbled as my sister absorbed the compliments. I came up to get you though. Your father wants to see you. I turned around because I figured she meant Dana until Mom spoke again. Blake? He wants to see you in his office. Me? Why? He wouldn't tell me. He just said he wanted you to meet someone. I sighed. Not tonight, please? I look like a doll. That got me a scowl from Dana, but I just rolled my eyes. I never do all this unless I'm going with her. I feel bad wearing shorts and a shirt when she is all dressed up. You barely have any makeup, a plain dress, and simple heels on, yet you look like a lottery prize. I would say tonight is the perfect night, honey. Mom, I groaned. Sorry, Alpha wants to see his little girl. I'm not little. And I am not his anything, but I didn't say it. It never ends well. I don't have any memories of him except when he told me that fated mates aren't worth wishing for. Needless to say, I don't mind the distance we have. You'll always be smaller than him. Still. Come on. Dana, you look great. Thanks, Mom. And don't let her be late. She called as Mom dragged me to the office. I didn't have any problems wearing heels. It came naturally, but I liked my running shoes so much better. After 5 years, they fit like a glove. We got closer to the office. He's still your father, okay, Blake? She always tells me that. Ever since I walked out and slammed the door in his face just over a year ago. But something about her seemed different, almost like she didn't even believe it herself. Yeah. The new smell hit me, and I realized he owned the car from the outside. There was a guy in jeans and a tight black t-shirt sitting opposite my father. They both stood as my mother pushed me through the door. I glared at her, and she smiled before closing the door behind me. Blake, meet Caden. Caden, my daughter, and Blake, my father introduced. He held his hand out but didn't say anything. He seemed shocked but quickly regained his calm, cool, and collected stance and held out his hand. It's nice to meet you, Blake. His voice sounded so clipped, like all he ever did was business. He needs to get out more. I shook his hand hesitantly, but he looked back at my father when I didn't say anything as expected. I knew Caden was an alpha. It was obvious by the way he held himself. He spoke of control, and power came off him in waves. If I didn't have my father's alpha blood in me, I probably would have bowed my head in respect. Caden is alpha of the Blue Lake Pack. He'll be here a few times a week for the next month. Okay, I said, as if waiting for something of importance. I really do respect alphas, just not my father. I was hoping you could show him around. I'm going out with Dana. Not today, of course. After his next visit. Whatever. Watch your tone, Blake. There are 2 alphas in this room. You can be respectful. Plus, I'm your father. But not a dad, and never a daddy. I never even told people we were related unless he was in the room. He controlled everything in my life, down to whom I could hang out with. Jess wasn't on that list, but everyone on it just wanted to be friends with the next alpha, and Jess was the only one of my friends that didn't cower to him. Probably because she knew my grandpa. Sorry, I said sarcastically and raised my voice like an innocent little girl as I turned to Caden. Alpha Caden, it is such a great pleasure to meet you. I feel so incredibly honored, but I'm terribly afraid that I have to attend to another date tonight. So I shall see you next time we are blessed with such a man as yourself. I thought I saw a hint of a smile cross his face, but he covered it up, and I turned to my dad. Better. I left before he could answer. I heard him apologizing to Caden as I went back up to my room. The doorbell rang and Dana came running up the stairs. "They're here, let's go, Blake." I left without a word, and Mom grabbed my arm at the top of the stairs. "I'm sorry, Blake." I kept a blank face and headed back down. If he hated me so much, why couldn't Dana meet them? She would probably drool at the sight of him. His chiseled jaw, dark brown eyes, soft brown hair, and you knew he had layers of muscle under that shirt. I realized I blanked out thinking about him and snapped my attention to the guys outside as she opened the door. "Carter, Leonard, this is Blake, my sister." I nodded and smiled a half-hearted smile and noticed Caden staring at me as he stood by his car with my father. "Keep staring," I thought, as I took Leonard's offered hand, and he kissed the back of mine. "It's lovely to meet you, Blake." "You look great," Leonard said in a voice a bit too high for a guy his age and almost nasally. "Thanks." I smiled again, but there was nothing behind it. I realized Caden was still watching, so I put some swing in my hips as I followed Dana and Carter to the car. He can go back to the pack he came from. What's the point in visiting anyway? Nobody visits periodically for a month. Especially not an alpha. He would send his beta or third in command for that. I realized Leonard said something, and I looked over to him. "Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was wondering if you liked the ocean." I nodded. "In fact, I love having great company by the ocean," I flirted, and he smiled. I don't know why, but I wanted to make Caden go away. I don't even know if he cared, but I was hoping he would get in his car and never come back. He gave me an ominous feeling, and I didn't like it. "Then you're in for a good night." "Let's hope so." I smiled at him as I clung to his arm, and he put his arm around my shoulders as we walked to the car. He put his hand awfully close to my chest, so close I thought he was going to lose it when I ripped it off for being a creep. He smelled terrible and gave off a dangerous vibe. He opened the door for me, and I still felt eyes on my back. "Why, thank you, handsome," I said, and Dana looked over at me, shocked. I winked, and she looked around until she saw Caden and smiled knowingly. I smiled back and nodded a fraction of an inch. "Always a pleasure to be with a pretty girl," he said, staring at me. "Girl? I'm not 12, I thought, but let it go." "Well, you have 2 tonight, boys, so keep up." I winked at Leonard before getting in the car. I don't know where all that came from because I never flirt, smile, or wink at guys. They closed our doors and started walking around. "Who's the hot guy over there?" Dana asked. "The guy I had to meet." "Why?" I shrugged. "Don't know. Don't care." "I'd go with him for a ride," she said before they both got in the other side. I rolled my eyes at her before she turned around. Leonard put his hand on my thigh the whole ride, and I wanted to remove it immediately as it moved closer, but I knew I kind of started it, so I felt bad leading him on. He wasn't a bad-looking guy, pretty attractive, but nothing like most of the werewolves around. Not to mention, I didn't like bright blue eyes. They creeped me out. And his were roaming all over me. Definitely another shower when I got home, I thought. It took 45 minutes to get to the restaurant, and I felt awkward walking through it. 3 guys winked at me, and 1 girl sent me death glares as I walked by. What the heck? Leonard kept close to my side with his hand in mine, and I looked anywhere but at him or the other people dining. We sat by the water, and the small talk started. Oh, great. I've always hated small talk. You learn about people by how they act and what they do as you spend time together. Anyone can say anything, but actions come naturally. Well, most of them. And everyone asks about the past, but for me, I'm not who I used to be, so what's the point? 3 hours later, we were walking along the beach after we finished eating, although Carter and Dana kept quite a ways away from the water. As we walked along the beach, I held my heels and let my ankles get wet. It was the best part about tonight. I finally seemed to calm down. We pulled up to the house 50 minutes later, and they opened the doors for us. The whole ride back was me holding his hand when he moved it too far or pretending to tease him as I slowly moved over in the back seat, when really I wanted to hop out of the car because he smelled like alcohol. No, werewolves don't get drunk easily, but he was already grabby in an uncomfortable way, and the beer didn't help. He definitely wasn't drunk, but he was buzzed, and the creepy feeling was in full effect. Thanks, Carter. I had a lot of fun tonight, Dana said to him. Me too, he said, and they did that weird staring thing that couples did. So, maybe dinner again sometime? Leonard said. I doubt it, I said before I could take it back. I noticed Caden's car was still here and decided to give him a show if he was watching. I think we should maybe have more fun next time. That sounds like a great idea, Leonard said, moving closer. I thought you would like that, I said as I took a step closer, forcing myself not to be sick. Dana and Carter were still talking as Leonard leaned in. Shoot. But I had to admit, I started this. He leaned closer and held my face. Honestly, it felt like he was squishing my face like a fish, so I grabbed his hands and held them at my hips before kissing him. He pulled me closer and deepened the kiss until I pulled back and smirked. Not all on the first date, boy. He laughed. So there will be a second? Maybe. I winked and turned around. How about a definite answer? He asked and grabbed my hand. His hands were clammy, and I wanted to slap them away, but I went along with it. How about a definite idea as to what that date would entail? He smirked and leaned in to whisper in my ear, whatever you want, princess. I knew he meant it intimately by the way he said it. He leaned back, and I crooked a finger, telling him to lean back in. I'll think about it, I whispered back. He seemed happy with that, not that I cared, but at least it looked to Caden like I said something else. I ran my hand down his arm, telling myself not to wince, and walked to the house. I saw someone move in my father's office window as my sister sent the guys on their way. We both went upstairs and went to our own rooms to get comfy. I jumped in the shower and couldn't get the feel of Leonard's clammy hands off my skin and threw up before I could stop myself. Soon after, another wave came and went before I could actually shower and not get sick. I hate creeps. After my shower, I threw on my old jean shorts and a tank top and threw my hair in a ponytail before heading downstairs to find food. With the creep beside me during dinner, I didn't eat much. I heard Dana on the phone as I passed her room and figured she was setting up the next date. Never again, I thought and jogged down the stairs barefoot. Caden's POV. You said she was single. That was part of the deal. She's mine. I wasn't mad. I was fuming. I tried to keep my cool, but I knew I wasn't completely covering it. She only tags along with Jesse to these things. It doesn't mean anything. The alpha waved his hand as if to shake off the idea. Did you see her tonight? I was about to leave when some guys walked up and she started flirting with them. I decided to stick around, and after seeing her with him after the date, I'm glad I did. He's just some random guy. It doesn't mean anything. She just talks and never sees them again. Really? It looked like more to me. Holding hands, flirting, kissing? She does that with every random guy. What? Blake doesn't do that. Well, he obviously doesn't know his daughter. Although she didn't seem excited for the evening. And she didn't strike me as the kind to flirt and cling to guys. Really? Because she did. Tonight. In fact, she is right now, I said, pointing out the window as she was kissing the guy she went with. I didn't say no because I figured she would act like normal. She doesn't even glance at guys. I know, I thought, she didn't even give me a second glance. The most beautiful lady I've ever seen walks in here, and I shake her hand. Her hand. I've never frozen like that before in my life. Not to toot my own horn, but I've never had to work for girls to notice me. They always have. They throw themselves at me normally, but not her. Blake. It suits her if she is what I think she is. And judging by the small flinches and subtle ways that she takes his hands off of her, I'm thinking she is. How do you explain that? I asked. Look, Caden, I swear this never happened before. But I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. I glanced back out the window to see her whispering in his ear. My wolf felt possessive. She was ours. Fine, I'll make an exception. But just this once, I said. Understood. So the deal is still on. Actually, just to make sure this doesn't happen again, it's moved up. She's mine in a week. Really, I just wanted her to be mine sooner. I looked back out the window to see her wince as he ran his hands down her back, and she moved them back to her hips. She was smiling, but you could see the disgust on her face if you were looking for it. She is mine. My wolf growled in disapproval, and I had to agree. I mean, she was gorgeous, and some creepy guy was running his hands all over her. Not to mention, her dad already gave her to me. Ugh, her dad. I actually hated her dad. At first, this was to ally our packs, and I acted like the deal gave them more pros, but as he started talking about his daughter, Blake, I really just felt bad for her. I know, she took after my stubborn, delusional father, but my other daughter is too young, or you could have her. Why would I rather your younger daughter? You haven't met them. The younger one is respectful, she knows her place and listens. But my older one argues. I kept them on a tight leash, but my older one has always tried to snap the rope. She doesn't listen, dreams too big for her own good, and spends her time alone in the woods. I know she's not ideal, but we both know we need to ally. I got really mad at him. Who speaks about their own daughter that way? Is she not ideal? What on earth? We do need to ally, I said in a cool tone. I knew you would agree. So when are we going to ask her? I wanted to meet her, make sure she was okay with this. He laughed. Good one. I was thinking I would let you two meet a couple of times without her knowing why, and then have her things moved, and you two can mate right afterwards. I'll tell her when, and she'll have to comply. He wasn't even going to ask her, just demand it? Have to comply? Mating is for life. Who wants to be told who they're going to be bound to for the rest of their life? And if I say no? The packs aren't allied. What about the girl? He shrugged. He actually shrugged, as if his absolutely breathtaking daughter didn't mean a thing in this. I find a different man. She can't choose herself. She'll wait forever and end up alone. My mate wants grandchildren. This benefits that too. I was so shocked. People actually favor their kids that much? My parents died in a plane crash, hence why I'm alpha already. I only had one younger brother, and I never remember my parents choosing favorites. Ever. So, if it wasn't me, it could be any other guy. What if he just controlled her like her father? What if he were a bad man who just took advantage of her? Would her father even care? It didn't sound like it. Fine. Deal. That was 2 weeks ago. I couldn't stand the thought of her being used and had ended up agreeing. We did need to ally our packs. It didn't happen much anymore, but often enough that they had rules. Only matings of alphas and their children's mating would ally packs. Weak. Deal. We shook, and I had the urge to wipe my hand off after holding his. He disgusted me as a father, most of all, but as an alpha and a man, too. His wife must be a saint to put up with him. Unless it was arranged, too. I feel bad for her in that case. She must hate him. Wait, would Blake hate me? Would she even accept me? I can mark her, but she has to be willing, or else the mating doesn't work anyway. Not to mention, I can't imagine forcing her into this. I don't want to mark her unless she agrees, not to mention a forced mating. Oh God, she's going to hate me. Who in their right mind would agree to mate with a random stranger? Yeah, I'm an alpha, but look at her father. Some alphas are jerks. I decided I would act like this was a business deal and take it from there. She would do this for the good of her pack, right? There, I decided. She'll agree to mate if it gives her pack a chance at surviving. That's what I'll do, treat it like business. Maybe then she won't hate me for any of this. And then we can get to know each other, or at least have her accept me as a mate. I suddenly wanted her just to call me her mate. I wanted her to just say, "This is Caden, he's my mate," or even, "That's my mate, over there." My wolf purred, and I tried to focus my attention back on reality rather than Blake. Treat it like business, Caden, I reminded myself. Blake's POV. I turned to see Caden at the door of the kitchen, so I turned and walked outside. I just needed to calm down. I still had that shaky feeling from throwing up. He followed me, so I kept walking. I turned the corner of the house and kept going. I didn't stop until I opened the front door. Blake, plans got changed. You will show Caden around the woods and surrounding area tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock sharp, my father said from inside the doorway. I hated it when he ordered me to do things. Why me? Because you enjoy time in the woods. Might as well put it to good use. I could see Caden approaching. It was ironic because he kept telling me not to spend all my time in the woods. I thought you didn't want me there. Well, we'll make an exception this once, he said, exasperated. Because it benefits you. I crossed my arms over my chest. It's for the good of this pack. If we hope to be allies, we need to have them know where water is, thicker trees, etc. If it's for the pack, why don't you get your beta to do it since we know you won't, or maybe your beloved son will? I'm not asking. I know you never do. Show some respect, Blake. Sorry. I turned to Caden. Again, it was an honor to meet you, but I'm afraid I'm not allowed in the woods alone since I turned to my father. Defenseless? No. Helpless? No. Oh, I know how you put it. A weak little girl who could never protect herself, right? I turned back to Caden. Sorry. Alpha doesn't like it when we disobey. I'm sure you can find water and trees on your own, unlike other alphas. I nodded my head to show I was talking about my father, and I think I saw a smile cross his face before he hid it. I walked upstairs, and my father yelled for me to stop. What? Another command? I just finally agreed not to go out in the woods, and you're commanding me where and when I can move when I'm inside the house, too. I sighed in frustration. I hope you write these down. I can't remember all the commands you give me, I said before I went in my room. I heard my father apologizing again and heard them mention a deal before I fell onto my bed. I strained to hear as they whispered and heard them agree to move some deal up. Maybe he'll be gone quicker, I thought before I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 2. I woke up around 7, like normal, and grabbed some food from the kitchen before sitting on the patio rocking chair. It was one of my favorite places, probably because Grandpa and I used to rock in it for hours as he told me stories. I slowly ate my fruit and took my hair down so the wind could blow through it, and closed my eyes after I finished off my bowl. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. I woke up at 10 and remembered I was supposed to show Caden around in an hour. That's not happening, I thought, and slipped my runners on and my bathing suit under my clothes. Where are you going, Blake? I turned around to see Dana standing there. For a ride. Wanna come? She shook her head, and I noticed she had just got up from bed. I'm going to grab a bite to eat, and I'm meeting friends in town. Have fun. Ditto. I climbed on my bike and started riding on the path. An hour and a half later, I laid my clothes on the seat of my bike and parked it against a couple of trees. I took my elastic out and dove into the lake. I swam down the length of it, staying on our pack's territory, and looped back until I reached the other end of our territory before doing it 4 more times. Most of it I did underwater, and when I reached where I had started, about the middle, I poked my head up. Wrong move. Should have stayed underwater, I thought as I heard my father scream my name at the top of his lungs through the pack link. You're 3 hours late. I told you 11 o'clock sharp. And I went to the woods at 10:30. Thought I would show up early, I replied. I could shut the link off, but I decided he would only get angrier, which wouldn't help when I returned. So you're in the woods without Caden? I sighed and decided to keep swimming. I did 2 more laps, staying on our territory, and slowly climbed out of the water. I picked up the towel I always hid in the bush beside my bike and dried off. The air blew by, and I wrapped it around myself. What are you doing here? I asked Caden as he walked up. Finding the water and trees, as some alphas can do. I held back my smile as he said the words I said to my father last night. I didn't reply as I turned around. I felt exposed in only my bathing suit and a towel. Well, you found them. Hard, huh? I said, my last couple of words dripping sarcasm. He seemed awkward standing there in his jeans and navy shirt. Is that all this guy wears? Although it looked incredibly handsome on him. I wanted to put my clothes back on, but didn't want to move my towel. I realized my hair was down and pushed one side back behind my ear. It started becoming an awkward silence, as neither of us said anything. Did Caden find you? My father asked in my head, and I rolled my eyes, crossing my legs at the ankle. He looked at me questioningly. Not you, I said to Caden before replying to my dad in my head. Yeah, and guess what? He found trees and water on his own. I blocked the link before he could reply. I sighed and put my head back against the tree. Your dad. I clenched my jaw. He has never been my dad. No, my alpha. Isn't he your dad? No, he's my father. There's a difference. Sorry, yeah. So you were rolling your eyes at him? I nodded. Why am I not surprised? Excuse me. I just meant that you do that a lot. I have my reasons. I'm sure. Whatever. I don't care what you think about my alpha or me. I didn't mean it like that. Just stop, okay? I don't care. I hated being rude to people, I always have, but something about him just makes me want to make him angry, so he leaves. I decided I really didn't want to talk to this guy as he slowly came closer. I put my shirt and shorts on before letting the towel fall. I wrung the little bit of water out of the towel before hanging it over a branch to dry. I'll come back later, I thought, and climbed on my bike. Wait, where are you going? I'm finishing my bike ride. You were supposed to show me around. This is the only water we have, and I'm sure if you look around, you'll see the trees, I said, like I was talking to a 4-year-old before I started pedaling. I stuck to the path, and when it forked, I went left, away from the pack house. I didn't feel like seeing my father just yet. Hey, everything okay? Dana asked me in the link when I opened it back up. I've been trying to reach you forever. It's been like 10 minutes. 18, but why did you shut us out? Alpha, I said as if it explained everything, which it pretty much did. What did you need to speak to me about? I asked, and she sighed mentally before continuing. Carter called. They want to hang out sometime this week. Okay, so go hang out with them. Leonard wants to see you again. I bet he does, I thought. I don't want to see him. I thought you two hit it off. No, but I wanted to hit him to make him leave me alone. Blake, I can't see Carter again if you don't come. Tell him to try a real date by himself. I know I was being rude, but I really don't want to, and after my father and Caden, I didn't really care. Blake, she pouted. I sighed and kept on biking. Blake, Caden returned alone, my father said. Was he supposed to find a troll under a bridge to bring back with him? You should have returned with him. You should have gone with him. Blake, I told you yesterday. I cut him off. That I had to meet him. I showed up early, he didn't, so I left. We met up and talked. End of discussion. I blocked the link. I didn't want to go home, but it was already 3 in the afternoon, and I wanted to text Jess about going to the beach again this week. Being me, I didn't bring my phone. I turned around and headed down the path until I got home. I put my bike in the shed and went up to my room. Honey, your father wants to see you when he returns, my mother said. It sounded different today, though. What if I don't want to see him? I sighed as my mother stood at the door. Blake, you should respect him as an alpha and your father. Why did it sound like even she didn't believe her words? My voice came out louder than I intended. Why? He doesn't even talk to me unless he wants something. He controls me like I'm some robot without feelings. He acts like I don't exist unless he needs to. Blake, you know that's not true, she interrupted me, but again, she didn't sound like she actually believed what she was saying. Really? Except yesterday, we hadn't talked in months, and we only talked yesterday because he wanted something. Every other alpha puts their firstborn as Alpha or Luna, respectfully, but he gives it to his youngest because I'm his oldest. He doesn't trust me to run a pack. He doesn't even trust me to live my own life. And you know he hates me. You can't argue that. Nobody can. He cares about everyone else in the pack before me. We both know it's true, so don't even try to argue that. Blake. No. I'm not going to sit here and listen to you take his side. I know he's your mate, but I'm his daughter, Mom. His daughter. Blake, I understand. You two aren't close. Understatement of the year. As I was saying, you aren't close, but he's still your alpha. Really? How can anyone take him seriously as alpha? He's a control freak who doesn't know anyone in this pack except those he needs to know to stay alpha. When was the last time he sat with the pack at dinner? Lunch? Breakfast? When was the last time the pack did that? He's trying to ally 2 packs, yet this one has so many different parts and groups that it has its own packs within it. He can't run a pack. Even Grandpa said that. Don't bring your grandfather into this. Why? Because we both know he would agree. You don't know that. Really? I think out of all of us, I do. He was the only alpha I know to run a pack like a large family. The way it should be. He treated Grandma, his children, the neighbor's children, and even the neighbor's dog with more respect than he does his own daughter. Grandpa was a family man who ran a pack like a family. And now we have an alpha who runs a pack, the exact opposite. Your father is doing the best he can. She didn't even meet my eyes, and she was rubbing her hands together, a tell that she's lying. That's the sad part. He's trying, and this is the outcome. He destroyed this pack. How can you even run a pack when you can't even trust your own mate? Don't bring me into this, Blake. I couldn't stop now. Everything I kept bottled up was coming out. Why? That's true too. Grandpa and Grandma were true Alpha and Luna. Grandpa relied on Grandma. They supported each other. They leaned on each other, like a family. Your father trusts me. Lie. Does he? Is that why he ran DNA samples on his children? How did you know? See, you can't even deny it. If he can't trust you, his mate, his wife, and his supposed love to help him or even stay with him, how can he expect us to? Your father sees mates differently than you. I laughed humorlessly. Trust me, I know. I think you should actually love your mate. Your father. When was the last time he said he loved you? When was the last time he showed it? When was the last time you believed it? I noticed her trembling, and she sat on the end of my bed. I slowly sat beside her and calmed my voice. If he can't love his own family, how are we supposed to love him? I don't know. I was shocked. That's the only time I've ever seen her not defend him right away. Before he became Alpha, we used to have so much fun. Silly fun. We would spend hours just looking at the stars. He used to compliment me, laugh with me, and joke around with me. Blake, I fell in love with him. I really did. He stole my heart in the space of a few months. I tried to deny it, but he eventually got me to admit it. She laughed at a memory, I think. He told me he loved me for the next few months straight. He would randomly buy roses and take me on dates. We went everywhere, did everything, and laughed the whole time. I smiled a bit. I couldn't blame her for loving him. It sounded great. Then he became Alpha and changed, but I stuck by his side. I thought it would pass. I thought it was just the stress of it all, so when he asked to mate, I said yes. It wasn't, though. She shook her head, and a tear escaped. No, it wasn't. For the next year, he would buy flowers, and we would go places, but not nearly as often, maybe once a month, if even. And even then, he didn't hold my hand, we barely talked, and rarely did a laugh happen. She shook her head. I kept telling myself he would come back. The old him would come back, but it never did. She had tears spilling from her eyes as she fiddled with her hands in her lap. I'm sorry, Mom. She wiped her face off and looked right at me. The last time he said he loved me was the day you were born. He held you, and his eyes shone with happiness, as did mine. He said, my two girls, I love you both so much, I always will. Then he held me and kissed me. That was the end of that, too. Why? She shrugged. I don't know. When Dana was born, he didn't even make it to the pack doctor's room. He said he was stuck in a meeting. Same with your brother. I actually think he went to a different pack when I had Benjamin. He didn't hold them or even say he loved them. He just came back to our room that night and climbed into bed like normal. I'm so sorry, Mom. Was it my fault he stopped loving her? Us? All of us? No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let it get this far. I saw the change in him, but didn't say anything. I just denied it. I refused to believe that both men were in the same body. I couldn't believe it. That would mean that I fell in love with someone who died. She remained quiet for a moment. But I did anyway. The man I'm mated with isn't the man I'm mated to. Why didn't you tell me this before? I thought he just hated me. I know he changed, but I didn't know it was that drastically, that fast. I didn't want you to be disappointed in me. I let this happen. No, he did. He has a beautiful mate and 3 children, yet he sits in his office and ignores us. He did this. He did it to us, and he did it to the pack. She gave a half-hearted laugh. You're stubborn like Grandpa. The best kind. She nodded, and we hugged before she pulled back. He just drove in. Can we keep this between the two of us? I was going to say no, but decided she had gone through enough today already. I nodded. Thank you for telling me. No, thank you. You stuck by me even through it all. You're worth it. You are too. All 3 of you are. I love you 3 more than anything. Can I ask you something? Quick, before he gets in the house. Do you love him still? Honestly, it's been years. I tried for a while, but I grew tired of pretending. I wanted to tell her I was proud of her for admitting it, but the front door opened. Thank you. No, thank you. It's nice to finally tell someone. Maybe now you can quit pretending for good, I whispered, and she smiled, the most genuine smile I've seen in years. You're right, thank you. We both got up and left my bedroom. She put her arm around my shoulder and squeezed. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Blake. I always have. I know. And it was true. Pancakes for dinner? Dana asked as she walked into the kitchen. She just got home as we finished making them. Yep. Would you like some? Mom said, and I smiled. She hadn't made us pancakes in years. Wait, you two are different. What did I miss? I saw Mom bite her lip, so I responded. We talked. It was long overdue, but we talked. Why, when I'm not here? She pouted. Don't worry, we'll catch you up. But first, pancakes, Mom said. I was glad she was going to tell Dana I wouldn't be able to keep this from her. I couldn't keep anything from her. Yes, I'm starved. We both laughed as she grabbed another plate and sat beside me. Good thing I made extra, Mom said and smiled. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her smile this much for as long as I can remember. Dana seemed to notice too and smiled back. We ate in silence, a comfortable silence, until my father got involved. What's going on? He said as he walked in. I'm eating dinner with my daughters, Mom said casually. He swallowed and clenched his jaw. Why? Because it's been too long. Too long since what? Since you acted like children and ate pancakes for dinner. She looked at both of us and nodded. Exactly. Way too long. I saw him clench his jaw and fists. He sure didn't like that answer. Go, Mom. I thought and smiled. Blake, my office. Now. I'm eating. I said now. I said I'm eating. Why are we acting like we're deaf by repeating ourselves? My mom choked on a piece of pancake and stifled the laugh with a cough. He didn't like that either. Blake, I'm not asking you again. You haven't asked once for it to be again. He glanced at Mom and sighed in anger. Then I won't. Come to my office. Sure, when I'm done eating with my sister and Mom. I smeared a piece of pancake around in the syrup before eating it. He stormed out of the room and Mom broke out laughing. Dana looked at her, shocked. I was shocked too. She used to choose his side. Now she was laughing at him. Way to go, Mom. Must have been one heck of a talk, Blake. I nodded. Indeed, it was. Mom agreed and smiled at me. I'm just saying, he still is the alpha. I know, but thanks for being on my side. I always will be. Yours too, Dana. We smiled and finished eating. I didn't know it took half an hour to eat the rest of a pancake, my father said when I walked into his office, without knocking. I decided to help Mom with the dishes. She's the only one I see working around here, so I thought I would give her a hand. He growled, and I held back my smirk. I thought I saw a smile cross Caden's face, but like always, it's so quick I don't know if it was imagined. Anyway, you wanted to see me, I said, bored, holding back my smile as he glared at me. Yes. Caden and I are allying the Blue Lake pack and mine, the Blackthorn pack. To do that? No. 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 I knew what he was going to say. Why didn't I put it together earlier? I should have run away. To ally packs, there had to be a mating. Blake. No. I ran out of the room and up to mine and locked the door. I ended up going through the kitchen and Mom and Dana asked me all kinds of questions through the link. Dad is allying packs. Caden is alpha, and I have alpha blood. Get it? I blocked the link before I could hear anything else and sat against the door. Thank God I have alpha blood in me, I thought as I pushed myself against the door, holding it closed as someone tried to open it. They left soon, and I jumped out my window, shifting in midair as I landed softly. I covered my scent and took off running. I didn't stop. I knew I couldn't outrun my alpha, but I also did not want to be with Caden. Caden's POV. You said you told her. I didn't want to run after her and force her to come with me. It would end badly, I already knew that. But at the same time, it wasn't even about business anymore. I just wanted her. She laughs and smiles easily. She has a great sense of humor and stands up for herself. She isn't some passive person you can push over if her relationship with her father is anything to go by. She doesn't argue, she just says her piece and walks away. I'm sure that's annoying, but I don't plan on arguing. I want a strong Luna by my side, and she seems like all that and more. Who wouldn't want her? I made it part of the deal that she's single because I figured with her looks and personality, she would definitely be with someone. I told her we were lying. I assumed she was smarter and would put it together. I think she is smart. I just don't think she thought you would stoop so low. Well, it doesn't matter now unless you go get her. That's funny. You mess up, and I clean up your mistakes. A deal is a deal. You didn't come through, why should I? How could you arrogant, selfish jerk? No wonder you wouldn't tell me. You don't even know how disappointed I am in you right now. His mate, I'm assuming, came into the room yelling at him and shoving him. I'm assuming he kept it from her too. How could you? She ran away because of you. Wait, she ran away? I said, but I doubt she heard me as she kept shoving him and yelling at him. I figured she just ran upstairs, which made sense why her scent was already almost gone. She's my daughter, too. I get that you're a jerk to her and don't get along, but I still want to see my child. You arrogant, selfish man. He grabbed her wrists and held her, blocking her path. I didn't make her run away. Really? Because she just said, I love you too more than anything, and hugged us before jumping out of her bedroom window. You'd better hope she's okay. And she blocked the link. She said goodbye. And she couldn't even say it in person because of you. I heard someone run upstairs crying and assumed it was Blake's sister, Diane? Donna? Dana? I think Dana. I suddenly regretted ever making this deal. What was I supposed to do now, though? I didn't want to lose half my pack to rogues. Stop, he commanded. No, it's your fault. Let go of me, she said, struggling against him. No, not until you calm down. Why? Afraid I'll do something drastic as Blake did? Or do you even care? I doubt it. You don't care about anyone except yourself. Now let me go. He slowly let her go, and she looked away from him before turning around. I will never forgive you. Ever. He flipped. That really was a bad move on her part, but I couldn't blame her. I hated him too. He grabbed her arms and cornered her. Why don't you blame the daughter you raised? Huh? She ran. The only responsibility you had was raising those kids, and you couldn't even do that right. They're stubborn and wish upon the stupidest things. I counted on you for one thing, and you couldn't even do that right. Those kids? There are kids, as in half yours. And maybe if you had taken part in raising them, they would have had a chance at coming out the way you wanted. But you know what? I'm happy you didn't. At least they didn't turn out like you. Excuse me. You heard me. I can't even stand sleeping in the same room as you anymore. He was fuming. Actually, that was an understatement. He was so enraged I couldn't even move. His wolf had backed down when she started with the last part. He was completely a man now. It was like his wolf didn't even want his mate to see him that way, like it was hiding because it was ashamed. Then maybe you shouldn't. Really? You're not just a messed up alpha, you're blind too. I haven't slept in that room in almost a year. You're so blind. You don't even realize that your own mate can't stand you. Yet you're still here. What? You want me to run away too? You know what, I don't blame Blake. The only thing I keep asking myself is, why didn't she go sooner? In fact, I should have helped them. I may be stuck here because of you, but I shouldn't have kept them here, too. They deserve better than being in a pack with a self-centered alpha who doesn't even love his own family. She had a tear running down her cheek, and she was shaking uncontrollably. You could see in her face that she knew this was a pointless battle, but that she just needed to get it out of her system. This pack is one of the best packs in North America. No, it was one of the best. Now it's so far gone you have people going rogue right under your nose, and you don't even notice. You don't even care. I care, he growled. Yeah, right? Sadness and exhaustion swept over her face before she just looked disappointed. You haven't even asked how Blake is. She's been gone for 40 minutes, and you haven't even talked to her. You haven't asked what she said, who she's talked to, nothing. All you cared about was making sure the alliance could go forward. That's sad. Really sad. She sighed and turned to leave. Sometimes I regret my choices in life. What do you mean by that? He asked, turning her back around roughly. She looked him dead in the eye. I regret mating with you. I don't regret having kids, but I wish they had a father who cared, an alpha who cared and could tell their kids how awesome their grandfather was. I agreed to mate with the man I loved, but now I never would have said yes. I would have packed my bags and run as far as I could. Hope Blake is away. You don't mean that. His tone was almost daring her to keep going. Yes, I do. The man I'm mated with is not the man I'm mated to. I loved the man who died. She shook off his hands and left the room. I heard a boy's voice call out, Mom. Is it true? Is she gone? Her voice cracked as she sighed sadly. I'm afraid so, Benjamin. Your father really messed up this time. No, Mom. No. His voice choked as he sobbed. I heard her catch him as he crumbled to the floor. I closed my eyes and took deep breaths. I didn't even know what to say to him at this point. I wanted to scream at him, yell at him. But I knew that if his own mate couldn't do that, nobody could. He was as good as gone. Nobody should be able to see their mate in pain and let them go without even holding them. That should have hurt you physically, yet he didn't even flinch. Angry? Disappointed? Shocked? Pity for Blake? For her pack? Hatred? There's not even a word for the emotions I was feeling. Blake's POV. I opened my link back up. Ben, please take care of Mom for me. You've always been strong, and you'll make a great alpha one day. Grandpa always said, treat the whole pack like family, and they'll act like one. Please remember that. It's the best advice he ever gave me, and I want you to take it to heart when you're alpha. I know we weren't close lately, but I always loved you. I always will. Blake, don't do this. That was a goodbye. Don't do this. Come back, please. I will, eventually. Please, I need you to be strong, for Mom and for Dana. Mom's really fragile right now. And Dana will act strong, but inside she'll be freaking out. Be there for them, please. I love you all so much. I blocked the mind link and blinked rapidly so I wouldn't cry as I kept running through the woods. Chapter 3. It's been 2 days. I ran out of stuff to mask my scent, but I was as far out as I would dare. There were too many rogue packs out there for me to dare go further. It would be like committing suicide. I had shifted back and put on my emergency clothes from my bag, but my supplies were limited. I made the bag up in case I ever had to go for a day, with an end destination. Not for living in the woods. Unfortunately, I was living in the woods. I had matches, water sanitizer, and batteries for months, but I was running out or already ran out of everything else. I needed to join a pack, but I know most packs don't accept rogues, and technically, I was a rogue. How is everyone? I asked Ben, and he immediately replied. Blake, we miss you so much. Mom is fragile, you were right. They haven't talked since she yelled at him when you left. We're all camping out in my room. I'm trying my hardest to stay strong, but the whole pack house is silent, and everyone is avoiding it in general. Nobody knows what, but they know there's something wrong here. Listen, Ben, I need to know something. Anything, shoot. Will Dad force Dana into mating? I haven't brought it up, but I've thought about it. You can't force a mating until both people are at least 21, so Dana has a year. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Ben. I love you all, and I miss you guys like crazy. Ditto. Blake. I only have a few seconds, Ben. Okay. I just wanted to know, will we see you again? I hope so. I really do. Okay, we love you. And we know why you ran. You deserve someone good, Blake. You do. Oh. Watch out for rogues. Don't even go near them, okay? He said almost like a demand. He was so worried, but calmed down. And if you need help, tell at least one of us. We're here for you. He was so sincere. I've never heard my brother talk this much, this seriously, in my whole life. I will. I haven't set foot in rogue territory. And I don't plan on it. Thank you. I'll try to talk again soon. Sooner than 2 days, okay? Okay. Love you guys. I blocked it out again as I felt my father try to communicate. No way in hell that was happening, I thought. I fell asleep under a tree in my wolf form a couple of hours after my fire died out. The problem with the pack link is that the alpha can hear any conversation he wants if he focuses. The good thing about being the alpha's firstborn is that I can block him out better than anyone else because I'm the only one who can. I woke up to the sound of paws breaking twigs about 50 yards away in the direction of the pack house. They're patrolling. I was close to the perimeter, which meant that they would patrol by here every night and about twice a day. Shoot. I didn't want to go on rogue territory, but I didn't want them to smell me. Too late, I thought as I heard my pack members mention that they found a wolf near the perimeter. It was weird because I was in the pack, so they were telling me about me. I wanted to run for it, but knew it wouldn't go over well. They called the other werewolves patrolling where they were as they crept closer. I packed all my stuff up and hid it in a bush. It wouldn't be helpful because if I ever ran again, they would know where, but I didn't want to shift or carry it in my mouth as a wolf. Wait, I know them, one said, and a few others agreed. That's Alpha's kid. I growled, and they came closer, dropping their guard. Wait, if they don't know, then I could just act like I was out for a run, I thought. I shifted back and dressed quickly. Calm down, it's just me, I said to them. One shifted back and apologized. Sorry, we thought you were a threat. Nope, just running, not a lie, I thought. Sorry again. Have a good night and be careful, there are a lot of rogues just past there. I wouldn't think of going that far. Good. I'm Doug, but everyone calls me Duke. Blake. You're the Alpha's daughter, right? I nodded hesitantly, I hated admitting it. Oldest too, right? So you're Alpha next. I laughed dryly. Yes, oldest. Okay, sorry to bother you. I smiled and nodded. See you around. I nodded and started running the opposite way, and they spread out again. I looped back around and crawled in for the night in the same spot. You'll see me sooner than you thought, I told Ben through the pack link as I woke up to the sound of pack wolves close by. Did they find you? Yeah. I'm sorry, Blake. Me too. 3 guys in wolf form from the pack came up to me. Alpha wants to see you, he said through the pack link. I knew he was my father's third in command. He was arrogant and acted like an alpha when no one higher than him was around. My father liked him, but I never have. Not shocking. I shifted and started running back. It was more of a jog, but I wasn't in a rush. There was one ahead of me, but I kept running more to his right, which I don't think he was happy about, and 2 behind me. I knew I couldn't run forever, but a month or 2 would have been nice before I convinced another pack to accept me. Mind me asking why we had to track you down? The smallest one asked through the link. He can ask, I can't stop him. No. Mind answering? I did. Why did the Alpha have to get 3 guys to track his daughter down? Because I ran. Why? Are you mated? He seemed shocked but answered anyway. Yeah. And do you love her? He smiled, and I could almost feel his love for her radiating off him. Hell yeah. She's my world. Is it wrong of me to want the same thing? No. He trailed off. Well, Alpha doesn't agree. He's mated, which got him a scowl from the top in command. I know. I guess nobody else knew how their true relationship was. The third in command spoke up. Do you know why he wants to ally? Is he really defending the same Alpha who doesn't even love his mate? Let alone his family or pack? No, I replied honestly. I didn't let him get that far. Wait, he's making you mate Alpha Caden to ally packs. The smallest one said. Yeah. That sucks. Tell me about it, I sighed. The top in line growled. There's a reason for it. I still shouldn't be forced to mate with him. I get that we don't have fated mates anymore, but it would be nice to choose. Your father chose. My Alpha chose to give away his daughter for a business deal. It's for the good of the pack. No, it's just good for him. He will use any excuse to get rid of me. Nobody argued. They all saw how my father was around us, especially me. They knew it was true. It's not an excuse, my father said as we got back to the pack house. It's my reason. But you don't deny that it's to get rid of me. It's to ally. Still no denying. I wish you would just admit that you're happy I'm leaving. I'm happy you'll be in the pack of someone I know is a good Alpha. He said it was politically correct, and I realized Caden was within hearing shot. Any Alpha is good in comparison to you, I snapped. Watch your tongue, young lady. I can't. I turned on my heel and walked into the house. As soon as I stepped through the door, Mom and Dana's arms were around me. Ben was sitting on the stairs, looking content, with just a touch of worry. We missed you like crazy, Dana said. I missed you guys too. You could have talked to us. I talked to Ben, I said. Still, it's nice to hear your voice. I raised an eyebrow. You know what I mean, Mom said, and I laughed. It felt good to be back here, but it was still quiet in the pack house. It almost had an ominous feeling. The four of us walked out back and sipped smoothies as we talked about when we were younger. It felt good to reminisce. Chapter 4. After hugging them and saying goodnight, I went to my room. When I opened the door, I knew someone else had been in it, actually, all through it. I looked around to find that everything was in boxes with labels in the corner. I sighed in frustration and put on jean shorts and a tank top. I rifled through all my drawers to find that most of them were already empty. I smelled my father coming and took several deep breaths, trying to calm down. He didn't even ask how I was when I got back, not shocking, but still. All he did was yell at me, and to see that he had someone else pack my stuff. Really? All I have left is my clothes hanging in the cupboard. Everything else was in 3 boxes. I had it packed, my Alpha said as he stood at my doorway. Honestly, I was shocked he knew where my room was, although he probably had to ask around. I see that. You're leaving tomorrow. Tomorrow? Mating is for life, and I'm being told to leave my entire life behind the moment I wake up. I hate him. I didn't even want to look at him. Disgusted, I turned my back on him. Where to? The Blue Lake Pack to mate with Caden. I hate you. I slammed the door in his face and locked it before falling on my bed. I would not let a single tear leave my eyes as I stared up at the ceiling. I heard a knock on my door and slowly sat up. I knew it was Dana and unlocked the door before sitting on my bed again. I didn't know Blake. It's fine, he's a jerk. I'm sorry. For what? I used to try to get you to see his side. I hate that I did. Mom and I talked. Actually, Ben was there too. I'm glad. I don't want you to be in the same position as her. I won't be. She fell in love, and it backfired. I won't have the love part. I'm sorry for that too. Don't apologize. It's only his fault, no one else's. Oh, and Caden's. It was probably Caden's Alpha who decided this. Yeah, that's the problem. She raised her eyebrow, so I elaborated. He is the Alpha. You're going to be Luna? Yeah. Depressing, eh? Dad wouldn't trust me to be Luna of this pack, but he'll send me off to be Luna just to get rid of me. It doesn't matter if he trusts you. We do. When Dad dies, his word doesn't mean anything. You're going to be the Luna of this pack when he goes, Ben said as he walked in. No, Ben, you're going to make a great Alpha, like Grandpa. No, I won't. I didn't get any Alpha blood. We all know that. But you got it all, and you stick by the choices you make. People trust you. They look up to you. I'm not going to accept the title, so it will go to you. I told Mom a long time ago that I wouldn't accept it. I've never even thought of becoming Alpha. We need a good one that will return this pack to what it was, not inadequate at best Alpha. Ben, that means a lot. You have no idea, but I'm going to be Luna of another pack. 2 Alphas decided that it doesn't matter what I do, I can't get out of it. But you'll be Luna of that pack and this allied pack, so when Dad goes, they'll become one. Ben, I don't think it works like that. Yeah, Blake, it does, Dana said. We were reading up on it when you were gone. It's happened twice before with our ancestors. Usually, it's because packs were allies and the Lunas couldn't bear children, but it applies to everyone. It won't happen. Caden isn't going to let me be Luna anyway. I'm not being forced to mate with him to run the pack and be his equal. They're treating this like a business deal. I just have the right blood. I'm not going to get a say in anything, and he is never going to listen, even if I talk to him. I'm literally his property. Dana and Ben looked down. They weren't going to argue with the truth. Sometimes I hate when you bring out logic, Dana said, and the air loosened. It's hard to fight the truth. I smiled. She always complained about that. Will I be able to go off his pack's territory after tomorrow? You have to, Dana said. Even though I was asking Ben, he knew all the rules. You're not a prisoner. Feels like it, I thought. Mom walked in, and we all got quiet before Ben and Dana left, sensing that she wanted to talk to me alone. I should have stopped this. I don't want you to live how I live. You lost love, I'll just never find it. Which is worse in a way. I remember the good times, and it reminds me why I did it. Plus, I have you three. I have more than I could ever fully appreciate. I smiled. Well, I'll look back and throw another dart at my father's face that I superglued to the dartboard. She laughed, and I smiled. I love that about you. Even in tough times, you laugh and make the best of it. I got Grandpa's blood in me. Well, I'm glad your father gave you something. One thing is better than none. Oh, before I forget, I wanted to ask you if you could save an extra room in their pack house. Why? For when your family visits, or when some of your family can visit, Dana and Ben work, but I can still go. You'd visit. Of course. I kept a lot from you guys, but I really want to get to know the real you. And I'm not pretending with your father. That's the biggest relief ever. I smelled my father and Caden, and we both stopped talking. Do you want me to leave? Mom whispered. I shrugged. It's your decision. She put an arm around me, and I blinked to hold the tears back. Blake, Caden will be here today, and later he will take you to your new pack. Whatever. Blake, watch your tone. My tone is made of sound waves at varying lengths to give the desired effect that I want. I can't see sound waves, and therefore cannot actually watch my tone, but I'd love to watch you try. He growled, and Mom laughed. Well, I guess she did get some of you in her, Mom said, and I hugged her and let her leave. I'll see you later before you're taken. Sounds good. Thanks for everything, Mom. It's nice to have a parent who cares. You'll always have one, she smiled before giving my father a death glare and leaving. What was that? He asked me. What was what? You'll have to be more specific. Why is my mate? Sorry, you're what? I thought you said mate, I said in disbelief, shaking my head as if to clear the thought as I laughed a little. I did. She's mine. He growled. Weird. Anyway, go on. He was fuming. Why did she just act like, you? Huh, I guess you two are the last to talk. She hasn't talked to me since you left. So, my leaving worked in your favor. He growled and pushed me up against the wall with his arm across my throat. She's my mate. It's your fault she doesn't talk to me. Caden growled in warning and pulled him off me. Don't touch her. It came out low and demanding, and I was shocked he got involved. Although he needed to mate with me before I could die, otherwise the alliance wouldn't form. Really? Another thing you're going to blame me for is your fault. I would be happy I was leaving if I wasn't being forced to be with him. I raised my hand towards Caden. Well, either way, I'm happy you're leaving. I bet you are. Now get out. This is my room for one more day before my own Alpha, and supposed father, sends me away as a prisoner, so let me be on my own. He scowled at me, and I saw him threaten me, but I just pointed to the door and stared back. When Caden didn't move, I turned to him. Get out. I was hoping we could talk. His tone was clipped. I was hoping I was wrong when I assumed I was forced into mating. I guess we don't get what we hope for, I snapped. I thought I saw sadness pass over his face before he went back to normal. Blake. Get out. I'm going to have to see you for the rest of my life until I'm lucky enough to die. So give me one night before that's what my life becomes. Blake, we need to. Get out. Now. I used as much of the alpha tone as I could muster, and he sighed and rubbed his hands over his face before leaving. At the last second, he turned around to face me, but I shut the door in his face and locked it. I sighed as a tear escaped, and I leaned against the door. Eventually, my legs gave out, and I slid down the door as more tears slid down my face. Tears are a weakness, and no one should see you weak. My father's voice replayed in my head, but I thought of Grandpa's. Tears show you're still just a wolf. If you're strong when it counts, that's all that matters, and you're the strongest woman I know. Why did Grandpa leave me with him for an alpha? I thought before I closed my eyes. Chapter 5. Caden will be here in 20 minutes. Be packed and ready to go, my father said through the door. It echoed because I was curled up in a ball in front of it. I had fallen asleep against it. I slowly sat up and looked around my room. I would miss the balcony. I used to put the curtains over the railing and slide down them, and Grandpa would catch me. I would miss the room. The dents and cracks were from Dana and me throwing things when we just needed to let off some steam. I would miss the closet, where we used to throw all my clothes out and play dress up. I blinked back tears and stood on the balcony. I couldn't make out the lake from here, but I would miss that too. And I would miss the rocking chair Grandma gave Mom when Grandpa died. I would miss this pack. I tried to get to know everyone. I went out of my way to do projects at school with different people just because Grandpa always told me that a pack is a family and you should know your family like you know your mate. Turns out I shouldn't have talked to anyone in my pack, then I would know them like I know my mate, I thought. I sighed and changed my tank top and shorts before packing my clothes into the last 2 labeled boxes. Honey, I'm only a phone call away, okay? I nodded. I'll try to call often. And I'm going to call you, so answer. I laughed. I never checked my phone, it was just one of those I didn't see a point in having. I had the pack link. Why did I need a cell phone? Glad I have one now, though. The pack link will disappear when my father decides I don't get it since he's Alpha. I'll have Caden's pack link, but I doubt I'll use it. You have to have someone to talk to use it. And we're going to go to the beach all summer, Blake. It's halfway between the packs, so no excuses. Trust me, every opportunity one get, I'll meet you at the beach. She smiled. Good. I need to get back in the water. Don't push yourself, Dana. It will happen, baby steps. I have short legs, all I can do is baby steps. I laughed at the joke we always talked about. We've laughed about this for as long as I can remember. Seriously though, don't push yourself. Should I make a you comment and say I can't push myself, it's physically impossible? Well, I almost have Mom making the comments, but at least I'll be remembered for something. You'll be remembered, and then you'll be Luna before anyone can forget about you. Dana, seriously. Don't get your hopes up. Prisoners don't get a say in things. I heard Caden exit the Alpha's office and sighed. Okay, I will find a room for you guys and a day or 6 for the beach this week. Good, they both said as Ben came in. He's here, Ben said solemnly. We know. But hug your oldest sister, okay? Sure thing. He wrapped his arms around me tightly and stood up, lifting me off the ground like usual. I laughed and messed up his hair like I always used to do, back when I was taller. Oh man. I just put gel in it, he joked. Nonsense. You just let it get messy and run your hands through it. Same effect, he said, and we all smiled as Caden walked in and my father greeted him. Okay, you're the boy. You get the boxes, I told Ben, and he sighed but piled 3 up and carried them outside. Dana and I each took one and followed him. Finally. One thing you're on time for, my Alpha said. No, I'm not ready yet. Caden opened the trunk, and we packed the boxes into his tiny sports car. They weren't large boxes, so they fit. It's not like I had a lot to take with me. 30 minutes later, I had said my goodbyes. Most of the pack came to see me off, although they think it's my choice, and I was sitting in his car as he started it. Luckily, he hadn't said a word to me. He exchanged words with my father, but that's it. I sat as close to the door as possible and put my head on my arm on the edge of the window. I stared out at the passing trees. He sighed a couple of times quietly but didn't say anything. I knew his pack was about 40 minutes away. No, it doesn't sound like a lot, but we take our packs seriously. I could have been forced into the pack beside us and it would have felt far away. It's how we're raised. It's a natural thing, we're part wolf. We didn't have to leave right away. Too late now, I said with an obvious edge to it. He sighed and mumbled something, but I didn't catch it. Did you bring everything? Yeah, don't worry. My whole life fits in the trunk of a car. I wish I could bring the rocking chair, though. Not that I'll have a place to put it. I didn't mean it like that. Whatever. I felt my pack link break and blinked back tears. I moved closer to the window and kept staring at the trees. He said some other things along the way, but I ignored him. I couldn't even tell you what he had said. I just didn't care. We're here, he said as he turned into a long driveway that was at least a 10-minute drive from any store or house. I didn't reply, just put my shoes on and opened the door before he even stopped. I unloaded all my boxes, but Caden got some of his pack members to bring them into the house. I had my wallet and phone, that's it. I can show you around. Don't worry about it, I said and started walking behind the house. He started to follow, but I stopped. Seriously. Leave me alone. I can find trees and water on my own too. I left him standing there, rubbing his face with his hands as I started towards the woods. 3 hours later, I had quickly gone through most of the woods, all but part of the front. They had a crystal clear lake, and I already knew it was going to be my favorite place. I wanted to hang a rope out there, though. The lake was long, running through most of the territory, but ended near one side with a pond. I wanted to swim to relax, but didn't want to be caught unprepared when I came out. Especially since I didn't want that to be the first impression someone got of me. I slowly made my way back to the pack house, but stopped when I heard a limb snap. I turned to see a boy a few years younger than me with dark hair and pale blue eyes. He looked familiar, but his eyes caught me off guard. Hey, you must be the new girl. I didn't get the normal uncomfortable feeling from him, and that was rare, but calming. That's me. Want me to show you the woods? Nah, I scoped them out. Nice lake, it's beautiful, and the woods have so many different types of trees. Yeah, I guess so. And the lake is nice. I nodded. Want to swim? Maybe later. Sure, let me know. Nobody here likes being in the woods. Well, I'm always up for it. Just swimming. He didn't seem like he was hitting on me or even trying. It was relaxing just talking to him. I wish other guys were like this. Biking, running, hiking, swimming, you name it. I just love the woods. Me too. Good to know I'll have company now. He wasn't even flirting, just talking. I actually felt so calm and relaxed talking to him. It was nice. I gave a half-hearted smile. Did you bring your bike in the move? Oh no. No, I actually forgot it. We have a shed full of extras. I'm sure you can borrow one of those. Actually, you can probably keep one. Why? You're Luna. No, I'm not. Not yet. Well, what do I call you for now? Blake. Daniel, but people call me Dan. He held out his hand, and I hesitantly shook it. Well, Blake, it was nice to meet you. I know everyone will love you. Nice to meet you too, Daniel. Daniel. I like that. Wait, that was his name, right? That's what you said. I trailed off, unsure. Maybe it was Dave and David. I don't know. Everyone here calls me Dan, he sighed. Mom used to call me Daniel. Sorry. No. I like it. Bye, Blake. Bye, Daniel. I questioned his name. He smiled and nodded. See you later. Then he jogged off. He seems nice, but I don't know why I thought he was so familiar. His bones are pronounced, and with his dark hair, he has power coming off him, but not enough that he's alpha. Maybe he's beta, I thought. I thought you got lost, Caden said as I turned the corner. I shook my head and started towards the front door. I didn't know what I was going to do once I got in, but figured I might as well see if it's really as big as it looks. It was definitely bigger than my pack house. I'll introduce you. He followed me in. Whatever. He walked, making sure I was following, to what I assume is the living room. Everyone looked over and nodded at Caden respectfully before he growled at a couple of guys for staring at me. Wow, he needs to calm down, I thought. Everyone, this is Blake. Some guy winked at me, and Caden growled, my mate. The guy looked down. I smiled at them and waved back at a girl who waved and greeted me. Hey, I'm Sam, it's good to meet you. Likewise. If you get sick of him, just find me. He growled. Sam. I know, I'm just kidding. But you can find me anyway. Thanks. He showed me the dining hall, a gaming room, a movie room, and his office, introducing me as we went through. And this is the kitchen, he said as he led me around a corner. Everyone, this is Blake. I was just telling them about you, Daniel called, motioning to the guys around him. Hey, Daniel. It was nice to see a familiar face. I was tired of wearing a fake smile. Daniel? Dan, do you two know each other? Not really. We just ran into each other about half an hour ago before I came in. She came out of the woods. Well, let me formally introduce you. Dan, this is Blake, my mate. Blake, this is Dan, my brother. Brother? How can they be so different? Caden is closed off and always business, whereas his brother is easy to talk to and seems like a genuinely good guy, which is rare for me. He smiled and I nodded back. Oh, I looked in the shed for you. There are 3 different kinds, and I can raise or lower the seats for you. Any will work. Caden looked confused, but I didn't care. Just let me know, and I'll help you with them. Thanks, Daniel. Caden left, and reluctantly, I followed him, hoping he would show me my room so I could sleep for the next week straight and hope I went back in time. The time before Caden. He pointed out certain people I met, but I only remembered Daniel and Sam. And I forgot where he said their rooms were. You look tired. Would you like to sleep? I shrugged with a nod. We climbed the stairs, and he opened the door on the left. There were 2 doors on the right. It was huge. The bed was massive. There was a window seat, 2 doors, a couch, a chair, a TV, and 2 nightstands. There was also a bookcase and some more furniture that filled the giant room. I slowly walked in. Make yourself at home. Yeah, that's what every kidnapper tells his prisoner, I thought. Where are my boxes? The closet. Oh, this is the bathroom. He opened 1 door before another. The closet. He opened the 3rd, and a small bedroom off of here. Holy cow, this is huge, I thought. I walked through the bathroom to find a tub, a shower, a toilet, and 2 sinks. There were big mirrors all over, too. I looked in the small bedroom and found a crib, dresser, folding table, and more. I'm assuming it was for a pup. I opened the last door and found it half empty. One side had his things, and one side was empty with my boxes on the floor. Where's my room? This is your room. Then why is your stuff here? Well, it's our room. No, I'm not sharing a room with you. We're mates. No, I'm being forced to mate with you, but until that happens, we are nothing, and after that happens, I will try my hardest to keep you out of my head. Now, where can I sleep? This is our room. You can use our bed. I am not sharing a room with you, not to mention a bed. Blake. No, I cut him off and left the room. I jogged down the stairs and started wandering around the house until I finally found the living room. Oh, hey, Blake. I think it was Sam. I'm sorry to bother you. Is there an empty bedroom somewhere? Yeah. I'll show you. Thanks. I really appreciate it. I heard him coming, but ignored it. Right down here. Last one on the right. Thanks. No problem. Any questions at all, come find me. I gave half a smile, and when she left, I went into the room but didn't even shut the door, and Caden was standing there. What are you doing? Sam said nobody was using it. There's a perfectly good bed upstairs you can use. No, your perfectly good bed is upstairs, and you can use it. I'm sleeping here. Now excuse me, I'm exhausted. Our perfectly good bed is upstairs. I told you. It's not happening. He must have seen that I wasn't going to change my mind inside. Fine. I stood there waiting for him to leave and closed the door behind him. Luckily, the bed had sheets and I crawled in. I closed my eyes as I heard a laugh echo through the house and I missed my pack. Everyone except the Alpha. Chapter 6. I woke up and heard quite a bit of noise coming from, I think, the dining hall. But I didn't want to walk over there to find out if I was right. I wanted to get changed, but didn't want a chance walking into Caden's room with him still there. I cursed my father about 1,000,000 times in my head before opening the door. Oh, hey. I was just coming to see if you were doing anything, Daniel said, and I shook my head. Nope. Not like I have any plans anymore. I can help you find a bike if you want. That sounds great. My stomach rumbled, and I nervously laughed. After we find you some food, of course. I nodded and smiled a bit before he led me to the kitchen. Any preferences? He asked, and I shook my head. We just had pizza. I'm good with pizza. He put 4 slices in the microwave, and I looked at him questioningly. I'm not going to eat 4 pieces. Thank goodness, I was planning on eating 2 of those. Oh, okay, sorry. No, that's fine. I'm just messing with ya. He shoved my shoulder playfully, and a little bit of a laugh escaped. Don't hold it in, he joked again. I rolled my eyes. I'm not, you're just not that funny. Really? He challenged me. I bet I can make you laugh. I would like to see you try. Fine. You and I bike for 2 hours, and if I get you to laugh, I win. If you don't laugh, you win. And what do I get when I win? Ever since I came here, even smiling sucked. I know it's only been a day, but it feels like months. If you win, you get to decide the activity tomorrow. What activity tomorrow? Well, I chose biking, you choose tomorrow. What if I don't want to hang out with you tomorrow? Indecision and almost sadness came to his face before he covered it up, as Caden does. Must be genetic, I thought. Then I guess that's an option if you win. When I win. I think you underestimate my jokes. I rolled my eyes. I think you overestimate them. I guess we'll see, he said as the microwave beeped. We ate our pizza, and he talked about some of the things the pack always does. It was already after dinner, so the bike ride wouldn't be too long. Hopefully I'll win. If it were anyone else here, I know I would win without a doubt, but Daniel is always smiling and laughing, and unfortunately, his laugh is contagious. It makes you want to laugh too, even if nothing was funny. He put our plates in the sink and threw his arm around my shoulders in a friendly way. Okay, let's find a winner, he said with a smirk, and I rolled my eyes but gave a half smile. What's going on here? Caden said as he came into the kitchen, scowling when he saw Daniel's arm. Daniel dropped his arm, and I crossed my arms in front of my chest. Dan, care to explain? I spoke up before he could. He was showing hospitality, unlike some people. I was hungry, so he warmed up some pizza for me. Sorry, should he have let me starve? His eyes went to the floor before he looked back up, and Daniel looked a bit shocked and worried on my behalf. No, sorry. You should have come and found me, I would have fed you. I don't need your help. I left the room, and Daniel started to follow me, but Caden grabbed his arm. Where are you going? I turned around. He's helping me find a bike. Or am I not allowed to leave the house? Of course you are. He let Daniel go but gave him a warning glare. She's mine. No, I most definitely am not. I left before he could reply. I have never liked arguing, and I've always avoided it. I would be no different here. I would say what I want to say and leave, just like with my father. Or the creeps in high school. An hour and a half later, Daniel and I were riding through the woods. There were old paths, but grass had grown over them. They weren't used much. Daniel had said some lame jokes in an attempt to get me to laugh, but the most I did was smile. He actually was a funny guy. Even his off-the-cuff comments were funny, but I would think of my father, mother, sister, brother, and pack and never let a laugh leave. So, do you like movies? I shrugged. Not really. I don't like just sitting there. Ooh, a busybody. Not busy, just easily bored. Caden is like that. I don't remember seeing him watch any type of show or movie. He doesn't like to sit still. I didn't respond. I was really hoping he would change the subject. But me, on the other hand, I like TV, just not a lot of it at once. You know, I can't sit too long. I have to keep up my handsome appearance. Okay, if I were going to laugh, I would have right then. Really? He faked hurt as he turned to me on his bike, and I smirked as he almost tripped over a twig. I nodded and kept biking. Handsome appearance? You aren't even close. You ain't seen nothing yet, Cupcake. Thank goodness. You might turn me off all men. You don't mean that, he faked hurt. I have muscles in all the right places, darling, just you wait. Wait for what? Until you see all the girls wanting this guy, right here, when they open up the pool for summer. I doubt that will ever happen. Wait, you have a pool? Yeah, the pack pool. Why do you have a pool if there's the lake? He shrugged. I told you, nobody likes the woods. I shook my head. Your pack is crazy. That's the nicest lake I've ever seen in my life. Your pack? And we are named after it. The Blue Lake Pack, why didn't I think of that? I didn't say anything. You know this is your pack too. Again, if only I could laugh. We were nearing the pack house, and he hopped off his bike at the end of the trail. I followed suit and walked my bike beside him. Seriously, this is your pack too. Okay, I lied, you're funny. But I won. He scowled at me. I'm going to get you to laugh. Maybe when I'm delusional. Caden walked up, and I walked my bike to the shed as he talked to Daniel. I blocked out their conversation and listened to the birds tuck in for the night. Okay, later, Dan, Caden said as Daniel started walking to the house. I jogged up beside Daniel, hoping I could sneak away with him and avoid Caden. Blake. Darn, I said under my breath, and Daniel whispered in my ear. Under that shell, he's really not a bad guy. You just have to sneak under. I don't want to. I have no plan to ever find out what's under his shell. This was forced, don't forget that. He nodded sadly and walked to the house. Caden and I stood about 3 meters apart in an awkward silence. A couple of minutes later, he spoke. How was your bike ride? Fine. He looked down again, and when he looked back up, he had a blank face. Look, I know. Save it. I'm going to bed. I turned on my heel and walked into the house. If only I knew where my room was. I set off to find the living room again so I could ask Sam where I slept, but decided I would grab clothes before that. I started on the stairs. He sighed, but it sounded like relief. I don't know what he was relieved about, though. Blake, we need to talk. No, we don't. I made it to his floor and walked through his doorway. Yeah, we do. You came here to form an alliance, and to do that, we have to mate. I know, but we don't need to talk. I opened the closet door and started rifling through my boxes of clothes. I found pajamas and closed the door in his face to get changed into loose shorts and a baggy shirt. I grabbed clothes for tomorrow and a bathing suit and opened the door back up to find him still standing there. Yes, we do. No, we don't, I mocked him. We have to mate, Blake. Trust me, I know that. I threw my clothes on a nightstand and turned to him. What? You want to do it now? Fine. No, I didn't mean now. Thank God. I get another day of peace in my head before you invade it. I grabbed my clothes and opened the door to his room. Where are you going? He had anger in his voice. To sleep. This is our bed. No, that is your bed. Mine is downstairs. I closed the door and jogged down the stairs to find the room I used earlier. I leaned against the wall, put my head back and closed my eyes. I heard him coming and slipped under the covers and shut my eyes, pretending to sleep. I heard him knock gently, and it got quiet. Then he slowly opened the door, and I heard him sigh. He must have been in the room. He sounded pretty close. I wanted to apologize, Blake. I wasn't sure if I should open my eyes or not. If I opened them, he would probably stop, and I was too curious to let that happen. He was whispering so quietly it was almost as if he was thinking it or speaking to himself. I actually felt guilty for him talking to me as if I couldn't hear him, so I slowly rolled over and opened my eyes. Sorry, I thought you were asleep. I'll leave. He stood there awkwardly, and I thought he was going to leave, but instead he sat on the bench. Can we talk? We are. He sighed, and a hint of a smile came out. I mean, can we pretend like we aren't in the situation we are in? His tone was still business, and I just wanted to smack him. Is he really going to treat me like property? No. I don't act, and I don't pretend. It got quiet, and he sighed multiple times quietly as he started to pace. I will act like this wasn't forced, though, if the pack doesn't know. I will keep up appearances. He looked at me, and a bizarre emotion crossed his face, almost like hope, except sadness and desperation were mixed with it. They don't know. I nodded. What are you doing tomorrow? He asked. I shrugged. I thought about swimming, but wasn't sure if I would like it with someone else I didn't really know. I thought maybe we could do something together. Why? He acted all businesslike, and now he wants to be friends? I'm hanging out with Daniel. I just haven't decided what we're doing yet. I'm pretty sure he didn't like that I liked his brother more than him. Why are you deciding? I won the bet. Bet? Well, congratulations. I shrugged and looked out the window. What about tomorrow night? I shrugged. Depends on how long we hang out for. He definitely didn't like that. Oh well. Do you think maybe you could finish before dinner? Why? So I can introduce you to the pack formally. He actually sounded nervous, and I shrugged. Thanks. I'm not guaranteeing it. He smiled a bit. That's fine. He actually had a nice smile, not that he lets it show often. I yawned, and he moved the chair back and stood near the door. Thank you for this. I shrugged. Whatever. He frowned before covering it up and leaving with a wave. Good night, Blake. I nodded. I called my family, but only for a few short minutes before I just kept yawning and Mom said to call back soon. I lay in bed for hours staring at the ceiling. Would I be able to keep up appearances? Would he hold me in public? Kiss me? I definitely wasn't up for that. Not with him. I couldn't stop my brain from flooding with questions about his pack. Chapter 7. I woke up at 7 and changed before leaving my room. I wandered to the kitchen and sat at the counter. Good morning, Cupcake, Daniel said as he walked in after I finished eating. Morning, Daniel. I really needed to give him a nickname since he always calls me Cupcake. So, what's the activity going to be today? Why does he want to hang out with me anyway? Doesn't he have friends here? You don't have to hang out with me, you know. I'm sure you have friends you'd rather spend time with. Actually, I enjoy what we do better. They play video games all day. Boring. My thoughts exactly. So, what did you make me for breakfast? Oh, you know, since I just love cooking other people breakfast, I made you waffles, eggs, bacon, and hash browns. I knew I liked you. I rolled my eyes. You're gullible. Wait, seriously? I have to make my own. Who do you think I am? I am not your maid. Well, the position is open. I gave a small, quiet laugh. Like anyone would apply. Which gives you all the opportunity. I rolled my eyes. By anyone, I was including myself. Fine. He sighed dramatically before glancing at my empty bowl. What did you have? Yogurt, fruit, and granola. Are you kidding? Nope, it was delicious. I'll take your word for it. I'll stick with my bacon. I thought you needed to keep. I paused and made sure he noticed that I looked him over. That's how it is. That? You mean this attractive body? Nope, I meant that. He scowled, and I laughed a bit louder as he started cooking his bacon. He was almost finished eating when I heard Caden coming. I'll wait outside. Why? Oh. I smiled emotionlessly and left the kitchen, but stayed close outside. I thought Blake was here, I heard Caden say. She was, Daniel replied calmly. Oh. I thought he sounded sad, but let it go. You two need to do something about that, Daniel said, and I cursed him in my head. I figured we were over the whole avoiding stage. Obviously not. I see that, Caden said with an edge. Hey, I'm just saying. I know, sorry. What are you two doing today? I heard the jealousy, and I wondered why he was jealous. I thought this was strictly business for him. Don't know yet, she hasn't said. I heard him whisper something, but couldn't make out the words. I would do a lot of things for you, bro, but that's something I'm not doing, sorry. I think that's all you. Okay, yeah, I guess you're right. I'm always right, I heard Daniel's cocky reply. Don't push it. I almost laughed as I heard Daniel smother his laugh with a cough. Do you think it's too early to formally introduce her to the pack? He was quiet for a while. I think you should ask her. I didn't hear a response and assumed he nodded or shrugged. Did you two talk before you brought her here? Caden sighed. Not really. Her dad is messed up, Dan. He didn't even ask her. He laughed when I asked him when he planned on asking her if this was okay with her. Wait, he wanted to make sure I was fine with this? My wolf insisted that it was more than business for him, but I denied it. Yeah, I wanted to punch him. Who does this to their daughter? Who accepts this from a girl's father? I heard Daniel ask, and I smiled. Way to defend me, Daniel. I thought. Caden got really serious all of a sudden, and his voice came out like a growl. Dan, you know why I did this. You know I didn't do it just because of the deal. I know. I get why I do. Actually, I would have too in that case. It sucks for her. Yeah, I really do get why she hates me. I would avoid myself too. I just don't know what to do. I really don't, Dan. She doesn't want to talk to me. Can you blame her? No. I just hope she doesn't compare me to her father. She talked to you last night, though. Yeah, maybe a minute. I heard the jealousy and decided I wasn't imagining it. Stop acting like the alpha you and be the relaxed guy, the guy people like you for. Dan, I think I might cry. That may have been the sweetest thing you ever said to me. I heard Caden sniffle and I had to try not to laugh. I guess he had a sense of humor, too, which shocked me. Whatever. You know what I mean though, right? It's hard talking to her and not thinking about it though. I can see that. I heard them both sigh and almost laughed again. They have a lot more in common, at least by way of gestures, than I thought. How do I get her to trust me? Stop acting like there's a stick up your behind, Daniel said, and I could just picture Caden scowling as he growled. Dan. Hey, don't growl at me. We both know even I wouldn't want to talk to you if you were all business all the time. She doesn't know you, and she never will at this rate. Caden, seriously, just be you. And calm the heck down. Calm down? I know you're right about the rest, but calm down. You could strangle an elephant with the tenseness in the air when you're in the room. How do you think she feels? God, I'm an idiot. I know. Dan, he growled, and I almost laughed. How didn't I realize they were brothers? Okay, I don't want to keep her waiting. Oh yeah, sorry. I got thinking. You have to stop doing that, too. What? Thinking? Dan. No, overthinking. Stop thinking about what to say, how to act, what to do, what to ask. Instead, just do what feels right. Oh God, my brother is a softie. Caden sighed, and you could almost hear the smirk. I wanted him to talk to me like he did his brother. Relaxed and calm, not businesslike and all alpha-like. Jerk. I'm trying to help. I know. You know I don't do the serious thing with feelings. Trust me. I know. They both gave a light laugh, and Caden's was low and smooth. I thought Daniel's was contagious, but Caden's was even more so. Thanks, Dan. No problem, bro. See you around. I didn't hear his response, but ran to the garage to make it look like I was not eavesdropping. What took you so long? I asked as Daniel walked up. I was talking to Caden. I nodded and looked away to the shed. Blake, H. Not now, okay? I knew by his tone that it was about Caden, not to mention he used my name rather than Cupcake. You know it's serious when. He sighed, but nodded. So, what's on the agenda for today? What do you normally do? Just bike, swim, hike, or run? Pretty much, although sometimes I switch it up and play a sport, but there are only two of us. I nodded. That's a problem. Do you have tennis? Badminton. Yeah, tennis courts. I don't know if we have rackets. I have 4 that I brought. 4? Yeah, I bought extras. Do you break them a lot or something? I smiled, but it came out sad. No. I bought one for my sister, brother, and mom. Oh. Well, we can break them in. Okay. Sounds good. We don't have to, though. No, it's fine. I'll go grab them. I jogged to the house and slipped inside, going straight to the stairs. I climbed up 2 flights and realized Caden was close. I climbed another and realized he was closer. Shoot, I hope he's not in his room. I really need to move my things. I leaned against the wall at the top of the stairs and took a couple of deep breaths for courage before walking up to the door. I raised my hand to knock, but he opened the door before I could. You don't have to knock, it's your room too. I told you. Well, you're welcome to it at any time. I nodded, and he stepped aside, so I walked in slowly. Do you mind if I grab something from the closet? Of course not. Whatever you like. I knew what his brother meant by alpha him and the relaxed him. He sounded so different talking with his brother. In a way, I wish he would be like that with me, but in another way, I wanted him to keep his distance at maximum length. I went into the closet and grabbed 2 rackets before heading back out into the room. Tennis? He asked. Yeah, I get to choose what we do today. Oh, right, the bet. He had jealousy in his voice again, but I wasn't even sure if he cared at all. How could you be jealous and not care? And how could you care but act like everything is business? I nodded. Blake. Daniel's waiting, sorry, I have to go. I really wanted to ask him questions about this morning, but I couldn't without him knowing I was listening. And I had no idea where I stood with him right now. My wolf was telling me he cared, but common sense told me he saw me as an alliance former, in a way. Right, of course, sorry. It was silent for a moment before I nodded and turned around to leave. I had walked a few paces before he spoke, and I stopped moving but didn't turn around to face him. If tonight is too early, I get it. We can wait until you're ready, for the announcement, I mean. Whatever. He nodded, and I left. I jogged down the stairs to meet Daniel. Well, what took you so long? He wiggled his eyebrows. He was in his room, and I had to get to the closet. Please tell me you didn't wait until he left. No, I just asked to get something. It's your room too. Why does everyone say that? It's his, I said, and grabbed a few birdies before turning to him. So, winner chooses tomorrow. You bet. Chapter 8. We had agreed to best out of 3, and after I beat him twice, he sighed. Okay, best out of 5. That means you have to win the next 3. Best out of 13? I lightly laughed. I only have to win 5, you have to win 7 then. He seemed to think for a moment. Okay, you win. I smirked. Don't be a sore loser, Daniel. Hey, I am not, Cupcake. Thank goodness, considering I keep winning. Just wait. 4? Although I guess, since I'm stuck here for the rest of my life, you might win once. I'm much better at doubles, he said defensively. Yeah, I'm sure you are. You probably pair up with the best one playing. He frowned and acted hurt. You hurt me, Cupcake. I laughed a little and put my racket in its case, handing him the other case for his. So, what's the plan tomorrow? I shrugged. What else is there to do? Hiking, swimming, and we have other small games, but they're more fun with 4 people, you know, horseshoes, washers, things like that. Maybe we'll swim. Just 2 of us? Honestly, I usually swim alone. We can do something else, though. Nope, you won fair and square. We agreed. Well, what competition is there with only 2 people that takes place in water? He smirked. Racing. Maybe. Why, are you a slow swimmer? I don't know, I usually swim alone. Really? Yeah. I used to just do some laps and get out of the lake. How many laps? Usually 4, but sometimes more. Lately, about 5. I usually do 6. So I might have competition tomorrow, I smirked. I guess so. I was wondering how big his laps were, though. Mine were 4 laps the length of the pack territory. If he were around the pond, it wouldn't be even 2 laps of mine. We started heading to the house, and I glanced at my watch to find that it was only just afternoon. What are you doing this afternoon? I asked him. He shrugged. I think I have some work to do. What do you do? I'm beta, so... Wait, your brother put you as beta? He nodded with a hint of a smile. Yeah, it shocked me. I thought he would choose a friend of his, but he insisted that I take the position. What about the old beta? He went rogue after my parents and his mate died. I'm sorry to hear that. He nodded. It still shocks me that I'm beta, though. Why? He shrugged. He grew up with Kyle. They used to be really close. I figured he would be beta. I didn't even think about it being mine. I didn't even think about it happening. Honestly, the position was as good as gone. But then he made me beta. Honestly, I thought he was pranking me. They just quit talking all of a sudden. I've always wanted to know why, but you know. He chose his brother over his best friend? Why? Usually, family is considered pretty much second anyway, so they choose a friend or someone else that they trust. He didn't even try to keep Kyle as a friend. He chose me, and they stopped everything. They used to go to the beach, racing, everywhere. He was looking into the distance. It all just stopped. I've never heard of anyone choosing family as beta. Honestly, I haven't either. I questioned him once, but like usual, Caden changed the topic. Like usual? He doesn't talk much. He never talks about anything personal, at least to us. Ever. He talks about pack problems, things he likes, but never how he feels or what makes him mad. He holds in a lot. I nodded. I was hoping we would change the topic. I had no intention of learning anything about him. In a few days or less, he would be in my head, and I would feel his emotions. I didn't need to know them now. I don't think he ever got over our parents' death because of it. That's gotta be hard. Yeah. I talked to him, and he listened the whole time, but he never once said anything about himself. He takes his role seriously. I meant it more about me, but let him assume it was about Alpha. Yeah, I think it hinders him in a way. He needs to open up a little. I know he doesn't want to hear it, but he can't do everything alone. He has you. He's my older brother. He acts strong for me, you know, like how a father never cries. It's the same theory. He's my rock, but he needs one too. I nodded. Thank God he didn't mention me. I would have had to avoid 2 brothers. We entered the house through the kitchen, and Caden was just coming in. He stopped by the door when he noticed me, and by the look in his eyes, I think he thought I would run. "Hey, Caden," Daniel said as he looked in the fridge. "Hey, Dan," Caden said, but he was looking at me. I just looked at the fridge and Daniel's back. "So what did you do this morning?" Daniel asked. "Talked to some alphas. No news." "That could be good. It could be bad. Training starts tomorrow." "Yeah." 8. Caden nodded, and I didn't realize how tense he was until he relaxed a bit, but only a bit. "How did this morning's game go?" Again, there was jealousy, but I just stayed quiet. "She won. Just barely, but she won." I rolled my eyes and pushed his shoulder as I sat at the counter, a bit further away from Caden. "Oh, please, I smoked you 2 games out of 3. I meant for it to come out like I was joking around, but my voice seemed to waver in front of Caden, and I let it go. "I wouldn't say smoked," Daniel said as he stood up. "Would you prefer creamed? Schooled? Skunked? B. Okay. I'm not a tennis player, but I'll win tomorrow." Caden spoke up before I could, and I noticed he had leaned against the wall with a hint of amusement in his eyes, and he was much calmer and relaxed. It suited him. Even his voice was less tense. "When at what?" "Swim race," Daniel said with a smirk, and I rolled my eyes. "Don't roll your eyes at me, Cupcake. Tennis isn't my thing, but I do swim." I don't think Caden liked his nickname for me, especially since he tensed up again. Well, screw him, I thought. At least Daniel talked to me like a person. Caden could go back to his office and live there for all I care. "Which will make it worse when you lose," I smirked. "If I lose?" When I said as he came out of the fridge with all kinds of food on the counter. He scowled at me, but he had a smile poking out, and I laughed a little. He seemed to relax again, and I looked over at him. He was staring at me, and I looked back down at the counter. His face was blank, and I wanted him just to crack that exterior, just so I knew it wasn't business all the time. But if he liked my father as an alpha, it was probably always business for him. "So, since you like cooking so much, what about lunch, Cupcake?" Again, Caden tensed, and I realized he wasn't just upset about the nickname. He was jealous. "Maybe I'll make myself a wrap." "Come on," Daniel sighed. "She isn't your maid," Caden said with a growl. "I know, she said the same thing this morning when I asked about breakfast," Daniel sighed as he started moving things around on the counter. "Good for her. Trust me, she stands up for herself." It came out almost like he was proud of me, but I tossed that idea away as quickly as it came. I hated how he talked to him about me when I was standing right there. Rather than saying, "Good for you," he ignores me and talks to Daniel. Am I really just a piece of property to him? Don't I know it? Daniel smiled. I climbed off my stool and started making a wrap as the room got quiet. It started getting awkward in the quiet, and Caden and Daniel were giving each other looks, and I knew they were talking through the link, but I tried to ignore them. I finished making my wrap and grabbed Daniel's plate. "Hey, that was mine, Cupcake." Was. I got a glass of lemonade before grabbing my plate and starting to leave. "Where are you going?" Daniel asked, and I knew Caden wanted to follow me. He even took a step towards me off the wall. "Just need to move around." I didn't have much exercise since the competition was so brutal this morning. I smirked at Daniel as I left the kitchen. Caden's POV, backtrack. I hadn't eaten breakfast, like usual, so I had come for lunch. I came to the kitchen this morning hoping to find Blake, but she left when I got close, unfortunately. I entered the kitchen and noticed that Blake and Dan were just coming in too. "Hey, Caden," Dan said as he ducked his head into the fridge. "Hey, Dan," I said, but I couldn't take my eyes off Blake. I knew she was avoiding me. That much was obvious, and I couldn't blame her, but I wanted to get to know her. She was absolutely stunning, her laugh was calming, and my wolf always wanted to be around her. Although I couldn't blame him, I wanted to be too. She didn't back down, but she didn't argue. She amazed me. "So what did you do this morning?" Daniel asked. "Talked to some alphas. No news." We were waiting to know when the war was coming. Blake and I had to be mated by then, but I did not want to force her. I don't mind taking this slowly, but there was a time limit, unfortunately. I wish I had met her on a normal basis. That could be good. It could be bad. Training starts tomorrow. Yeah. 8. I nodded and relaxed just a touch. I hadn't realized how tense I was. I always got so tense with her around. I don't know why. I didn't want her to think of her father when she looked at me, or compare us. But I couldn't calm down around her. How did this morning's game go? I doubt I hid the tinge of jealousy I felt knowing that she talked and joked with my brother, but would leave if she knew I was coming into the room. She's ours. My wolf growled, and I agreed, and I really did want her. She was a fabulous person. I just didn't know how to get her to be who she was in her old pack here. How do I make her feel comfortable enough to laugh and joke? To smile as she laughs with friends? She won. Just barely, but she won. She rolled her eyes as a bit of a smile came across her face and her eyes lit up. She playfully shoved his shoulder as she sat at the counter. She ended up further from me. I wanted her to joke around with me. I just wanted to be the one to make her smile and laugh, but we had to actually talk for that to happen. Oh, please, I smoked you 2 games out of 3. She said with a sigh, and I relaxed a bit just seeing her happy as she kidded around with Dan. I wouldn't say smoked, Dan said as he stood up from the fridge. Would you prefer creamed? Schooled? Skunked? B, I love that she jokes around. She's sarcastic and has a great sense of humor. I'm surprised she never picked up a guy. I couldn't imagine I got to be hers. To call her my mate was honestly the best feeling I've ever had. Okay. I'm not a tennis player, but I'll win tomorrow. I leaned against the wall and had to tear my eyes off her face. I wanted to hold her as I memorized every curve of her face and every color in her bright eyes. They were a shining brown with a bright, contrasting green that was beautiful. When it what? I asked and noticed just being near her was calming. Although I was tense, it was relaxing. Confusing, I know. I had never had this before. Not even close. There were a few girls, but they were all flings from other packs that just wanted me because I was an alpha. I was intimate with them and left, but I couldn't imagine walking away from Blake ever. Swim race, Dan said with a smirk, and she rolled her eyes. Don't roll your eyes at me, Cupcake. Tennis isn't my thing, but I do swim. I involuntarily tensed at that. Cupcake? My own brother had a nickname for her before I did. She was my own mate. And he must use it often if she didn't even flinch at it. She wasn't a cupcake, though. It just didn't suit her. Which will make it worse when you lose. The smirk that came onto her face lit up her eyes, and I calmed again as I took her in. Her long, tanned legs were on display because she had on short blue jean shorts, and you could see she was in shape with the shirt showing off her flat stomach and lean arms. Even her hair in a simple ponytail made her look beautiful. If I lose, Dan said. When? Blake said as Dan came out of the fridge with all kinds of food on the counter. He scowled at her with a smile, and she laughed a little. God, I loved her laugh. It was deeper than her voice, but it was real, and her entire face shone with joy. I relaxed again, and she looked over to me. Her eyes were a great shade of brown, and I could get lost in them forever, with just that small hint of green. I had noticed it right away when she had that $1 million green dress on in her father's office when I first met her. So, since you like cooking so much, what about lunch, Cupcake? Again, I tensed, and I tried to hide the jealousy. How could I let anyone else get this comfortable with her when she won't even talk to me? I'm happy it was Dan, though. He's always been there, and I know he wouldn't try anything. Maybe I'll make myself a wrap, she said. Come on, Daniel sighed. She isn't your maid, I growled. It was strange. I had 2 extremes with her. I was calm that she was near, but I was tense because she wasn't in my arms. So half the time I went between tense and relaxed more times than I could count in a simple conversation with her. It was exhausting trying to control it. I know, she said the same thing this morning when I asked about breakfast. Daniel sighed as he started moving things around on the counter. Good for her. Trust me, she stands up for herself. I actually loved that about her. With a father like that, she could have come out selfish, passive, and listened like a robot, but she didn't. She was independent, strong, and confident. What's not to like? Don't I know it, Dan said. Blake started making a wrap as the room got uncomfortably quiet. Well, she didn't run, Dan said through the link as he looked at me. Thank God, that hurts, I said back. Just give her time, he said, and I glared at him. It's not like I was going to mark her right here on the counter for God's sake. You know I would give her forever, but there's only so much time, Dan. I know, I forgot. Was she happy today? Did she mention tonight? She was happy, well, considering her situation, I would say happy, happier than yesterday. No, she didn't mention tonight. Should I wait? Ask her, he glared at me, and I stared back. That's hard when she's avoiding me. She's here now. I gave him a look, and he shrugged. And then she'll leave. But she'll know you care enough to wait. That's true, I responded and decided I should just ask. It was quiet in the room anyway. I was about to speak when she snatched Dan's plate, and he yelled jokingly, Hey, that was mine, Cupcake. Was. She smirked and got a glass of lemonade before grabbing her plate and starting to leave. Where are you going? Dan asked. I didn't want her to go. I wanted to wrap my arms around her and just hold her. I just wanted to feel calm and completely happy. I stood up but held my wolf back from making me go after her. Just need to move around. I didn't have much exercise since the competition was so brutal this morning. She smiled at Dan as she left the kitchen. I love that she's so calm with him, especially since they'll be in-laws, but I hate to admit I'm jealous that we can't even be in the same room without it being a problem. A moment later, I snapped out of my thoughts. Caden. Sorry, did you say something? I asked if you were going to stop hurting yourself. I took a deep breath and unclenched my fists and felt the nail marks heal. I have always done that as a way to brace myself. After our parents died, it was a permanent thing, so I would stay strong for him and the pack, but I still do it if I'm calming, restraining, or bracing my wolf for something. As of right now, I was restraining it from marking my mate as her scent blew through the open door as she left. Sorry. Well, she seemed better around you. Better than what? I'm just trying to be optimistic. It's only because you were here. It came out with a bigger edge than I planned, and I apologized. Well, one of us has to treat her like she is home rather than locked up like a prisoner in a cell. I can't treat her like anything, Dan. That's the problem. I'm either tense because she's close but not close enough, or I'm completely relaxed. The only problem is that I can only relax when she laughs or smiles. And then I tense because I know it will be forever until she smiles because of me, because of something I said or did, and even longer until I can make her laugh. I want to be what makes her happy, Dan. I don't want to make her hate living here, but I know I do. I know she blames me. Heck, I blame myself for the fact that she doesn't smile or laugh. He kept quiet, and I think he was shocked that I even said how I felt. I don't remember the last time I broke down like that and gave anything away. Caden, she smiles and she laughs. It's not like she sits around moping. You've got to factor that in. The only time she was alone was because she was exhausted after moving, and anyone would be. Give her some credit. You didn't see her at her old pack, Dan. She was always smiling, and she laughed with most of her pack members. She smiled at them all as she passed them. She spent a lot of time alone, at least when I was there, but when she was around people, she made everyone smile and laugh. And she easily smiled and laughed back. How do I bring that back? I even noticed how defeated I sounded, but for once, I wanted something I've never wanted before. I wanted a mate that was happy to see my face when she woke up and before she fell asleep, one that would lie in my arms all night and wake up happy that we were together. And I didn't want that with just anyone. I wanted it with Blake. I know there isn't a lot of time, but give her as much as you can. And seriously, I know you're trying, but relax. You're usually better at looking calm, cool, and collected even if you aren't. Every time I'm near her, it wants to mark her. I want to mark her. And I just need to hold her, Dan. I've never wanted something so bad, but I hate to force her. I know it's not ideal, but I need her to come to terms with it all, because if she hates me after I will go insane. He nodded as we saw her slowly slide the door open. Sorry, just putting my dishes back, ignore me. Don't apologize, you're welcome anywhere, anytime. I keep telling her, hoping she would believe it, but I'm sure when she thinks of her home isn't the first word that comes to mind. Dan told me she doesn't even consider this her pack, and I wish I knew how to fix that. She smiled the tiniest bit, but it wasn't real. It didn't even reach her eyes as she placed her dishes in the sink. We can still swim tomorrow, unless you're scared to lose, but we're training tomorrow, so it won't be until 10 or 11 in the morning, Dan said to her. Okay. She left the room through the same door she came in. Was she quiet, or was it just me? I asked Dan, and he looked at the door she left through as if it could explain the change in personality. No, she was quiet. She didn't even drop a comment about winning. We both got quiet before we decided to work for a while. I didn't have much to do since I hadn't heard back from any other alphas and decided to go for a run in my wolf form, hoping to calm him down a bit. Blake's POV. Oh, hey Blake. Haven't seen you since yesterday, Sam said as she walked up. Yeah, I've been trying to keep busy. Well, I know one way you could do that. She wiggled her eyebrows, and I assume she meant mating with Caden. I'm pretty sure they didn't know why I was here, or at least how I ended up going to be his mate. They probably think it was my decision rather than an arranged deal. When I didn't respond, she looked around. Actually, where is Alpha? I haven't seen you two together since he introduced you. I didn't know how much he told them, so I just went along with it. Yeah, he's doing Alpha things. And you? Just finishing lunch. What about after? You could come shopping with us. Us? Yeah, about 5 of them and me. I smiled. No, but thanks. I appreciate it, but I'm actually exhausted. I think I'm going to nap. I bet you are. She wiggled her eyebrows, and I rolled my eyes. Did she really think he wouldn't have marked me first? Sam was starting to get on my nerves, and I stood up to leave. He is an alpha. I bet it's tiring. She kept going on, and I wanted to punch her in the face. I zoned her out until she giggled, and it brought me back to what she was saying. I mean, I'm sure he has experience and endurance. If you know what I mean, I did not want to talk about his private life. I think we all know what you mean. But honestly, this is not your business, so unless you want problems, I suggest you leave my mate alone. Caden had authority in his voice as he walked up behind me, slipping his arm around my waist in a protective manner, and Sam's face went red. That's got to be embarrassing. Oh gosh, did he think I was asking about him? That's humiliating. Why did he have to come now? I was thankful, but not at the same time. We were just talking, Sam said nervously. No, you were just leaving. She nodded and turned back to meet her friends. It was just the two of us, and a short couple of seconds later, and I took a couple of steps away. His arm fell to the side, and sadness swept over his face before he covered it up in his business tone. I apologize for her behavior, and for holding you. I shook my head. Don't bother. It got quiet again, and I needed to clear this up. I wasn't wondering. She brought it up. He chuckled. I know. She has privacy issues, always has. Wow, he should laugh more, my wolf said, but I tried to deny it. I definitely didn't win that. I nodded slowly, and he stepped closer slowly. I knew he was watching me. Whenever we were together, he was watching me. I wanted him to leave, but at the same time, his arm around my waist did not feel as bad as it should have, and I had so many questions about him. Did he want to introduce me to the pack so I would mate with him sooner? When was he going to mark me? Mate with me? Would he make me sleep in his room after? It sounds stupid since we would have already been intimate, but still. It wasn't even the mating. It was the fact that I would feel his emotions afterwards. And my wolf would want to be near him at all times. And I would have the pack link, which meant I couldn't deny that this was my pack, and if anything happened, it would be this pack, his pack, that I would have to turn to. Plus, unless I focused on blocking him out all the time, he would know what I was thinking if he wanted to, and he would feel all my strong emotions. Mating completely got rid of any privacy we had between us, and I didn't want to lose it. And I would never be able to leave. I would physically go crazy and eventually die if I left. And he would die. I didn't know him, but I didn't want to be responsible for that. A pack losing its alpha is not good in any way. Is tonight too early? Is he seriously asking if we were mating tonight? After 2 days? I knew it would be brought up in a businesslike manner, but I didn't exactly picture it going quite like this. No, not at all. Sarcasm dripped from every word, and I heard him curse under his breath. I meant for the introduction to the pack. I should have been more specific, sorry. There was a slight red to his cheeks, and I wanted to laugh because the big, bad alpha was blushing. I shrugged and stood up from the patio chair. Let me know where to be and when. I'll try not to embarrass you, I said before I turned to walk away. I didn't mean to sound rude, but it was hard. I've honestly talked to 2 people, other than him, and one ended up going on about his private life. Like, what the heck? You couldn't embarrass me, he said quietly, so quietly I wasn't sure he meant to say it. How do you want it done? I could introduce you at a packed dinner, or formally, and have everyone meet in the hall or something. Would it be more comfortable at dinner for you? Times like this, I think he cares. But does he? Or is he acting to get me to mate with him? And how could he care about me after 2 days? A week, maximum, if you count the first meeting as knowing each other. I nodded. Dinner would be good, if that's not too much trouble. Of course not. I wasn't sure if you wanted everyone to know. He paused to think of how to word it. Why we're mating. I can just say that you're from the Blackthorn pack, and that we're going to mate, and leave it at that if you'd like. I would. I turned, but stopped. I know it's not ideal, but I'm trying not to make it worse. Thank you. I turned and left to find my room. I fell asleep asking myself a million questions I couldn't answer before, and still had no better guess as to the real answers. I had slept for about an hour and a half and woke hearing a knock on my door. I was tired and didn't realize it was Caden until I opened the door to see his dark brown eyes looking me over. It wasn't in a creepy way, like Leonard had done. It was almost as if he was making sure it was me and that I was okay. I looked down and tucked my hair behind my ear, wishing it was up before readjusting my clothes and looking up. I didn't realize you were sleeping. I wouldn't have. I shrugged. What do you want? I wanted to know if tonight was too early for the introduction. I shrugged. I told you. I just need a time and a place. It's up to you, Blake. I don't think you've talked to many people. Will this help? Or do you want to know some more first? Whatever you think the pack would want. Would they rather meet me like anyone else the first time, or would they rather get a first impression from an introduction? He had happiness in his eyes when I glanced up and I looked back down. Why was he so happy? Was it because I asked about the pack? I'm going to be Luna. That's kind of expected, even if I don't get a say in anything as my mom has. It came naturally for me since I have alpha blood from my old pack, but not so much for his pack. I would have died for my old pack, I still would, and I know I would die for his pack if I had to, but not nearly as quickly. How about we meet in the middle? You meet the regular dinner goers, and for the rest, you can meet the pack as you see them. Whatever. He seemed like he wanted me to meet the pack. He smiled. The dinner crew is usually Dan, his friends, and other groups. Mostly around our age. I nodded, and he took a step back. Just let me know what you want. I nodded, and he seemed like he wanted to say something, but instead he just smiled and walked off. He was mumbling something, but I couldn't make it out as he walked away. Did I want to meet the pack tonight? Meeting the dinner crew sounded like an okay plan. I mean, eventually I would have to meet the whole pack, but a part at a time would be good, and I know Daniel, so that's a relief. One down, dozens of werewolves to go. I guess 2 if you count Sam, but I'm really hoping she didn't always act like that. Chapter 9. Since I was up and dinner was in an hour or so, I decided I would put my rackets away and grab my bathing suit from his room. Hopefully he was in his office or something. I climbed 2 flights of stairs and was walking to the next flight when a guy came out of his room. He froze and looked at me before winking at me and walking up. Shoot, I hated guys like this. So, what's a beautiful girl like you doing walking these halls alone? I'm actually just leaving. No need to hate, he said as he walked up and put an arm around my shoulders. I think we should get to know each other. I think the most I should know about you is that you don't want to lose your arm, so you're going to move it. Ooh, tough is attractive. I grabbed his wrist and twisted it back before shoving him against the wall, getting a grunt from him. What the heck, I'm just trying to make friends. Really? Friends or something more? Well, if you're offering. Don't finish that sentence if you know what's good for you. I pushed his arm at an awkward angle, and he squirmed, but it only made it worse. Okay. Gosh darn it. I smirked and let his arm fall. Seriously, though. If he catches you making those comments, it won't go over well. Who? Think about it. I left him standing there holding his wrist with a confused expression. I climbed another flight of stairs and realized Caden was in his room. Does he just sit in there all day? I took several deep breaths and walked up to the door before knocking. I hit it 3 times with my knuckles before I heard him moving around and yelled to me, "Come in." I slowly opened the door to find him in just a pair of jeans. I tore my eyes away from the few water drops running down his chest and over his abdomen. His hair was wet and standing up on end all over. My wolf nudged me to go closer, but I stayed where I was. I was holding the tennis rackets and motioned to the closet. Honestly, Blake, make yourself at home. This room is yours. His tone was business again, and I held back my sigh. I shook my head and passed him to get to the closet. I felt him step in my path, and he visibly sniffed me. He tensed up and looked down at me with narrowed eyes. Did you meet someone else? What's that supposed to mean? I snapped and saw him struggling with what to say. Just ask what you really mean. Why do you smell like Jared? He almost seemed outraged, but again, he tried to hide everything with a business tone. Oh, I ran into him in the hall and may have fallen for his attempt at seducing me. Sarcasm dripped from my words. He visually tensed, and I took a couple of steps away. I realized then that he thought I actually did, and that he wasn't even mad at me. He was concerned, worried, jealous, maybe even angry at Jared, but not at me. Sorry, I shouldn't have used sarcasm. He obviously thought I was serious. No, it's my fault. You don't even know me. I can't expect you not to. Don't finish that sentence. It came out like a growl, and his eyes snapped to mine. I was apologizing because I was kidding and assumed you knew. I assumed sarcasm was familiar to you. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. The fact that he thought I would be intimate with some random guy when I was sent here to mate with him upset me. I may not like that we're mating, but I'm not promiscuous. I stomped into the closet and shut the doors, leaning on them before sliding down. I've always been told that tears were a weakness. Actually, that all emotions are a weakness, but I believed that tears were a sign of weakness. So the fact that I actually had a tear run down my cheek as I fought to hold back the rest shocked me. I don't remember the last time I cried, other than the first night I lay in bed here, trying to fall asleep. I wasn't sad that he thought this. I was upset. Please, Blake, open up. I shook my head before I realized he couldn't see me, but didn't respond. Please don't cry. Darn it, out of everyone, I did not want him thinking I was weak and pathetic. Please, open up. It almost sounded compassionate, but he was covering it in his cool tone. The same tone he always uses with me. I slowly sat up, moved to the other wall, and brought my knees to my chest. Please, Blake, open the door. He was asking, but it sounded demanding. I heard him sigh and mumble something, and his face fell as he opened the door when he saw me, and he slowly sat down in front of me. I shouldn't have assumed. I'm terrible with jumping to the worst-case scenario. I felt his eyes on me, but didn't meet his gaze. The more I stared into his eyes, the more I wanted to, so I tried to avoid it. It was quiet, and he opened his mouth several times to speak, but never said anything. Do you think that low of me? I said. Even I flinched at how cold it sounded. There was no emotion, not even a hint at it. What? That low of you? What are you talking about? I was between the second and third set of stairs when this guy walked out and hit on me. He put his arm around my shoulders, and I twisted his wrist, pinning him against the wall. He looked relieved. I didn't even let him get a second comment out before I had him pinned. That's as far as it went. He wanted to talk, but I continued. Do you really think I would be intimate with him? Any of them? God, Blake, I'm such a jerk. I didn't deny it, he was. We were supposed to mate, and he didn't even trust that I wouldn't jump into a guy's bed? If he thought I would, does that mean that he would sleep with someone else? Did he already in the short time I've been here? I backed up further to the wall, pressing my back into it so hard I felt it bruising. I saw him back up a bit, but didn't move. I know you don't know me, but I was hoping you trusted me a little more than that. You actually think I would jump some guy in your pack when I was sent here to be your mate? Blake, I was exhausted from all these emotions. I always was. I didn't want his excuses, so I cut him off. I looked him straight in the eye and tried to keep my tone even, but anger came out too. Don't lie to me. If you thought it, fine, but don't lie to me. Ever. After everything, I definitely would never trust him if he lied to me, especially about something this small. That would mean that he would tell me bigger lies when larger issues arose. I would never lie to you, Blake. He put his finger under my chin and made me look at him. I pushed his hand away and stood up. Don't touch me. And don't control me, I said, looking right at him. The anger in my voice was evident. I grabbed different shorts and a plain white shirt with a green feather on it and left the closet. I don't have to introduce you tonight. I shrugged. Whatever, I'm going to shower. I headed towards the door, but he stopped me again. You can use our shower. Or our tub, if you'd like, whichever you prefer. I had never actually been in a tub, only when I was too young to use a shower on my own. My room has a shower. He tensed at that comment, but I turned to leave anyway. He grabbed my arm gently, but when I stared pointedly at it and pulled back, he let his arm drop and apologized. Sorry. The pain that flashed in his eyes made my wolf whine, but I ignored it. I just hate to see this room not being used. At my confused face, he sighed a little and rubbed the back of his neck. I can't sleep in here when I know you're in a seriously uncomfortable bed downstairs. Really? Is he serious? It just doesn't seem fair. I get you're not ready for that, but it doesn't have to be me here. I have a bed and shower off my office I've been using. The bed downstairs is fine. This is your room, nothing's changed. You use yours and I'll use mine. Simple as that. My voice was cold again as I kept my back to him. I moved, but felt him follow me. I turned around, and he was rubbing his face with his hands. Use this room. He almost demanded it, and I turned around again to face him. Don't tell me what to do. If I have to be somewhere, let me know. But don't ever think I have to listen to you. Blake, I turned around and jogged downstairs. Chapter 10. After I quickly showered, I threw on underclothes, blue jean shorts, which I admit were a bit short, but I was running out of shorts, and a white shirt with a beautifully colored feather outlined with a green glow. The shirt was a bit see-through, so I wore a nude bra. It was too hot for anything else. It was July, and I'm a werewolf. I jogged down the stairs, and my hair was already drying. It fell in beach waves down to the middle of my back, and I wanted to put it up but hated wearing it up wet, so I suffered in silence with it down. I took a deep breath before turning around the corner and trying to sneak into the dining room, but it was eerily quiet, and everyone's eyes flew to me. Caden's eyes roamed over my body, and his turned black. I could barely make out his pupils. His eyes were so dark. I tucked a piece of hair behind my ear and felt my face go a bit red. I thought that by just a group of people, he meant like 15. I was wrong. At least 30 people were sitting at the two long tables, if not more. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to walk up to Caden, but I figured it was better for show, since they didn't know this was arranged, to stand beside him. So I did. When I made it to the front, I think I shocked him when I stood right beside him, slightly in front of him, and he awkwardly put his hand gently on my hip. I could feel that he was affected by my presence. I put my hand on top of his, trying not to flinch and trying to stay calm. I wanted him to keep his hand there, so it didn't look so weird. We had never been this close. Ever. I would ask for your attention, but I'm pretty sure you all gave it to her when she walked in the room. He paused, and some of the guys looked down and away from me as if caught, which I guess they were. His voice shocked me. It was relaxed and calm, more like when he talks to Daniel. I would like to introduce you all to Blake, I said. I saw him look pointedly at Jared, and I saw Jared swallow, which made me smile a little. My beautiful future mate. Jared's eyes widened a bit, and he swallowed again before picking up his fork. The whole room started clapping and cheering. There was a chorus of congratulations, and the applause seemed never-ending. Okay, he said with a smile. We thought we would start small with the introduction, but I want you all to welcome her, like I'm sure you all will. Thank you and enjoy the meal. We both sat down. I hadn't realized there was an empty chair for me just beside him at the end of the table. My wolf was purring in delight ever since he said, "My beautiful mate." I tried to tell her that it was all for show, like me standing close to him, but she sighed and called me a fool before staying quiet. I forced myself not to move my chair as far away from Caden as possible as I took a bite. "Have you been here long?" A dark-haired girl asked me from a few people down on the other side of the table. "No, a few days." "Do you like it here?" I suck at lying and saying no, I wish I could be as far from all of this and him as possible would probably not help, so I gave it my best smile. "Yeah, the woods are gorgeous." I knew my smile wasn't real, but I tried to hold it there. "Woods? Why would you go out there?" "I love the woods, always have." "Oh, what do you do out there?" The man beside her asked, and throughout dinner, I tried to keep up my smile and answer questions as if this pack was heaven. I usually tried to return to the lake, woods, sports, or something I actually liked about this place. That was, until I couldn't. "So how long have you known Caden?" He tensed, and I finished taking the bite I was bringing to my mouth and racked my brain for an answer. "Long enough to be here," I smiled, and the man nodded. Caden relaxed a bit. "Love at first sight?" He raised an eyebrow, and I clenched my jaw before plastering on a fake smile again. "Something like that." He laughed with his buddies before they started whispering about my looks. I really disliked guys like that. Caden glared at them, and they dropped the conversation, instead talking about video games or something. The rest of dinner was uneventful, and I forced myself to stay seated rather than leaping up and running from the table after the first few left. I was asked a few other questions about Caden, thank goodness. I was almost finished eating and was just poking the last noodle on my plate with my fork over and over again. I felt eyes on me and looked over to see Caden look away. But I saw sadness in his eyes before he turned, and a blank face covered it again. What was that about? Why can't he just tell me where he stands? You haven't told him. My wolf defended him. You're supposed to be on my side. Not when you're acting childish. I sighed mentally and took a couple of deep breaths. You know how I feel. Why are you making this so hard on me? Because you refuse to see his side. He doesn't get to choose a mate either. He doesn't get to find the woman of his dreams and fall in love, yet he's not blaming us. He chose when he agreed with my father, I snapped. That shut her up, and she pouted in defeat. It was getting empty, and Daniel came and sat beside me. So I heard you met Jared, he said, and Caden growled. Ooh, touchy subject. I nodded and kept poking the last noodle. I see. Anyway, we're still on for swimming tomorrow? After training. I nodded again and ate the noodles before putting my utensils on my plate and putting my hands on my lap. I had 4 eyes on me and wanted to run away and never stop. He's ours. No, but we are his and not by choice. Again, she stopped, and I noticed they were talking through the pack link again. I sighed and stood up. You all right, Cupcake? Daniel asked, and I shrugged. I turned to leave the room and paused as he spoke. Good night, Blake, Caden said right before Daniel did. Night. It came out with little emotion. I actually hated how cold I could make my voice, but I also hated how I was a prisoner to the man I was supposed to mate with, so I guess it was appropriate. I was lying in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't shut my brain off, and I blamed my wolf. We couldn't agree on Caden. She insisted that he would protect us and wanted us. I kept telling her not to get her hopes up. I heard him coming and curled in a ball. He got up to the door and knocked lightly. I didn't respond, so he slowly opened the door. I saw him come into my line of vision as he came closer. He was completely silent, and the curtains stopped most of the light from coming into the room. I sat up. I was never going to be able to sleep here. I sat up and looked pointedly at him. Sorry, I was trying to be quiet. What are you doing here? Again, my voice was cold. He was standing there awkwardly. Why are you in my room? Because I want you to use our room. We don't have a room. You have a room and I have a room, which you are currently in. I don't use it anyway, just sleep there. I hate arguing, I thought. We were both quiet as he waited for my response. You'll get a better sleep. I doubt it. Everything would smell like him. The problem is, he actually had a great smell. You don't know for sure until you try it. I don't want to know. Now, can you let me sleep? Why won't you call it your room? It came out demanding and almost spooked me. Earlier, he was almost, just about sounded as if he wasn't all business. He actually had a bit of amusement in it. But this question didn't. It was more anger than anything. Because it's not. That's not an answer. I shrugged and stood up. It was my answer. Blake, use our room. Your room. Fine, if that's what it takes. Then use my room. Why can't you use your room? Me being here doesn't change anything. His jaw dropped a bit, and he laughed. I was so shocked that my jaw dropped a little. I had no idea what was so funny. His laugh really was great, though. I almost laughed with him. It was almost too contagious. You being here doesn't change anything? I hope you don't believe that. When I didn't respond, he took several slow steps towards me and looked right at me. You being here changes everything. Like what? Changes the fact that he got another pack member? Or the fact that his pack has a Luna without a say in anything? Or maybe it's the fact that now he has a prisoner running through the woods in the day. It does not. All it changes is that you have one new pack member who just so happens to ally your pack to mine. Your old one. Whatever, you get my point. You're wrong. It changed everything. You change everything. When I didn't say anything, he held up a finger. 1, I can't get you out of my head, although I don't really mind. 2, he held up more fingers as he counted, you're my mate, and my wolf is constantly whining to mark you. 3, I haven't slept since you came here because my wolf is tense knowing you're close, but not close enough. 4, as much as I am tense, I'm relaxed because my wolf is ecstatic to have you as a mate. 5, my emotions are all over the place because I don't know how to act or what to say to you. I've never had to think about how to treat anyone before, yet I have to restrain myself constantly around you. You just being here makes me not want to be in my office, but actually do things. I don't tell people how I feel or what I'm thinking. But ever since you came, he trailed off quietly. Sorry for messing things up for you. I had no intention of ruining your life like mine was, I said sarcastically and rolled over, hoping he would leave. What he said slowly sank in, and my wolf purred in delight. Is he always thinking about me? Can't sleep? He actually wants to mark me? His wolf wants me as his mate? Why? Blake, I didn't say it was a bad thing. I looked up to him, shocked. His voice was quiet and desperate, as if he didn't know how to make me understand. He's never talked to me in any way other than a business tone, so this was new for me. You didn't have to, I said emotionlessly. No, Blake, I didn't. Just leave. I won't apologize because if I had my way, I wouldn't be here. You agreed to the deal. You brought me here. Which makes it your fault things have changed. His eyes flashed in pain and sadness before he looked down. Please, just listen. Just leave, I said quietly. I need to sleep. He stared me down, but I just rolled over and pulled the blankets up. I sat up scared when he suddenly shouted, no. I'm not leaving because you won't listen to a single word I'm trying to say. I sat there frozen, and he rubbed his hands over his face as he calmed down. He looked almost torn between guilt, anger, sadness, and hurt. Blake, you've changed everything, but I don't want it to change back, he said desperately. Was he saying that those things weren't bad? That he actually wanted to be my mate? How can he when he doesn't care about me at all? Is that him telling me he wants me to stay? I had so many thoughts racing in my head, but I denied all of them. This is business for him. Don't pretend otherwise, I told myself. Well, it won't, I said, completely stone cold. I'm stuck here with you. I held back the emotion and kept my face blank. The pain that flashed across his face almost made me cave and regret what I said. But I wouldn't cave, it was the truth. I wouldn't feel bad for him. He treated me as property, and I would treat him as my prison warden. Definitely not the typical mated couple, but then again, we weren't going to be. I wouldn't show him any emotion since he wouldn't either. But he looked so vulnerable, and the word shattered came to mind before he looked down, clenched his jaw and fists before he met my eye once again. He gave a small nod as his face and voice were businesslike again. I guess I can't argue with that. I'll leave you alone now. I heard a bit of sadness and felt so guilty for what I said. He basically just told me he liked having me here, and I rejected him coldly. I lay down in my bed, and a tear ran down my cheek as he opened the door. He paused and turned his head to the side slightly, but then sighed. "Good night, Blake," and he left.
Buckle up, because these first 10 chapters throw you straight into the fire. Imagine a fierce, outdoorsy werewolf girl who secretly dreams of the old fated mate legends, only to have her controlling father trade her away like a chess piece to a mysterious rival Alpha for a pack alliance. The moment Blake discovers the deal, her rage is electric. She literally shifts and runs into the woods. The emotional stakes hit you like a truck. The core theme is fated mate. In a world where true fated bonds have supposedly gone extinct generations ago, what makes this setup brilliantly unique is a double-layered tension. Blake's father treats her like property to secure power, while Caden, the villain, Alpha at first, is secretly disgusted by the arrangement and refuses to force anything. Enemies to lovers with massive pack politics stakes, and you already feel the forbidden spark between them by chapter 10. One lesson you should take home: never let anyone, not even family, write the ending of your story. Blake's starting struggle screams, "Fight like hell for your autonomy," because that fire is exactly what will lead you to the destiny you were always meant for. Remember, never allow anyone, not even family, write the ending of your story. Let's go into chapter 11 and let's see what happens there.
Chapter 11. I woke up and got changed before heading to the kitchen. Nobody was there, so I just poured a coffee and went to the patio. When I first woke up, I felt terrible for Caden. What I said was true, but how I said it was rude. Especially after what he said. He may want me here, but is that only because he's making the best out of the situation? Is he saying that just so we'll mate? I was terrified that he would treat me like my father treats my mom after we mate, though. Grandma took part in the pack. She didn't help train the wolves or set up patrols, but she knew about pack problems, helped when Grandpa didn't know what to do, or when he was stressed, and she even went to most of the meetings. She was a Luna, a true Luna. She deserved her title. Grandpa made sure of that. And not only that, the pack members looked up to her. They would ask for her opinion, and everyone was her friend. I remember once when I asked her what it was like to be Luna. I was not yet 5, and she just smiled proudly and said that she tried to be a mother to everyone. I asked if it was hard to have so many kids, and she just laughed and said, "No, not if you love them. One day, they'll look up to you, and you'll find it's not hard. Do you love your family?" I had nodded, and she smiled. "Well, they're your family, V, remember that." I broke out of my reminiscing when I heard laughing and talking as the pack started heading outside for training. It was only males, and Daniel was laughing with a group of them I've never seen before. Caden walked out shortly after and was already angry. I was hoping that wasn't my fault. Daniel looked over to Caden and jogged up to him. So, Caden replied dryly. Everyone loved her after dinner last night. Although most were shocked, she went to the woods first. Of course they were. I have a pack of wolves that hate being in the woods. Okay, what happened? What? He kept his gaze forward, and I went inside. I could hear them talking as they walked across the backyard. Caden, stop, Daniel said as he grabbed his arm. Caden shook him loose with a growl and kept walking. Hey, Daniel called, and Caden spun on him. The rest of the pack were already in the clearing just inside the woods to the side of the house. What? He snapped. Why are you like this? You introduced her, and she was smiling all of dinner. I heard Caden snort. Even you didn't believe it. Her eyes never shone, not once. Her smile was forced, and she glanced at the door so many times you'd think she thought a bomb was going to go off. So she was nervous, Daniel said. No, we both know she wasn't nervous. She just didn't want to be beside me. Or maybe she didn't want to be in front of 30 people she doesn't know. She's been in front of more. It's not that, Dan. I leaned against the wall and slid down. I couldn't walk away. I knew what was coming. I didn't want to hear it, but my body wouldn't leave. Caden, don't say it. What? That the woman I want to mate, the only one I've ever wanted, only smiles and laughs when I'm not around? Or should I not say that she spends all of her time with my brother, but when we're together, she stays perfectly still and shows not an ounce of emotion? What? No emotion? When? Always. Caden. There was silence, and yet I still couldn't make my body leave. Last night, I asked her to sleep in our bed. Anne. Caden didn't respond to Daniel, and it got quiet. Caden. What happened? Nothing. Did you mean sleep together, like together? God, no. I've slept in my office since she got here. That won't change until she's ready, Dan. You know that. Then what went wrong? Caden snapped. She said her being here doesn't change anything. That I keep using my bed and she'll use hers. Hers, Dan. My own mate won't even stay in our room, even if I'm not there. What does that say about me? Nothing. Really? Because I see. Nothing. It says nothing about you. It says everything about her, Daniel said, completely serious. It says that she wants her space. Can you blame her? I heard Caden go silent before he sighed. No. Damn it. That's not all, though. Daniel said it more like a statement. I told her everything changed. I told her about her always being on my mind, about the restraint I use because my wolf wants to mark her, because I want to. I told her everything she's changed, Dan. He sounded so defeated, and I covered my face with my hands, forcing myself not to go and apologize right now. Anne. And she sarcastically apologized. She apologized for ruining my life like hers was ruined. I am such a jerk, I thought. It got quiet before Caden sighed and kept talking. I yelled at her. You did what? I couldn't take it, Dan. I yelled that she changed everything, but that I wouldn't change it back, even if I could. I told her that I wanted her to stay because I like the change. I don't know how to get her to believe me. And you wake up mad at the world as it wronged you because she coldly replied, as if nothing I said even mattered, as if I didn't just tell her I cared about her. What did she say? Daniel asked quietly, so quietly I had to strain to hear it. I told her I wanted her here, Dan. I wanted her here, not because she was the alliance, but because I like her for who she is. Yeah. And she tells me, completely emotionless, that if she had it her way, she'd be gone. But she can't because she's stuck here. No, Daniel said quietly, and I took several deep breaths. It got quiet for what felt like forever. Why did I do this to him? No, I don't want to be here, but did I have to hurt him? Did I have to tear him apart? Now what does that say about me? I peeked out the window to see Caden march off, and Daniel was standing there, shocked. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. What have I done? Does he really care that much? But then why can't he treat me that way when we're together? Why does he treat me like I'm a business deal? I suddenly got so mad at him. How can he expect me to care when he doesn't even show an ounce of it? How can he expect me to just smile and accept him as if we actually knew each other? So many questions. I heard someone coming and stood up. I took several deep breaths and held back my sigh as Sam walked in. Hey, Blake. What you doing? I shrugged. Just putting my cup back. Want to go shopping? She asked way too excitedly. No, thanks. I'm hanging out with Daniel after training. Daniel? She asked suspiciously. Yeah, figured I'd get to know his brother, I said by way of an excuse. It would look weird for me to spend more time with Daniel than Caden. Oh, I see. That makes sense. She walked further into the kitchen and stood across the counter from me. It was almost like a switch flipped, and her face fell. Sorry about yesterday. Yesterday. You know, what I said about spending time with him. Oh, that's okay. She looked down at her hands. No. I say things I shouldn't when I'm nervous. Everyone thinks I'm just promiscuous, but I'm pretty much always nervous. She looked up. I've never even slept with a guy, and yet when I'm nervous or shy, I act like I've done them all, she sighed. I laughed, and she seemed to relax. Everyone has flaws. So you're not mad? No. Honestly, yesterday I was. But I don't blame you. Wait, why were you nervous? I asked my Luna to go shopping with people I call friends. People you call friends? Nobody likes me except them, but she trailed off with a shrug. So she acts like that all the time because she's nervous, and now she's always seen like that? Do you like swimming? I asked, and she smiled. Yeah, I actually swim a lot. I used to compete, but gave up when I got nervous in the competitions. Her voice was so different from yesterday. It wasn't high-pitched and flirty. It was a bit lower, smoother, and she sounded genuinely happy. Well, you now have one friend, and you're going swimming with them today. No. I don't want to intrude. You won't be. But I've hung out with people I don't like before. It sucks to pretend to be someone you're not. I just hope you aren't nervous around me. I like the real you. Really? She seemed really shocked. Yeah, of course. I'll try not to be nervous then. She smiled, and I knew she wasn't lying. Her eyes lit up, and her whole face changed. It was mainly relief, but also excitement. Then let's go. We can get a head start on the lake. She smiled, and we left the kitchen to change. She kind of got shy when we got to the lake, but I dove in, and she followed me flawlessly. She really was a natural swimmer. Why are you nervous all the time? I asked when we resurfaced. If you don't mind me asking, that is. No, I don't mind. It's nice talking about something other than boys and shopping. She paused. I've always been shy, but I started getting nervous after I got to high school. There were so many more people, and everyone judged you and labeled you. I had an accident in the hallway with this guy, and everyone talked about it. After that, I was nervous around other guys, and eventually, I was just always nervous. How do you calm down? Usually, when I lie down at night, I just think of memories. It's calming. I agree. She looked over at me. What? I agree. It's calming. It helps me sleep at night, too. What are you nervous about? I wish I could tell you, I really do. No. I get it. You're Luna. I nodded. Not yet, but not just that stuff. And it's not mostly nerves. Usually, I just need to relax after the day. Are you stressed? Let's call it confused. She laughed. Sounds like a good word. Her laugh was actually really nice and bubbly, not like yesterday when it was forced. 2 hours later, we were each sitting by a tree across from each other by the lake. Can I ask you something? I asked her. Of course. Is there anyone you're calm around? Are you even calm around the people you call friends? She didn't even hesitate. No, especially around them. You're the first person in a long time that I've talked to without shaking with nerves. Really? Yeah. I thought of moving, but I'm too shy and I'll act like that anyway. Not if you're comfortable around the new pack. I guess that's true. I think you just need to forget about other people, though. Just be you. No, I can't do that. Yes, you can. And you will, because the person you've been for the last 3 hours has made me smile and laugh, and you're only the second person here to do that. She smiled. Okay, I'll try. Okay, and that starts with Daniel. Dan? As an Alpha's brother. Yeah, why not? I don't think I. Yes, you can. Daniel is a great guy. He's smart, happy, and, although I hate to admit it, he's funny. He's gentle but jokes around. He's literally a friend to everyone. I'm sure he's heard what I'm like. But you won't be nervous around him. Yeah, I will. Why? He doesn't judge. He listens, and he's always happy. She smiled and nodded slowly. Okay, good, because he's heading our way. I actually was kind of nervous myself because of how shocked he was this morning when Caden told him what I had done. I wasn't sure if he would hold it against me. The bad part was, I wouldn't blame him. Hey, Cupcake. Hey, Daniel, I hope you don't mind that I brought someone. Oh, no, it's not a problem. Hi, Sam, he said. He actually seemed shy himself as he looked her over. I wanted to say something about this morning or last night, but I just couldn't. So, swimming? I asked, hoping the tension would break. Chapter 12. We had swum for a few hours altogether, and I was relieved that Dan didn't bring up his conversation with Caden. Although Sam had been here the whole time. Sam was nervous at first before she slowly calmed down, and she was laughing, her very real and natural laugh, with Daniel and me. I was happy I could help her, and she was actually a really great person. I think she's the second friend I made here. Daniel and Sam were the best parts of this pack. I think without Daniel, I would never have left my room. And without Sam, I wouldn't have a girl to talk to, which would suck. Smoothie time? Sam asked, and I nodded as we climbed out of the lake and wrapped towels around ourselves. That sounds great, Sam, Daniel said, and I agreed. It did sound great. I watched him as he ran his eyes over her, and I saw a small smile escape before he reluctantly turned away as she threw clothes on. Back at the house, Sam insisted on making the smoothies for all three of us. I tried to help, but she would only let me chop the greens off the strawberries. And Daniel received a slap to the back of his hand as she playfully scolded him for trying to steal blueberries. Oh my gosh, Sam. This is delicious, I said in pleasant surprise as I swallowed the first sip. Yeah, we don't have pomegranate, or it would be better. Better? This is the best smoothie I've ever had in my life. I agree, Sammy. This does taste fantastic. It's amazing, Daniel said as he stared at her. Sammy? She asked, and I laughed. And I'm Cupcake, I don't get it either. Yeah, you're my girls, Sammy and Cupcake. I definitely drew the short straw, I said, and he scowled at me. What's wrong with Cupcake? It's so frilly and... Yuck. You hurt me, Cupcake, he said with a pout, and we all laughed. Okay, but if anyone else calls me Cupcake, you'd better kick the snot out of them. You're my girls, no one else gets these rights. We both laughed, and I noticed that Sam seemed so happy right now that she couldn't stop herself from smiling. That is, until 3 people walked in. Hey Sam, wanna come to the mall with what are you doing with them? I didn't like how she said them, and honestly, I thought Sam would just revert back to her old self, her nervous self. And it was weird that they would even say that, since technically, I'm going to be Luna. She hunched her shoulders before she glanced at me, then Daniel, and back to me. Her back straightened. Meet Daniel and Blake. They're my friends, and I was drinking a smoothie with them. Friends? Really? You've known them how long? I've known you guys for how long, and you aren't my friends, so I don't think time is a valid point. I saw their mouths open slightly before 2 of them put their nose in the air and walked out. Remember that you were nothing before us, and you'll be nothing after. No, I was nothing with you. But now I most definitely am something. And I like it. The blonde stuck her hands on her hips before she got angry and stomped out of the room. You're something, Sam, I said, and I like you too. She smiled. Thanks. Both of you. Anything for my girls, Daniel said. I heard a growl and saw Caden at the door. I rinsed my cup out. I'm going to get changed. I'm still sitting in my wet swimsuit. I noticed Sam was growing tense from being in the same room as the Alpha. Sam, coming. She sighed in relief before nodding. I left before anyone could say anything else. Your girls? Yours, Dan. I heard Caden snap before it went silent, and I assumed they were talking through the link or went outside. Or they were whispering, and we were too far away to hear. Fine by me, I didn't need another guilt trip. I followed her to her room, and she closed the door behind us. You can sit wherever. Make yourself at home. Thanks. I sat on the end of her bed and sighed as I fell backwards, ending up on my back with my eyes closed. I heard her getting changed and stayed where I was. I know you're Luna. Not yet. Okay, I know you're going to be Luna, and I respect your authority, but can I ask you something? Of course. Anything. Well, if it's too personal, just tell me to shut up or whatever. I sat up and looked at her. Just ask Sam. Okay. Why did you leave when your mate came in? We're not mated. Yet? Yet, I agreed. Are you two in a fight? I thought about it for a moment. I guess you could call it that. She looked completely confused. If it's not a fight, what is it? I've only ever seen you together at the introduction at dinner. I slowly nodded before studying her. Could I trust her? Something in me already did. We're not your average couple. Well, you're Alpha, so. No, I mean, I met him. It's arranged. I was forced into this. Her eyes widened as her jaw fell in shock. What? I was the firstborn of my old pack, but my father wanted to ally his pack and Caden's, so we're mating. What the heck? I laughed. That's what I thought. But you should be Alpha of your old pack. How can they do that? Did Alpha agree to this? Caden and my father decided this. So yes, Caden agreed. Wow, I would kill him and my father. I slowly nodded. Well, I want to. Honestly, I avoid him all the time and can't stand being somebody's property. Duh, you have alpha blood in you. I'm surprised you didn't strike when you were given an order. Yeah, well, it was me against 2 other alphas, so. That's true. Do you blame him? I would. Well, it's half his decision, so yeah. Although I can see why he did it, since it was for the pack. He must need to ally, right? I guess that's true. We sat in silence. Did you guys ever know each other before? No. My father said I had to meet someone, so I went to his office. I shook hands with Caden and left. The next day, I found out who he was. All I knew was that he is the alpha of this pack and that I'm now considered his. That's terrible. I nodded. Yeah. Is it that obvious, though? That I avoid him? Yeah, pretty much. I know what it's like to have people look up to you. Being the alpha's daughter. I don't want his pack to know this was arranged. Why not? Because really, what alpha can't find a woman to love him for eternity? That's true. It fell silent, and we went to my room, and I changed before I sat beside her. Advice? Well, I wouldn't leave again next time he comes into the room if anyone else is there. Maybe greet him or smile even, you know. That's true. Does anyone else know? He said only Daniel does, because he's beta. Oh. Okay, I'll try. Suddenly, I panicked. Dear God, they're going to find out. Who wants to force Luna? Nobody will take me seriously. His pack will make him the laughingstock. Calm down, Blake. You just have to act for one night every once in a while. For the rest of my life. Yeah, good luck with that. Practice will make it easier. That's helpful, Sam, I said sarcastically. We both laughed, and after we calmed down, she followed me outside. You don't share a room? If we share a room, we have to share a bed, Sam. No way that's happening. Okay, I'll give you that. Does he sleep in his room? He said he sleeps in the room off his office. Apparently, there's a bed and a shower or something. She nodded thoughtfully. Then why don't you use his room if he isn't? Because it's his. I see. Please don't tell me I'm overreacting. What? No, I can't imagine being in your shoes. I'd freak out. If anything, you're way calmer than I would be. I wouldn't care what his pack thought. They would know that I was forced to be where I was, and they would know that their alpha forced me to do it. Well, I'm trying to be calm. No, you're succeeding. The pack loved you at dinner. Everyone said you made such a cute couple. Well, good news, I'm a good actor. She laughed, and we said our goodbyes and agreed to eat dinner tomorrow together. Chapter 13. I was sitting on the porch eating yogurt when the males slowly started making their way to the clearing in the woods. Training time. I've never liked the idea of war, but it wasn't rare enough that generations don't experience it. They say everyone goes through one, at least once in their werewolf life. I guess it was the wolf in us. She's not a prisoner. I heard Caden growl and could smell that Daniel was with him. Are you telling me she doesn't think so? I know she thinks so, but I'm telling you, Dan, and you'd better listen. She is not a prisoner. She's going to be my Luna. In our pack. He still sounded defeated, and I was hoping they would stop this guilt trip. One was enough. I wasn't saying she wasn't. I'm just saying that. The truth. Caden sounded deflated. I know, you're telling me the truth. She feels like she's trapped. Well, you're admitting you're wrong. Don't push it. Caden, honestly, stop being an alpha around her. She's an alpha too. She was born to be one. You can't control her, nor should you. Stop being an alpha and be a mate. I heard Caden mumble something, but didn't catch it. I'll try, Dan. I can't lose her. I know. Your wolf is as good as mated. Trust me, he doesn't think so. They both chuckled as they walked by, and I noticed Caden snap his attention in my direction. And I looked down as I took another bite. When I looked up, I knew he would be right in front of me, so I kept my head down as I ate. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was eating as you all walked by, I said quietly. So you heard that? Sorry. Look at me. I didn't. Daniel was right. I'm still an alpha. Born to be. Darn it, he said under his breath before I felt him sit on the chair beside me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to tell you what to do. His tone caught me off guard. He wasn't hiding anything, and there was not an ounce of business. It was strictly Caden, not Alpha Caden. I shrugged and lifted my eyes from my bowl, but didn't look at him. Are you busy today? I was going to call home, if that's okay with you, and see if my sister was free. Of course it's okay. You don't have to ask for permission. I nodded once, but really I asked for permission because I thought it would make him upset if I kept up my prisoner thoughts. Stop upsetting him, I mentally scolded myself. Let me know if you're leaving today, he said before quickly changing it into a question, if you don't mind, okay? Whatever. I felt the anger come off him in waves as he stood up, his back to me. I'm sorry, I said quietly. What? He turned back. I apologized. For? You have nothing to apologize for. Yeah, No, you don't have anything to apologize for. I've been cold to you and acted like a jerk. All of it was true except the first part. I've been cold too. I avoid you and snap at you. Well, most people I kidnap do that, so... He trailed off in a joking manner. A small grin escaped and a short laugh. Why couldn't he be like this more? Maybe not all the emotions, but I could definitely get used to him being this calm and not businesslike. So I'm not the only one. To think I was special. You are definitely special. I don't let the other people I've kidnapped roam free. That's true. It would kind of defeat the purpose. I smiled. Just slightly. He chuckled, and then it fell silent, and my smile slowly faded. I felt his eyes on me and tried not to run. His gaze was so intense, I felt like he could see through me. You'd better go train them. Oh yeah. Right, yeah. He didn't make a move to get up for several moments. So I'll see you later? After I call my sister. Sounds great. Great? Not just good but great? Seemed extreme. Okay, talk to you later, Blake. I nodded. Later, Caden. He froze and looked directly into my eyes. That's the first time you called me Caden. That's the first time you've talked to me like I meant something to you, I thought, but kept quiet. Should I call you something else? Definitely not, he said and jogged to the clearing. I don't know how you train in jeans, but he was. Maybe they were training as wolves today. Hey, I called my sister. She's busy today. She has to work. But we were hoping to maybe hang out tomorrow, I said, hating that I sounded nervous around him. It wasn't even nerves, it was just the fact that I didn't want to make him upset. It was instinct to snap and upset him. The fact that I apologized earlier for being cold and distant to him, and he blamed himself made me feel guilty, seriously guilty. I had walked up to his door, and he had opened it and welcomed me in before I even raised my hand to knock. Of course you can. Remember, you're special. You get to roam free. He smiled, and I couldn't help but give a small grin back. This morning and now were the first times he was relaxed and calm with me. Not businesslike, but more like he is with his brother. I mentally thanked Daniel for constantly hounding him to drop the alpha side. Thank God for small privileges, I joked, and he smiled before motioning for me to sit on the couch. I was relieved that he wasn't going to sit behind his desk as if I were just another pack member with a problem. So you're spending tomorrow with your sister. That's good. Yeah, I've already put it off for too long. I just got so caught up in this. I rambled on. It took a lot of energy not to snap at him, mainly because I've only ever been that way to him. Don't feel bad, Blake. Well, we've never gone this long without hanging out, so... You've never been kidnapped before, either. I guess that's true. But I should have made time, especially since I get to have freedom. He smiled and opened his mouth to talk, but didn't make a sound. He looked really nervous, and I felt guilty for that. He probably doesn't even know how to be around me when I'm not being rude to him. Just ask, I said, and he shook his head. Never mind. It's nothing. Technically, it is something, so what were you referring to? He sighed with a small smile. I should know not to argue with you. Well, I apologized earlier for being a jerk to you, and you shouldn't have. He snapped his head to me, and I continued quietly. I've treated you like a prison warden because you brought me here. I blamed you for not letting me get to meet someone and decide to be with them. I blamed you for making me do this because I will never get that dream to come true, but I shouldn't have. I still shouldn't. But it's true. I took that away, and I'm sorry. No. You shouldn't apologize because you don't get it either. You won't get to meet that girl and fall in love and have the rightful Luna by your side. We were both stripped of that privilege, yet you didn't blame me for it. Because it was my decision. I knew that would happen. You didn't have a say. Yes, but you gave that up for your pack. He slowly nodded, but didn't say anything. It was true. He gave up meeting someone and falling in love so that his pack could ally. My father didn't give up anything. I meant nothing to him. No, I made you give that up for a pack you're no longer in. Well, I guess that was true. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, I said, trying to break the tension, but he sighed, and I knew he was going to change the topic. I was just hoping it was something I would talk to him about, so I didn't have to leave. Are you doing anything today then? I should call my mom and maybe speak to Benji. Your brother, right? I nodded. Would you like to use my phone? No, I have one. Mom made me get one about a year ago. I guess that was good on her part. I smiled a bit before tacking on, but thank you. Anything that's mine is yours. Except his room, bed, closet, bathroom, and everything else that was his. Even his phone. Just because I wasn't going to snap at him didn't mean we were a couple or even close. His things were his, and the same went for me. I guess he took my silence as a disagreement because he looked at me pleadingly. Why not? Why not what? Why won't you use my things? Because they're your things, I said, like it was the most obvious thing on the planet. Sorry, why won't you use our things? Because we don't have anything. You do, and I do, that's all. And Alpha and Luna own the room upstairs, making it our room. In a very small, yet firm, voice I said, I'm not Luna. Blake, everyone sees you as Luna. You're already this pack's Luna, just not officially. Which is the part that matters. And since there is no Luna, just the Alpha of your pack owns the room, making it yours. I almost regretted what I said when his eyes filled with pain and hurt. I didn't fully know why though. I don't mean anything to him either. 1, that is not the part that matters. 2, it's our pack, not mine, but ours. We are equals. 3, it is our room. Because the room upstairs is not officially for the leaders, so we don't have to be official for it to be yours. Darn him, I thought. I hate arguing. And to think I was going to be nice to him. 1, I mocked him. Nobody from any other pack will take me seriously as Luna since this was arranged. 2, we both know you will never see me as your equal. And 3, your things are yours. I would hate to change even more for you. I left his office and shifted into my wolf as soon as I got to the woods. I didn't quit running until I was near the lake. I know it was low, but darn him. I had stayed in the woods all day. I swam, jogged, and swam again in a repetitive loop because I had too much anger to lose. I even went to the gym and threw some heated blows to a punching bag. And swam laps afterwards too. Who blew the candle out on my cupcake? I heard Daniel say as I was walking back to the house. I wanted to say his brother, but that probably wouldn't help things. You're hilarious. I felt bad for my tone. This wasn't his fault. Okay, stop walking. I wasn't going to, but he grabbed my arm, spinning me around. What happened? I thought Caden was still moping, but now you're mad, so what happened? Nothing happened. And he's probably not moping. He actually is. He didn't even answer the phone call he was waiting for. He just left. He's probably just angry for losing the argument. But trust me, he has nothing to mope about. You argued, he said as if that was an explanation for him moping. And? He always mopes when you two argue. Blake, it's not because he lost. Everyone who argues with you knows that you're going to get the last word. At least they should. He's moping because he feels guilty. What? For kidnapping me? He could have said no to my Alpha. No, well, yes. But no. That's not confusing. The amount of sarcasm I used left no doubt that even a 2-year-old could pick up on it. Well, he's guilty about that, but that's not because of the argument. Glad you cleared that up, I said sarcastically. Blake, stop walking and listen to me. I spun on him with my arms folded across my chest. I stopped, and I have ears, so until I can turn them off, I'm listening. He shook his head with a small grin before sighing. He's acting depressed because he blames himself for your situation. Well, it was his decision. I don't mean you being here. Right, because he shouldn't feel guilty about that. Blake, just listen. He tried to calm himself, and I closed my mouth after giving a small apology. He hates that he's the reason you don't smile or laugh. He hates that his own mate won't be comfortable around him. He hates that you won't accept this pack because he feels like it's your way of rejecting him, and he can't stand it. I can't stand it either. You're more to this pack than you realize. And he hates that no matter what, you'll always have that hate for him in the back of your mind. Because you'll always be here because you were forced. Which he hates because it was his fault. He was quiet for a moment, and I looked at him, trying to ask if I could talk now. He nodded slowly, and I sighed. I didn't even know what to say. Why can't he just say that? Why does he have to act like he's uptight and control me? Why can't he just talk to me like he does with you? He always acts like I'm a piece of property. I'm a business deal to him. Daniel, nothing more. He acts all business-like around me, no matter what. He can't possibly care and be like that. It's not possible. By the end, I just sounded so frustrated. I tried to calm down. He stood there and took several deep breaths. I turned to walk away when there were footsteps and Caden's voice. I'm not good at expressing how I feel. Anyone will tell you that. You're not just a business deal, you are my mate, and I couldn't imagine having anyone better than you. And I care a lot. I didn't face him, and Daniel slowly turned me around. Cupcake. Caden growled, and Daniel dropped his hand and corrected himself. Blake, Caden acted all businesslike because he figured if you just saw that he was an alpha who was doing this for his pack, you wouldn't hate him. I met Daniel's eye and noticed he wasn't lying. I glanced at Caden to see if he had moved forward and was watching me intently. Blake, I didn't want you to hate me. I even wanted to make sure you were okay with this, but your father, Alpha, said no. I assumed he had his reasons, which I noticed after were skewed. Like seriously warped, I thought before he continued. I didn't want you to hate me, and definitely not reject me. I wouldn't reject you. So you hate me? I hesitated. Did I hate him? I don't hate you. I may hate your actions, but I don't hate you. I would have to know the real him to hate him. Blake, I really want to make this work. Me too. I just don't know if I can. I walked to the house and locked my bedroom door behind me. If he treated me like my father treats Mom, I wouldn't be able to help it. I would hate him. I was born to be an alpha, so standing by would not go over smoothly when war or any other issue came up. I lay down on my bed, and before I knew it, a tear slid down my cheek. I refused to let any others fall before I fell asleep. Chapter 14. I spent all day with Dana at the beach. Jess ended up coming along, and I was happy to see them both. It felt like ages since I had seen them. I called Mom and Benji, too, and we stopped in after the beach so we could catch up a bit. It was hard to leave, but as soon as my father came out, I was gone. Needless to say, my family understood. It was only 9, but it felt like midnight, and I was exhausted. I climbed up the stairs as I yawned so I could grab more clothes. I needed to move boxes to my room. I kept forgetting during the day. When I got to the top, I noticed the door was open, but I knocked anyway. Blake, you don't have to knock. I didn't see where he was and started making my way to the closet when I noticed he was in there. I stopped walking, hoping he was decent. Sorry, I needed more clothes, he said as he came out of the closet. I shook my head. It's your room. I was just grabbing clothes too. He slowly walked out of the closet as he sat on the bed, and I started going through my boxes for different shirts to throw on. I grabbed more pajamas, too, before walking out of the closet. It's our room. Whether either of us uses it or not, it's ours. There was that defeated voice again, although he was trying to hide it. I didn't respond. He sounded exhausted, too, like he was just too tired. He was rubbing the back of his neck as he paced across the room, and I walked around him to get out the door. I was way too tired. I just needed to sleep. I was so close to the door when he put his hands on my waist. I almost turned to smack him, but forced myself not to. I turned around, and he pulled away from me but was still holding my hips. Sleep here. I looked down. I felt cold without his arms around me, and my wolf whined that we weren't marked. We don't even know him. I thought, but she just sighed. You should sleep in your own bed. Blake, I barely sleep anyway. You'll get more sleep here than on that tiny little bed downstairs, he said to me. The bed downstairs is fine. Yes, but not great. Just use this one, please? If you don't like it, you can use the other one again tomorrow night. Please, Blake? Just try it out, that's all I ask. But I was too tired to argue, plus I suck at arguing. Blake, just one night. I will use the one in my office. It's no different. Except it's seriously more comfortable. I yawned again and didn't even notice how close to me he got. Please, Blake. I didn't know if I could sleep here. Everything just smelled so much like him. It was faint. You could tell he hadn't been using this room, but it was still the main scent. I don't want to change anything else for. I've told you once, but since you're stubborn, I will tell you again. I don't want anything you've changed to change back. Why? You can't tell me it's easier with me here. I yawned again, and he chuckled. Maybe I like the challenge, sleepyhead. My eyes were heavy, and I felt his hands on my waist again. I looked down at them, but for some reason, I didn't really want him to take them back. I was too tired to fight. Maybe you don't. Don't doubt me, Blake. There was definitely more behind his words, but I just let it go. So? He asked. So? Just one night. I'll leave. If you like it, you keep using it. That's the part one was afraid of. Liking it. I can't kick you out of your own room. Our room. And you aren't. Although I've heard some mates kick people out, so it's not a stretch. Well, that's usually for a different reason. He gently turned me around, and I heard him inhale before moving us forward. Caden. I heard him mumble something about him loving the sound of that before he spoke up. Blake, one night. He turned me around and sat me on the bed. Please. I was too tired for anything else, so I simply nodded. Thank you, Blake. Maybe just because I was tired, I thought so, but his voice was like deep velvet. He pulled the blankets back. Lay down, sleepyhead. I complied, and he pulled them back up to my shoulders, not covering my face. Thanks, Caden. He smiled, and I thought he would turn away, but he just stood there. I fought with my eyes to keep them open, but eventually they closed, with him still standing there. I took a deep breath, and my wolf settled down with the scent of her mate. Chapter 15. I woke up and stretched. I snuggled into the blankets and took several deep breaths with the alluring smell around me. I slowly opened my eyes before jumping out of bed. Oh no, I actually just slept in his bed, and loved waking up with his smell all around me. That's not good. I quickly showered in the bathroom before changing and jogging down to the kitchen. It was already after 10 in the morning. I never sleep that late. Ever. I poured a coffee and sat outside. I let my hair blow dry as the wind went through it. I closed my eyes as the sun fell on my face. How did I love waking up in his room? Not even just like it, but love it? And he was right, that bed was more comfortable than any other bed I've ever been in. It was like clouds, except even better. I heard someone walk up and realized it was Daniel. Aren't you supposed to be training, Daniel? I asked before opening my eyes. It's just finishing up. Caden ended it early. Why? He shrugged. I don't know, Cupcake. What did you do? What? I didn't do anything. I hadn't even seen him today. You did something. He was laughing and joking around all morning with all kinds of guys. It's been years since that happened. I really don't know what I did. Well, keep doing it. It's nice to have my big bro back. Was it because I slept in his bed? Daniel said he thought it was my way of rejecting him, so maybe. Or was it because I let him hold me last night with his hands on my waist? Maybe it was both. I'm sure it is. It grew quiet, and Caden emerged from the woods as he messed up the hair of some guy about half his size. I held back my smile. He looked so happy and relaxed. I've never seen him this way with anyone but Daniel. Seriously though, what changed? I shrugged. I slept in his bed last night, but I doubt. That's it. Thanks, Cupcake. I missed Caden. Daniel, I'll see you later. Maybe for a bike ride? Sure, I guess. I haven't been on one in a while. Mind if I bring 2 people? Not at all. I should meet people. You've already met them. He jogged off before I could ask. I only knew Sam, Daniel, and Caden. Oh God, was he inviting Caden? Sam, sure, but Caden? That would be awkward. I'm hoping Sam, though. They seem to get along. And I really do enjoy her company. It would be good if she and Daniel got along. For both of them. I stood up to bring my cup inside as Caden stopped beside me. Have a good sleep? He asked nervously. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't want to lie to him, ever, but I knew he would want me to sleep there tonight. Yes, but... Better than the bed downstairs? Yeah, but... So you're going to use it? He seemed so hopeful. I glanced back at the woods where he had been hanging out with the guys. Then I thought of Daniel and knew I couldn't say no. After everything Daniel has done for me, I had to do this for him. Unless you want your room back. Our room. And no, you should use it. But you said you don't sleep good in your office. I wouldn't sleep good alone anywhere. And here comes the awkward silence. Yep, there it is. Mind if I join you for a coffee? He said, glancing down at my cup. I guess not. He really did seem happy and relaxed today, even happier when I said yes. He took the cup from my hand, and I followed him into the house. I can pour coffee. Maybe I want to show off. He joked, and I couldn't hold back my smile. He was so carefree today, I actually like it. A lot more than I should. And although he was already the most attractive guy I have ever seen, his being like this made him even more attractive. If at all possible. Maybe you don't. Don't doubt me, Blake. I laughed a little at the déjà vu, and his eyes lit up. I looked down as he stared at me. Milk? Sugar. Just milk. 1, 2, 5. Just 1. He poured some milk in and handed me a cup. Thanks. No, thank you. I haven't sat down to enjoy a cup of coffee in way too long. Why not? I didn't mean to ask. I'm just too fast to ask what I'm thinking. The same reason I don't do a lot of things I should. He stared at me, and I looked away when I felt like he was going to get serious. I never had good company to do them with. Boy, did I call that. I thought. I walked out to the porch and sat cross-legged in a patio chair. He sat in the one beside mine, and we both sipped our coffees. Do you do this every morning? He asked. Do what? Sit out here. I try to. I always have. He nodded. It's good. I should try it. Thank goodness he didn't mention the company again. Maybe you should. He nodded again and turned towards the woods. Doing anything today? He asked me, and I wasn't sure what to say. Was he coming on the bike ride? Yeah. Daniel asked me to hang out with him. And do what? He said biking. Fun. You? He asked. I sat in silence until I just got too curious. And? I wasn't sure if you would like it if I went. So I didn't respond. It's not up to me. Daniel can invite whoever he wants. We both know that's true. But we also know neither of us wants to be the reason it's awkward. It doesn't have to be awkward. I felt him turn to look at me, and I looked up to the sky as the sun hit my face. My wolf purred as she happily sat in the sun. She's actually the reason I sit out here in the morning. It calms her, helping me calm. But it probably will be. It's not right now. Would you be mad if I came along? No, not mad, Percy. Maybe dreaded a little, but not mad. Honestly, I wouldn't lie to you, Caden. I wasn't implying that you would. At least I didn't mean to. I guess I should have said, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. It was silent for a few minutes before he sighed. I looked over to see him shaking his head with a small smile on his face. I looked at him questioningly, and he seemed to think about what to say before just letting out Daniel. Oh, so you're coming then? Blake, I won't if you don't want me to. I think Daniel would like it if you came. And you. A bike ride couldn't hurt anything. He smiled before we both remained silent as we finished our cups. For hours later, it fell silent after we stopped laughing. It had been quiet, but comfortably quiet, for the last couple of hours as we rode along. There were just times when someone would say something, and the talking would begin until it faded off again. We were kind of in a line, Daniel in the front, then Caden, then Sam, and I was at the back. I was happy Caden kept his distance. I know it sounded dumb, but he was right. It could have been awkward. You were with your sister yesterday, right? Sam asked me. Yeah, I smiled. And my friend tagged along too, which was a surprise. That's cool. What did you do? We went to the beach. Good view. I laughed at the subtle question behind and nodded. Yeah, pretty good. I've seen better, but it wasn't bad. Fridays seem to have the best views. Really? Yep, she said. Daniel looked back at us with a confused face, and we both laughed before he shook his head. Really? He asked. This fine specimen of male is right here, and you're talking about other ones? Sam shrugged. As you said, you're fine, but they're pretty good, maybe even great. I laughed, and he scowled at her. Sammy, I'm all you'll ever need for eye candy. Caden whipped his head around as he looked between all of us before focusing ahead. I guess he didn't know what we meant by view. Actually, yesterday I couldn't stop comparing everyone to him. It actually annoyed me. There were some attractive guys, but Caden's face or body would pop up in my mind, and nobody seemed to even compare. It was frustrating. All because that one day, all he had on was a towel slung around his waist. Low slung, but still hanging on. Blake. Sorry, what? I zoned out. Thinking about the view, Sam joked, and I heard a small growl from Caden. What were you saying? We should go for a swim in the pond, Daniel said. We can drop our bikes off and get changed before swimming. Sure, yeah. Blake. Daniel questioned, concerned. I'm all good, just not focused. I didn't think about it yesterday, but why did he pop up in my head? Not even just once, but every time. Okay, let's head back. I nodded, and we took the right path of the split and headed back to the pack house. It was quiet all the way back, and I noticed Sam raking her eyes over Daniel as we rode along. I smirked. Maybe they were actually really good friends. I noticed, though, that Caden and Daniel were using the pack link. You could tell because they would smile at the same time or both glance back or something. Sometimes Caden would even glare at him, and Daniel would have to hide his laughter. It made me miss my pack so much more. That used to be my sister and me. Now I don't even have a link. Let him mate with us, my wolf said, but I ignored her. I got changed and didn't wait for them before I took off for the woods. I made my way to the pond and dove in as I heard footsteps. I resurfaced to see Caden standing there. His shorts were hanging dangerously low, and there were splashes of water running down his very toned chest and abdomen. Well, don't just stand there, hop in. Daniel said as he walked up and pushed Caden into the water, breaking whatever silent spell we had fallen under. Chapter 16. After a few hours of swimming, the sun was starting to set, and I was extremely hungry. I hadn't eaten breakfast since I got up late and planned on eating lunch. But then with the bike ride and swimming, I didn't. Swimming grew awkward at times because of a comment made or Caden stopping to stare at me. But overall, I guess it wasn't terrible. So, how about I barbecue some dinner? Daniel asked. Sam agreed right away, and they got talking about what to make. I'm glad they had common interests. Caden swam a bit closer. You can go, I don't have to. We've been hanging out all day. And we all have to eat. Blake, I get it. I would hope so. You've had to eat your whole life. I climbed out as he gave a short laugh and a shake of his head. We're in, Daniel, he said as he glanced at me. I gave him a nod, and he seemed to relax a bit before climbing out. Do shish kebabs, corn, and potatoes sound good? He asked, and I nodded. I haven't eaten a real meal in years. Ever since I stopped cooking for Dana and me. Sounds great, Caden said, and I just threw clothes on over top, which were soaked pretty quickly. We made our way back to the back porch as Daniel cooked. These are delicious. I didn't know you could cook so well, Daniel, Caden said after we all took a few bites. That's because you never let me. You just had to take care of me like a good big brother, Daniel said playfully. And you're welcome for feeding you. Daniel snorted before they both just smiled. Sam and I were on one side of the table and Caden and Daniel were on the other. Caden sat diagonally from me, I think to give me space, which I reminded myself to thank him later for, but he kept looking at me out of the corner of his eye. Sometimes it wasn't so subtle. I tried to ignore it, so I just kept my eyes on my plate. Did you stop in at your old pack house to see your family? Daniel asked, and I looked up a bit to look at him. Yeah, I talked to Dana and Jess all day, but she stopped at home so I could see Mom and Benji. Old home. Sounds nice though. Daniel added the correction quickly, and I wanted to roll my eyes but stopped myself in time. It was good to see them. A few other pack members said hello too. I didn't realize how much I just missed them all. I noticed Caden had stopped eating and mentally smacked myself for talking about my old house in the present tense. And I called them my pack members, which technically they weren't anymore. Did you see your dad? No, I left when my father came to talk to me. Oh, bad timing? No, good on my part. Daniel and Sam sat there confused, but I saw the amusement in Caden's eyes, although the hurt was still there. The three of them talked about all kinds of things, and I noticed that Caden opened up to Sam. I think he realized she wasn't the same way around us. Hopefully, she was like this with everyone now. Daniel and Sam seemed like they had been talking a lot, and I was happy for them. Maybe it would lead somewhere. Blake, Sam said about half an hour later. Sorry, what? We were wondering what you were doing tomorrow. Oh, nothing so far. They nodded before the two of them made plans for tomorrow for something. I was zoned out, thinking about everything. Why can't I just accept Caden? Accept this pack? But at the same time, I was asking myself, how can I accept this pack? How could I ever accept Caden? Will he ever really love me? Care about me? I know it's a stretch, but if I end up in Mom's position, my wolf will go rogue. No exaggeration. She was meant to be alpha, and if she has to sit idly by, she will lose her mind. And eventually so will I. I shook my head a little to clear my thoughts and realized Caden was looking over me with concern in his eyes. He looked really worried. I looked back down and noticed I hadn't eaten much. Maybe a few bites before I zoned out. I had only eaten breakfast since I got here, except for pizza that one night. I guess today would just be a little less. I forced myself to eat a little more before I just put my fork and knife across my plate. Sam asked me a question, so I nodded, and she seemed happy with that, so I got up and cleared the table. I know Caden's eyes followed me wherever I went, but I didn't notice he had followed me into the kitchen. I put the 4 plates and utensils down by the sink. I stayed there as he placed 4 glasses down. One is still full. Mine. I hadn't even touched it. Blake, what's wrong? What? Oh, nothing. You barely ate. You didn't say a word and didn't even take a sip from your cup. I shrugged. Just thinking. About your old home? Not really, I don't know. It's not important. I turned to walk away, but he put his hands on my hips, holding me barely a few inches away from him. It is important. You need to eat. Just talk to me. I am. He has no reason to think I would open up to him. And really, we are no more than 2 people in a house, so there's no reason he should expect it either. Talking once does not make us friends or mates. Not in any way. I heard him give a small chuckle. Talk to me about what's going on in that pretty little head of yours that has you off on another planet. Honestly, everything and nothing at the same time. I wish I could help you. Don't. I'm fine. I pulled out of his grasp and sat back down at the table. A few moments later, Caden came out with 4 cups of coffee. Sam, what do you take in your coffee? 1 milk, 2 sugar. He added them and handed them to her. Daniel, 1 milk, 1 sugar. He passed that one to Daniel. He handed me a cup after adding milk. I was shocked he remembered. Thanks. No problem, Blake. He sounded so serious. Too serious. He poured his own, which I noticed he took black, and sat down. It was quiet as we listened to the insects in the forest, and I pulled a knee up and held it against me loosely with an arm while I sipped my coffee. It was a great night to look at the stars, and I couldn't help thinking about my grandpa. We used to lie on the grass and connect the dots to make pictures. I tilted my head and stared at the sky, and couldn't help the very small smile from appearing on my face, knowing that he was looking down on me. I heard some talking from them at the table before some shuffling, and it got quiet again. All you could hear was the wildlife in the woods, and the insects around us. It's a wonderful night. Caden's voice broke me out of my reminiscing. I nodded. I blinked and slowly opened my eyelids. Were you thinking again? More like remembering. He stayed quiet, and I slowly finished off my coffee, realizing it was just the two of us, and he had moved beside me, where Sam was previously sitting. Although it was a point for him since he had moved the chair over a bit, so he wasn't right next to me. I was wondering how long it had been just the two of us, but didn't want him to know just how far away my mind seemed to be for the last hour or so. I yawned and brought my other knee up to my chest, resting my head on my knees. Tired? He asked, and I was hoping he wasn't bringing up sleeping in his bed again. I shrugged as I looked over the woods. You could see fireflies off in the distance, at least with my sight, and they were beautiful. Remarkable, eh? Like tiny little lights. They are, I agreed. I yawned again and slowly stood up. I think I'm going to turn in. I didn't know how I could be so tired. I slept in for a few hours this morning. He chuckled. Sounds like a good idea. He followed me inside and put our cups in the sink. Caden. Yes, Blake. Thank you. It's just a cup, but I guess. No, I mean for today. You didn't crowd me or anything. You gave me space, much needed space, but I didn't say that, so thank you. He seemed like he was battling himself with what to say before he simply said, "You're welcome." I knew as an alpha it must be hard to be close to your mate, without being mated, and not even touching them. I know other people, once they know who their mate is, they never let them go, whether they're holding their waist, hand, or even just standing with them. And an alpha has a bigger urge to mark their mate, so I felt guilty for hurting him. We had made it up the stairs, and I got changed as he held the clothes as he stood by the door. You're sleeping here, right? Do you want to? I asked, hoping he would just lie down and I could go downstairs. I want you to. It didn't really answer my question, but I let it go. You really don't have to do this. You can have your room and I can have mine. Your office must be seriously uncomfortable. Our room. And I'd rather you get some sleep. You're exhausted. So are you. And I got a good sleep last night. You should sleep here tonight. I was too tired to argue about this. I yawned again before blinking slowly. Come on, sleepyhead. You weren't made to argue tired. Lie down. It's your turn. We're not taking turns. Why not? Then you wouldn't have to change so much. I don't think he liked that comment. Blake, I can't sleep here anyway. Just lie down. I looked at him, confused, from across the room where I stood. Why can't you sleep here? He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck with his eyes closed. He opened them before he spoke slowly, I think, trying to watch which word he used, so I wouldn't feel uncomfortable. This room is for a Luna and Alpha to share. I don't think it's right for the Alpha to be here if the Luna isn't. So if the Alpha were to use the room, the Luna should be with him. I know I turned a bit red, but I tried to ignore it. You slept here before I came. Because there was no Luna in the picture, now there is. So, for him to sleep here, I have to be with him? Is that what he's saying? So you won't sleep here without me in your room? He hesitated. Our room. But yes. But it's okay for me to sleep here? Yeah, you're Luna. No, I'm not. So it's okay for the Luna, but not the Alpha. It's not written in stone, it's just how I was raised. Either Mom and Dad slept here, or it was only Mom. That's why Granddad had the room made beside the office. He couldn't sleep here without her? No. He said it killed him. How? She was meant to be in his arms. His lying there alone was a reminder of that. This room went unused after she died. I looked down at the floor before yawning again. I didn't even know what to say to that. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to get so serious. But I was raised this way. Please, just use the bed. I don't think this counts if we aren't mated. Please, Blake, just use our bed. Your bed, I thought, but let it go. If I used it again, I would keep wanting to use it. And that may not end well. I still think it should at least be turns, I said after yawning. Think about that. The only way for me to sleep here is if I'm with you. I don't think you're ready for that. And I won't push you. So I don't think that's a good idea. His belief seems weird. But again, what would I know? My parents haven't slept beside each other in months. And if you counted anything more than talking, it would be years. Not exactly role models. I wonder what my grandpa would say. You really wouldn't sleep here unless I'm in your room? Our room. And yes, I hate how he corrected me constantly. But I can't blame him. Well, I can't blame his wolf. Well, fine then, climb in. I went to the closet and pulled out a sleeping bag. I put it over the couch and crawled in. I heard a big sigh before a shadow covered my face. Okay, I see what you did. You are not sleeping on that couch. Well, it's your turn for the bed, so hey. I felt him pick me up and place me on a cloud, in other words, his bed. If you're adamant that I sleep here, I'll take the couch. You need sleep. You do too. I got sleep, you didn't. But he wouldn't let me climb out. Not enough, you're yawning. You yawn because there is a lack of oxygen to the brain, not because you're tired. Okay, smarty, lie down. Let the oxygen get to your head as you sleep. I sighed, but rolled to my side and watched him lie on the couch. Caden, you don't even fit on the couch. I do. This doesn't even make sense. Blake, just sleep. I climbed out of bed and pulled his arm until he fell off the couch. He stood, and I pushed him towards the bed and lay on the couch. Okay, then you can't move me, because I'm going to sleep. I was lying in the sleeping bag, and he was standing at the end of the bed. Blake, he growled. Caden, I mocked him, keeping my eyes closed. Before I knew it, I was back on his bed, and I cursed being so small that he could lift me without a problem. Caden, you don't fit on your couch. I do. And I got your bed last night. Our couch and our bed, he sighed. Blake, unless we are both in our bed, I'm not getting in. That is not a threat, it's the truth. Now close your eyes. You're exhausted and can barely keep your eyes open. I folded my arms across my chest, but saw he wasn't going to budge as he moved across the room to the couch. Stop. He turned around. Blake, I told. Get in the darn bed. Our bed. Whatever, get in. Blake, don't do this because. Caden, climb into your bed. And if you correct me one more time, I'm going to strangle you in your sleep. He took a step towards the bed, but stopped. Caden, you need sleep too, otherwise Daniel will blame me for you being grumpy again. If this is the only way it's going to happen, then so be it. Get in before I drag you down the stairs behind me. Are you usually violent when you're tired? I actually don't know, and that is seriously not the point. He slowly got in. Do anything to me in my sleep, and there won't be a warning. I will hurt you. He nodded as he hid his amused smile, and I turned on my side away from him. I felt my eyes close as the bed shifted, and I fell asleep. Chapter 17. His scent was even stronger this morning, and as I tried to stretch, I felt something solid beside me. I leaned into it for warmth and felt something on my stomach pulling me flush against it. I slowly opened my eyes and noticed it was an arm around my waist and that Caden was the source of the heat I was just snuggled against. I pushed against him. Thank goodness for my alpha strength, because instead of me going backwards, he did. I heard a thump before a groan and a few curse words. I saw Caden sit up as I did. That is not how I was expecting to wake up next to my mate for the first time. He rubbed his face and groaned again. I told you I would hurt you if you did anything to me. Then I guess that's fair. I was warned. I rolled my eyes and fell back against the bed. I actually really loved having his arms around me. To think I just loved waking up with his scent. It just felt right, more than right. No. I screamed at myself and my wolf growled at me. She had already accepted Caden. She wanted to be marked and mated yesterday. Actually, the first day we were here. He sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't mean to do that. I was completely asleep. It was accidental. I guess I make bad decisions when I'm tired, because I guess I knew that could happen. Or maybe it was a good decision. He smirked, and I punched his arm before curling back up in bed. Still tired? He asked, and I shrugged. Sort of. But I don't know why. I slept in yesterday. Yeah, but we didn't get to bed until after 3 this morning. 3? Yeah. We started eating at 11. No wonder I was so tired, even though I slept in. I didn't know it was that late. He lay down on the side of the bed. Yeah. I yawned. That meant I didn't even get 4 hours of sleep. Lay back down, go back to sleep. You're still tired. I noticed he had bags under his eyes, and he was blinking slowly. So are you. You're barely keeping your eyes open. Why he always spoke to me with demands rather than comments or suggestions was annoying. I'm fine. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you in a few hours if you'd like. Caden, you need more sleep than I do. I hate that he kept pushing me to rest when he needed it. I didn't want him to be all businesslike, but he kept treating me like he had to protect me or care for me. Which he didn't. Blake. I'm fine. It's nice to know you care, though. He smirked, and I jabbed his arm again. I barely even touched it, though. I was too tired. He grabbed it and pinned it beside my head as he hovered above me. He looked over every inch of my face before whispering, "How about we both sleep for a few more hours?" I thought about how much I liked being in his arms and knew it wasn't a good idea, but the way he was looking down at me, I knew he wouldn't let me go. I nodded. Fine. I can't promise I won't hold you, but I can promise it won't go any further, he said, forcing his eyes away from my lips. I nodded. Would it be too much if I just started out holding you? Or do I have to wait until you're asleep? He asked quietly with almost a nervous edge. Might as well start now. I knew he was shocked, and he pulled away. Caden, that meant yes. Yeah, but... I moved closer to him with my back against his chest and put his arm over my stomach. It hurt his wolf for me to constantly reject little things, and although I didn't know the guy, I didn't want to hurt him. Blake, are you sure? I nodded, my eyes already closed again, and I felt him relax, holding me closer to him. I sighed, realizing how comfortable this was, and felt him snuggle his face in my hair before resting it in the crook of my neck. You really do amaze me sometimes, I heard him whisper in my ear before I fell back to sleep. Chapter 18. His smell was even stronger this morning, and as I tried to stretch, I felt something hard beside me. I leaned into it for warmth and felt something on my stomach pulling me flush against it. I slowly opened my eyes and noticed it was an arm around my stomach and that Caden was the source of the heat I was just snuggled against. I pushed against him, and thank goodness for my alpha strength, because instead of me going backwards, he did. I heard a thump before a groan and a few curse words. I saw Caden sit up as I did. That is not how I was expecting to wake up the first time with my mate. He rubbed his face and groaned again. I told you I would hurt you if you did anything to me. Then I guess that's fair. I was warned. I rolled my eyes and fell back against the bed. I actually really loved having his arms around me. To think I just loved waking up with his smell. It just felt right, more than right. No. I screamed at myself and my wolf growled at me. She's already accepted Caden. She wants to be marked and mated yesterday. Actually, the first day we were here. He sat on the edge of the bed. I didn't mean to do that. I was completely asleep. It was accidental. I guess I make bad decisions when I'm tired because I knew that could happen. Or maybe it was a good decision. He smirked, and I punched his arm before curling back up in bed. Still tired? He asked, and I shrugged. Sort of. But I don't know why. I slept in yesterday. Yeah, but we didn't get to bed until after 3 this morning. 3? Yeah. We started eating at 11. No wonder I was so tired, even though I slept in. I didn't know it was that late. He lay down on the side of the bed. Yeah. I yawned. That meant I didn't even get 4 hours of sleep. Lay back down, go back to sleep. You're still tired. I noticed he had bags under his eyes, and he was blinking slowly. So are you. You're barely keeping your eyes open. Why he always spoke to me with demands rather than comments or suggestions was annoying. I'm fine. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you in a few hours if you'd like. Caden, you need more sleep than I do. I hate that he kept pushing me when he needed it. I didn't want him to be all businesslike, but he kept treating me like he had to protect me or care for me. Which he didn't. Blake. I'm fine. It's nice to know you care, though. He smirked, and I jabbed his arm again. I barely even touched it, though. I was too tired. He grabbed it and pinned it beside my head as he hovered above me. He looked over every inch of my face before whispering, "How about we both sleep for a few more hours?" I thought about how much I liked being in his arms and knew it wasn't a good idea, but the way he was looking down at me, I knew he wouldn't let me go. I nodded. Fine. I can't promise I won't hold you, but I can promise it won't go any further, he said, forcing his eyes away from my lips. I nodded. Would it be too much if I just started out holding you? Or do I have to wait until you're asleep? He asked quietly with almost a nervous edge. Might as well start now. I knew he was shocked, and he pulled away. Caden, that meant yes. Yeah, but I moved closer to him with my back against his chest and put his arm over my stomach. It hurt his wolf for me to constantly reject little things, and although I didn't know the guy, I didn't want to hurt him. Blake, are you sure? I nodded, my eyes already closed again, and I felt him relax, holding me closer to him. I sighed, realizing how comfy this was, and felt him snuggle his face in my hair before resting it in the crook of my neck. You really do amaze me sometimes, I heard him whisper in my ear before I fell back to sleep. It had been a week of meeting new people that Daniel hung around with. And I met some of Sam's friends who were getting used to the idea of the new her. They realized some of her nervous habits and quit teasing her, finally, about it. We actually hung out a lot in the last week. Caden and I had been sharing his bed too, and he seemed to get more relaxed every day. Daniel makes romance jokes about this being the softer side of him, and that now he's whole, but Caden shuts him up, and Sam and I just laugh. I think it bothers Caden more than Daniel thinks because I think Caden sees it as if he could be whole if his mate would accept him. Daniel and I were supposed to go swimming today, but he ended up with some last-minute work, and for some reason, Caden happened to be going by at the time I headed out to the pond, in his swimming trunks, I might add. I don't think it was a coincidence. The only time I've seen Caden is when we are sleeping, and I know it kills him to be away from me. Although he's relaxed, there is pain. My wolf was getting agitated too, and the fact that Caden holds me every night isn't helping since I don't even see him in a day. My wolf thinks I'm teasing her. You are, she said stubbornly. I am not. I could just not sleep beside him, and we could never see him, I threatened. She would have argued except she knew I would do it. We swam for a few hours, but he left right after we got out. I think his wolf is pressuring him to mark me, maybe even mate with me, and it's hard for him not to. And when we're together, he's always trying to touch me, in one way or another. Whether it's holding me, brushing against me, anything. Like how earlier today we were walking to the pond, and he walked close enough that our hands brushed, but he didn't just hold it. Or yesterday, when he stood directly behind me, my back to his chest. He just stood there as I talked with Sam and a few of her friends, and then he left again. I have to say, though, it did calm my wolf, so maybe that's why he's doing it, to calm his own. It's like he has this need to be with me. Yet at the same time, he's keeping his distance. I decided after he left me by the pond that I was going to let him mark me. My wolf is an alpha too, although it has its pros, it has cons. And one of them is her wanting her mate. I've run many times this past week, but it doesn't calm her. She's just fidgety and bothersome. I've never had a problem with her before. I climbed up the stairs and got in the shower. After I showered, I went down to the kitchen to grab some food. I was just grabbing a plate when a guy walked in and whistled. I ignored him, putting my plate down on the counter before grabbing some cake I found in the fridge and ice cream from the freezer. I felt his eyes on me and wanted longer shorts, or pants, or maybe overalls. I was about to leave as I held my plate and the guy stepped in my way. Excuse me, I said politely. Mind if I join you? Yes. Yes, I can join you. Yes, I mind. I really don't want your company. He smiled and nodded. Okay, I shouldn't have whistled. I actually wouldn't do anything. I know you're Luna, and I'm actually Dan's friend. I saw nothing but truth, so I turned back towards the kitchen. If you're having food, I would prefer you hurry. My ice cream is melting. Yes, ma'am. He saluted, and I smiled as he got to work, grabbing food. I wish the guys would stop hitting on me and instead just treat me normally, like Daniel does. I wanted to get to know the pack, or most of it, but I hated being hit on by creeps. I'm hoping this doesn't turn out to be a mistake. Something told me he wasn't really creepy, though. So, Blake, right? The guy asked me. Yeah. Your name? Adam. Well, Adam, how long have you hung around with Daniel? For years. We hang out quite often. He's a good guy. He is. So, are you one of his gamer friends? Yeah. I'm not really into the woods thing. You can bike, hike, or swim anywhere. I guess. Maybe I'll go one of these times. Yeah, swimming would be fun with more people. You should use the pool. Lots of people swim there. No way. The pond is magnificent. It's so clear. Maybe I'll head out there. You should. He put the ice cream back and grabbed his plate. So where were you eating? Patio. He looked over at me and smiled. What? You seem laid back and relaxed. Why wouldn't I be? You're going to be Luna. I rolled my eyes. And? Well, if I were going to be Alpha, I would go insane. Only because you didn't grow up knowing that. It would be a shock for you. And you. I shrugged. Nothing to get worked up about. You'll make a great Luna. Calm and relaxed. Easygoing and down to earth. Dan was right, you're a natural. But aren't you worried about the rogues? All the males knew about the war that was coming up. Even most of the females knew. But I don't think many pups did. Parents didn't want the added stress with all their fear when they didn't know when it would be. Here's a secret. Let the alpha worry. He laughed. Yeah, well, I'm worrying too. I know I can fight, but rogues are evil. To think I won't come back and see everyone. That's scary as heck, Luna. Blake. He nodded. Are you mated? I knew he was close the moment he smiled in that loving way. Not yet. Yet? That's another thing. What if I don't come back and we've mated? She'll be crushed. Her wolf will go insane. I'll be the reason she ends up crazy and alone. What's she like? Oh, she's a little firecracker. She's full of life and absolutely amazing in every way. Just looking at him, I was jealous. I wanted to be thought of that way, not to mention talked about like that. What's her name? Carly. He even said her name that way. I tried to hide my jealousy. Why don't you wait until after to mate? She wants to mate now. She wants everyone to know she's mine. God, that sounds great. But I don't want to hurt her by leaving. Tell her. She knows the risk. Trust me, if she loves you half as much as you love her, she doesn't care about the pain. She just wants to know what it's like before it could be taken away. I guess that's true. Just make sure she knows what could happen. He nodded, and I pointed my finger at him. But don't die. She'll bring you back and kill you herself, and then I will too, for hurting her. We both laughed, and he saluted me again. Yes, ma'am, I will do my best. And that starts with training. Yeah, Dan and I fight sometimes, just to stay in it, but we both know it's not do or die, so. Yeah, that changes things. He nodded. Just slightly. I smiled. Don't worry. Just remember why you're fighting. If there's a will, there's a fight in you. And I think you have the will. I definitely do. Then you'll be back in her arms after it's over. He stared at me, and I ate my ice cream. Thanks, Luna. Blake. Nah, that was some crazy Luna wisdom. I laughed. I'm not Luna. But you're still fulfilling the role. I shrugged. You know, aren't you worried about the attack? My mate is supposed to make it back unless you're all dead, so if you don't mind, don't die. The Alpha was their main priority. They fought to protect him, then fought to protect the Luna, then the pack. That's the wolf in us. I would die for the Alpha or Luna, we all would. Then no, I'm not worried. I'm counting on you. I won't let you down. Good. We finished our ice cream in silence. I put our bowls on the table and lay back, resting my head on the chair. So do you like Blue Lake? I smiled. This was the first time I wouldn't be faking it. Yeah, I do. Where did you come from? The Blackthorn Pack. Wait, and your name is Blake? I nodded, and he gasped. Alpha's daughter? So you gave up Alpha to be Luna? Would you give up Alpha for Carly? Oh yeah. Then why wouldn't I? Even though it wasn't even close to the same thing. I guess it's the same. I nodded. I hated that I made him believe that I did it for Caden because I loved him, but at the same time, I didn't want people to see their Alpha mated due to an agreement. As if he couldn't find one on his own. So, Caden, what about him? I heard and smelled Caden coming and wanted to leave, but didn't want to be rude. I also didn't want to say anything to Adam that Caden might take seriously. Especially when I was twisting my words so he would believe one thing when it wasn't all true. You moved to this pack for him? Yep. More like because of him, but that's a slight flaw. And he hasn't marked you yet? That's got to hurt. He's an Alpha. I shook my head. Not marked. Why not? I shrugged. I've been adjusting slowly. Makes sense, I guess. I nodded. So are you two mating before the attack? We have to, I thought, but didn't say anything. Yeah. I stood up. Remember, I'm counting on you to bring him back. That actually means that we have to mate within 2 weeks. Ugh, I mentally groaned. No pressure, he said as he stood up and threw an arm around my shoulder. I can see why Dan likes you. And why is that? I don't know if you noticed, but you're cool. He said as if it were the most obvious thing ever. I laughed. Why, thank you. He laughed and squeezed my shoulder as we turned the corner and ran into Caden. Darn it. I forgot about him. I heard the growl in his chest, not to mention saw the death glare he gave Adam, and Adam dropped his arm to his side. Okay, bye, Blake. Catch you later. Alpha, he said quickly before he nodded in respect. Bye, Adam, I said as casually as possible. He did nothing wrong. Caden rubbed his face, and I walked past him up the stairs. His eyes had been so black, like he was angry I had been with Adam. Or that he thought we did something inappropriate, like I would cheat on him or something. What a jerk. I jogged up the stairs to the closet in his room. Blake, I'm sorry. I turned on the lights in our room. For what? I shouldn't freak out like that. Adam is crazy about Carly. I know he wouldn't do anything and you wouldn't let him. It's hard not to. Not to what? Go insane because his arm is around my shoulders, or get mad because I'm talking with another guy. My voice was calm but had a big edge of cold in it. Blake, you don't understand. See it from my side. Please, just try. It already hurts not marking you, and my wolf whines so loud my head throbs when you're laughing with someone else. Especially a guy. I get your side. But seeing you mad at me every time is annoying too. I'm not mad at you. Them, yes. Me, yes, but never you. Why them? Yourself? They should know to respect you, you're Luna. Not yet. Not the point. And I'm mad at me for letting it happen and yes, getting jealous. You don't have to be jealous, I wouldn't do anything. I know, my wolf just doesn't trust them around you. I walked up to him. But it trusts me, right? Yes, of course. Then forget the guys. If I have to, I can mention your name, and they'll back off. His eyes were now black for a different reason. Or you could forgo the name. Really? Yep. There's another way they'll keep off you. Is he bipolar? Death glares too sultry in minutes. And what's that? His eyes darkened, and I knew he was fighting hard to keep his wolf under control. He grazed his lips over my neck where the mark would go. I could make you mine, he growled out, and I shuddered. He sucked on it, and I gasped and moaned a bit. He picked me up, and he wrapped my legs around his waist as he leaned me up against a wall. God, Blake, you're going to kill me if you keep teasing me. I'm not teasing. Really? I almost shuddered at the way his voice gave me goosebumps when it was so lustful. Really? I want you so bad. Prove it, I said as confidently as possible. He placed his lips on mine and tried to part my lips, but I held him back, just messing with him, until he slowly ran his hand up my back and to the base of my scalp. He loosely held my hair and tilted my head back as he moved his hand way up my thigh. I gasped, and he kept moving his fingers on my inner thigh, driving me wild. His tongue found every part of my mouth, and he nibbled on my lower lip. I ran my hands up his chest, and he shuddered as I gently pulled his hair. His fingers were still moving on my thigh, and I pulled back to get air. He never let his lips leave my skin as he kissed down my neck, and I took his lips with mine hungrily. He moaned, and I smiled against his lips. Blake, we have to stop before I can't. God, Caden, you sound so hot. His voice itself turns me on like his fingers were just seconds ago. Look who's talking, he smirked, and I put my forehead to his chest. He ran his hand through my hair, and I smiled. What were you saying about foregoing the name? He looked confused before he smirked. Well, you don't have to say my name if you have my mark. Do I really want to do this? That might be easier. It wasn't about the want. We have to mate anyway, so we might as well complete the marking half. Just easier? Well, you know. Was I really getting him to mark me? I would love to make it easier for you. Would you? You have no idea. His eyes were black with lust, and my legs were still wrapped around him, meaning I knew exactly how much he wanted to. He wasn't hiding it. I think I do. He smirked and moved me slightly, so I was pressing against it. He got serious. Are you sure, though, Blake? We can wait. His breaths were labored, and he was fighting so hard not to let his wolf take over. His teeth were already longer as his wolf took over, and I felt them graze my skin as he talked. Not forever. He looked down. But you don't have to now, I was just kidding. I wasn't. You've said it yourself, now everyone will know. And people will stop questioning why we haven't mated yet. Said what? He smirked, and I knew he wanted me to say it. I knew he wanted me to say I was his, and actually, I liked the sound of that. A lot. It got quiet, and I leaned close to him, my lips just a breath away. My wolf was almost purring, but frustrated because it was taking so long. He kissed me and kept his lips so close to the spot he would mark that I shivered as his breath blew across it. You're mine. I shivered involuntarily from the pleasure I got just from hearing him say that. I didn't know how much he affected me already. Prove it. He flicked his tongue over it, and my head went back on its own against the wall. He growled and pressed more into me. You're mine, Blake. I was about to respond when I gasped at the pain as his teeth broke through the skin. Caden, I moaned as pleasure shot through me. He sucked on it, sending waves of pleasure through me, before licking it sealed. Wow, that was the best sound ever. I'm going to make you say that again. Say what? I said. It took a lot of effort because I was out of breath. My name, proving that I'm the only one who can give you that much pleasure. I smirked. Well, I guess we'll see if you can. Are you doubting me? Never, I said sarcastically, and he kissed the spot he bit. I was about to say something when he sucked on it, and I melted a bit, instead just moaning, Caden. I was so tired, too, as my wolf finally became marked. He put his forehead to mine. I'm never going to get used to hearing that. I'm sure, I said before putting my legs down, and he put a hand on each side of my head. I ran my hands down his chest to his waistband and lightly trailed my finger back and forth from hip to hip. The sparks that shot through me astounded me, and it truly clicked that now we would never be able to leave each other. Now I truly was stuck. I just hoped it wasn't too quick. Not that I had a choice. Blake, he half moaned, half growled as he grabbed my hand, stopping it from teasing him further. And I will never tire of hearing that. I ran both my hands up his chest and pecked his nose. You've got to stop teasing me. You'll kill me one of these times. I laughed and yawned. Okay, Sleeping Beauty, get some rest. I moved towards the bed, but he stayed where he was. Were you going to leave? I didn't want to, he said hesitantly. Good. I yawned. My wolf, since I got marked, would crave Caden until we made it. The biggest flaw in marketing. Well, unless you actually knew your mate. Unlike me. We crawled in, and I kept my distance like normal, but he moved me flat against him before kissing his mark one more time. So many tingles exploded through me that I couldn't help but sigh. Blake. I fought with my eyelids to keep them open. He turned so that he was leaning over me, and not even half his weight was pressing down on me. I couldn't have asked for a better Luna. You're amazing. I'm not Luna, I almost said. That's the mate thing talking, I said before drifting off. I saw him shake his head once and saw his lips move, but I passed out. I felt feather-light kisses trail up my neck as sparks shot through me. My wolf purred as our mate kissed us tenderly. Right before he marked me was the first time we kissed, and now he's kissing me all over. What the heck? Good morning, mate, I heard him say as I opened my eyes. I felt his hand brush the hair off my neck before I shifted away slightly. The pain in his eyes was evident, and he blinked to cover it up. Don't do that. Please. He slowly nodded. Sorry. My wolf can't get enough of you. And I'm having an even harder time now. That's when I realized we were talking about two different things. No, Caden. I meant how you hide your emotions. You cover them all. It's like being back to the first day. I'm sorry. I've told you, I don't do the emotion thing. I understand that it's easier as Alpha. I do it myself. But please, don't do it with me. He nodded. I'll try. Thank you. He nodded. Why were you hurt? You moved away. I thought you were leaving. Do you regret it? Maybe it was the mate pull talking, but I really didn't. I get that I'm his now, but it would have happened eventually. I'm sorry. I realized he took my silence the wrong way, and I put my lips on his to silence him. He was frozen at first before he kissed me back. I pulled away, realizing that kiss was going to lead to places I didn't want to be right now. No, I don't regret it. Thank God. I don't know what I would have done if you had. He tucked a piece of hair behind my ear as he looked over my whole face, staring at my lips again. What I said earlier, he trailed off. What did you say? When I said you were amazing. I meant it. I thought so before I marked you. You amaze me, Blake. You're the first lady to ever do that. And now you'll be the only one to. I didn't even know what to say. He could have had anyone he wanted. He got stuck with me because of my father, and he actually likes that it was me? His expectations must be way lower than I thought. What are you thinking? He said as he ran his thumb over my forehead to ease out the wrinkles that were forming as I pulled my eyebrows together. Why? Why what? Why me? You could have had anyone. I mean, there's nothing special about me. He put his finger over my lips, silencing me, and I frowned at him. You know what I concluded the other day? I shook my head since his finger was still over my lips. That even though we don't have fated mates, that fate is still working to bring mates together. Why would you say that? You got stuck with. Don't finish that unless you're going to say that I got stuck with someone I never could have won over on my own. This conversation was getting way too serious. But he was hovering over me, and I was trapped for the time being. I'm sure you could have had anyone. Not you. You walked into your father's office looking more beautiful than anyone in a simple dress. You literally took my breath away. I thought back to how he froze before holding out his hand. You didn't even glance at me. The first time you looked at me was when you were being sassy to your father. I'm sure you didn't even think about me after you left the office. I would never have ended up being your mate, and now I get to. Have to. After all that, you're telling me I think I'm stuck with you? You are. It's not stuck if you want to be there. I looked away from him. What do you even say to that? How long have you thought this? Since the day I met you. Although it didn't really click until I saw you laughing with Daniel. Why did you act so cold to me? He paused. I thought if it was business that you would just see it as such and agree to it. Then I could win your heart over afterwards. You were wrong. I would have hated you if you had mated with me strictly because of a business deal. I would have thought of you as my father. Because that's how cold he is to my mom, and I hate him for it. The day I realized you were comparing me to your father was the day I told myself I had to open up to you. Thank you for that. No, thank you. I didn't just open up to you but to everyone. I haven't laughed this much in years. That's what Daniel said. Seriously, Blake, you're amazing. And I'm going to keep telling you that until you believe it. Just like how this is our room. I'm pretty sure telling him it was still his room wouldn't go over smoothly right now, so I just kept quiet. Blake, I'm glad you opened up. Me too. He looked over my whole face again. Can I ask you something? You just did. Can I ask you something else? Again, you did. He sighed with a smile. You're a smart aleck. No, I'm your smart aleck. He took my mouth, surprising me, and put his tongue in roughly as he kissed me. I wanted him so badly. He broke away and rested his forehead against mine. Darn right. I couldn't help the smile that came across my face. I really liked the sound of being his though. I put my hand up to my mark. He never did ask me that question, but that's okay. I probably don't want to answer it. Not now. Do you want to see it, my amazing little mate? He asked. I'm not little. Smaller than me. I rolled my eyes and gasped as he stood up from the bed, taking me with him. He carried me into the bathroom and pinned me against the sink with his body. He moved my hair away from my neck and ran his fingers over the mark. I traced it with my finger before he grabbed my hand and kissed the mark. You're mine. He growled out as he whispered in my ear, got that? He tilted my head so I was eye to eye with him in the mirror. You're mine, Blake. I nodded. And you're mine. He smiled. Forever. I smiled and he kissed my neck. I couldn't help it. My eyes closed of their own accord, and I closed my mouth but still moaned. You don't know what that sound does to me, Blake. I shifted my hips and felt his length against my back. I actually think I do. He chuckled. I guess you do. After the silence became awkward, I pulled out of his arms and went into the bedroom. I didn't even hear him come up behind me before he tossed me on the bed and lay beside me. I hope you weren't planning on leaving. I'm hungry, I said, sitting up. I thought you would be. I had Daniel bring up some yogurt and fruit. I looked over at him. We can't stay here all day. Why not? I shrugged. I actually wouldn't complain if we did, because I was still exhausted. I was about to say that I shouldn't spend all day in someone else's room, but I think he would have flipped. I should shower and move around. But you should sleep. You look tired. I am tired. Well, I'll leave you to nap then. Do you really want me to sleep? Yeah, you're tired. You should sleep. Are you sure you want me to sleep? I nodded, confused, until he held me against him in his bed. Then you have to sleep. That's not fair. He and his stupid rule. Come on, sleepyhead, you're exhausted. Just lie with me for a few more hours. I doubt my wolf would let me leave anyway, so I nodded. But maybe next time I'll make you sleep in your office. Don't be mean, B. I turned around and stared at him. What? Don't be mean, I didn't mean. What did you call me? He hesitated before getting worried. B. I think it suits you. Do you not like it? Where did you get that from? I don't know. It just felt right. Does it bother you? What? No, my grandpa used to call me that. Sometimes Dana, Benji, Mom, or just Will, but lately no one does. Do you mind if I call you it? Any other options? I asked jokingly, and he smirked. Maybe. I was kidding. Wait, do you actually have other nicknames for me? No, just names. I decided Cupcake doesn't suit you, but if Dan called you beautiful, I'd hit him. Even though it's true. Why beautiful? Well, that's what I was going to go with, but I didn't think it would go over smoothly. You're probably right. So, B is okay? I hesitated before I nodded, and he seemed to relax. Speaking of names, just ask. We both know what will happen if you ask if you can ask. He smiled. Why don't you want people to call you Luna? Because I'm not Luna. Yet? Yet, I agreed. Blake, that's not all, is it? I don't feel like Luna. Why not? The concern in his voice made me regret saying anything. He shouldn't care this much. I shrugged. Let's just sleep, you're tired. Blake, don't shut me out. Talk to me, please. I sighed. I just have a certain role for Lunas. Kind of like your theory about who can sleep in your bed. Our bed. What's your Luna theory? It doesn't matter. Just go to sleep. No. Why won't you tell me? Do you think I'll disagree? I shrugged. I don't know. I don't know you. What if I tell you what I'm looking for in a Luna and you can tell me what you think differently? This seemed like the best option I was going to get, so I nodded. He started, and his words shocked me. Chapter 19. I sat there, shocked. He expects just as much of his Luna as my grandpa did. He actually wants a Luna to help him run the pack like it's meant to be. I had a feeling that he would say that his Luna was there to raise pups and help people with their problems. Or be like a counselor with a very minor role who thinks she's helping. I stared at him, and he suddenly looked really nervous. Blake, if you don't want to, I understand. It's a lot to take on, and you didn't exactly have a choice. I really would love for us to run our pack together. Like my parents did. But I get that this situation isn't exactly ideal for you. He cut himself off from continuing his rant. I sat there silent because I was trying to determine if this would be his attitude up until we mated, or if he would flip like my father. I had a feeling he wouldn't. Blake, please say something. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. Or if you have other ideas, anything. Please, say something. Something. He sighed and pushed a piece of hair behind my ear. What are you thinking? Why are you scared? Scared? Okay, maybe I was panicking a little. It wasn't the responsibility. It was just that I didn't want him to take it all back after we made it. I don't know if my wolf could remain sane as we sat idly by. He interrupted my thoughts as he gently tilted my head up so I would meet his eye. He looked so worried and... I don't even know. Panicked? There were so many emotions. We sat there until he sighed quietly. How about we just sleep on it? Have you always thought this way? What? He seemed shocked by my sudden question. Yeah. I used to question Dad about what Mom did. I guess I just thought that's what they did. Dad always told me they were equals. I guess I took it to heart. Will you always think this way? Blake, if you don't have the same opinion, we'll compromise. It's not a problem. Caden, the problem is that I agree with you. Lunas should do things to run the pack. How is that a problem? He asked, confused. Because if I end up sitting idly by, my wolf is going to go rogue. She won't be able to take it. And nor will I. I've always thought the same way, so if I end up just watching, it won't end well. I just told you I wanted us to run our pack. Why would you think you won't get to? He was getting more confused by the second. I sighed and made everything clear. My grandfather and I were really close. My father's dad, our old Alpha. We were always together. He and his mate ran the pack as you described. She was like a mother to all of us. And my grandpa relied on her as he relied on his lungs. They were so close. Everyone knew one without the other was useless. Blake, I still don't get it. I want that. I've always wanted that. That's why I have always wished for fated mates. I assumed my mate would want the same thing. I paused as I glanced up at him. My mom and I talked the day before I left my old pack. I corrected myself. She said my father always thought the same way as Grandpa. He wanted a strong Luna to help run the pack with him, one that he relied on. She said how she fell in love with a guy who died, though, because after they mated, he pulled away. She was cast aside. She has no role in the pack. Actually, she has no role in his life at all. Most don't know their mates. Blake, I won't do that. I've always thought this way. And to answer your question, yes. I will always think this way. And if my mom had asked my father before they mated, he probably would have said the same thing. I can't argue that. But I give you my word, Blake, we will run our pack together. I looked down. It sounds mean, but words just don't do it for me. Blake, look at me. I shook my head slightly and felt him run his thumb under my eye, wiping away a tear I didn't know I let fall. Please show me those sparkling brown eyes. I rolled my eyes but looked up at him. I'm going to prove this to you. I haven't mentioned anything about this pack except the people, and maybe that was wrong of me. I didn't want to bombard you with everything. I didn't even know if you wanted to do any of this. But I really do want you to. I want to believe you. I just don't know if I can. When you said, I want this to work, I just don't know if I can. You talking about this? Yes. I don't want to go rogue. Not only for me, but this pack would slowly lose their alpha and have already lost its Luna. See, I need you by my side. You put the pack first for everything. It's the alpha in me. Blake, if you don't want to do this, don't. But I need you. If I've learned nothing else before you, I know I've never been the alpha I have the potential to be. His voice changed, and he let it be softer as he gave a small chuckle. Even though Dan would say, I told you so, you do complete me. I tried to look down, but he held my chin gently but firmly. Will you promise me something? I asked. Anything. Don't push me away. He tackled me to the bed and rolled us over so he was on top of me. He put a piece of hair behind my ear and kissed my forehead. I promise to never push you away. This is our pack. And we'll run it as such. Yes. Looking into his eyes, I couldn't believe him. Yes. He put his lips on mine and kissed me so genuinely that I felt like everything he said was true. Plus, I can't keep my hands off you. I'd much rather have you against me than even an inch away. I couldn't push you if I wanted to. I rolled my eyes but smiled. Mom said she had doubts, but for some reason, I don't have any, and I don't even know him. Before I knew it, he rolled off and grabbed 2 bowls. He handed me one, and I thanked him. And you thought we couldn't spend all day in here, he said, lightening the mood. I guess we had more to talk about than I thought. And we haven't even started. What else is there? It's more like, what have we covered? I don't know anything about you except part of your personality and what you take in your coffee. My personality? Well, I will never win an argument with you, except maybe if you're tired. And if you take advantage of that, there will be consequences, I said, and he chuckled. Never. You're happy, always smiling and laughing. You even found things to laugh about after you were sent from your old pack to mate with a stranger. I shrugged, and he continued. You appreciate simple things and are down to earth. You're compassionate and care like a Luna should. Blake, you really do amaze me. You have even more good qualities, and I haven't even known you a month. Maybe I'm a better actor than I thought. Oh no, that's all you. I doubt it. Really? In the week and a half you've been here, you've picked Daniel up, helped Sam and Adam, and brought me life. I didn't even know that was possible anymore. I shrugged. It's no big deal. So they laugh a little more. Wow. Note the sarcasm completely coding those words. See. Absolutely remarkable. I rolled my eyes. So, what else should I know about you? We were halfway through our yogurt as we were eating while we talked. There's nothing to me. I grew up with Jess as my one really close friend, knew most of the pack enough to keep up on their lives, have always been close to my brother, Benjamin, and even closer to Dana. My grandma and I were close, but Grandpa and I were inseparable. He's the reason I sit out in the morning under the sun, and why I've always loved the woods. And just recently, I found out that I have a bigger reason to hate my father. Not to mention that he never trusted me to run a pack, or even talk to me like an equal. But I also grew closer to my mom, so it was more than worth it. Oh, and I was sent here to mate with a guy who is bipolar. I joked. How am I bipolar? 1 minute you're joking around, and the next you're completely serious. It used to be that 1 minute you were business and the next a brother, but luckily that stopped. Yeah, thank God for that. Anyway, that's my whole life. He was studying my whole face with a lopsided grin. How did I get so lucky? I just told you my life is super boring and basically nothing. Not an ounce of excitement, and you think you're lucky? Maybe you're just crazy, not bipolar. He laughed. Well, you got lucky too then. I'm the one werewolf out of thousands that is crazy. I guess that's one way to look at it. It grew silent before I asked, so what about you? What's your life been like? Sadness came across his face before pain, hurt, relief, and ultimately happiness. It was almost like I could see his whole life as it replayed in his head by the emotions on his face. My dad and I were really close. My brother and mom were closer. We all got along, just our interests were different, I guess. My parents died together when I was 17. I took over the pack not long after, about a month. As I said, my dad relied on mom to keep this pack running, how I believe it should be run. They were fated mates, the last ones this pack has had in my life. Anyway, I grew up with Kyle, but he got power hungry, and we went our separate ways. I chose Dan as beta because I knew he would never do that. Our old beta lost his mate not long after our parents died, and he went crazy before he took off. Last we heard, he joined some pack. Sorry, I'm not focused. After that, I went all in on serving this pack. I thought it would be what was best for it, until I met you. Dan has been a great decision. He keeps me in line, and I definitely would have bottomed out after my parents' death, but I had to be here for him, so I was. Then I got a call about the war coming, and I know my pack isn't big enough to fight off the rogues. When your father called, we met. I agreed to ally. He quit talking, and I know he was thinking about how to say the next part. Caden, you can stop there. I get the rest of it. Except why? For your pack. You just said that. Yeah, it was for my pack. But after talking to your father, I wanted to meet you. I wanted to get to know you. I just had this strong urge to meet you. I have no idea what made me want to get to know you, spend time with you, just be near you even, but I'm so glad I have. But why? You said I didn't know the why. I saw you that night on that date, and I got so envious. I told your father off since you were supposed to be single. He insisted you were, and I got so jealous I moved the alliance up. I have never felt that strongly about a girl. Ever. The original deal was that you lived there until a few days before the war. But I'm sorry, Blake, I couldn't stand you being with other guys, so we decided you come here earlier. I'm sorry, Blake, you should have had another month. No. I would have mated with you and not even known you. I would have rebelled. But now I know you and don't feel like a prisoner, even if I got to roam free. See, you see the best in every situation. You're more than amazing, you're more than remarkable. You're perfect. You're a beautiful person in every aspect. Chapter 20. I slowly opened my eyes after snuggling closer to Caden. Since I was marked now, everywhere we touched, there were sparks, tingles, and shocks. But good ones that left you wanting more. Good morning, sunshine, I heard Caden say in a voice letting me know he's been awake a while. Good morning. How long have you been up? Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe? It could have been longer. I raised an eyebrow and he laughed. Okay, it's been like 20. And you've just been lying here? It's a good view. I looked out the window and nodded. It is pretty with the sun coming up over the trees. I haven't even looked over there yet. Oh God, your brother is right, you're a softie. He chuckled before pressing his lips to my temple. Maybe so, but I'm your softie. He pulled me closer to him, and I took a deep breath. He really did smell good. It was a great smell to wake up to. Have you just been watching me sleep? It's not my fault you're beautiful, B. I never liked it when some people called me B. It just felt wrong because Grandpa was the only one who ever did. But I liked it from him. Creep. I always avoided those comments. I have heard enough from Dana to last me 3 lifetimes. His eyebrows pulled together as he looked me over. What? I asked. You do know you're beautiful, right? I've been all over this country meeting different packs, but I've never seen someone as breathtaking as you. Were you looking at the werewolf packs or just the wolf packs? Because I've never seen a handsome guy there either. No, wolves are not attractive, even to werewolves. In fact, they're small and look weak. But hey, that's just my opinion. Blake, he said, and I laughed before sitting up to stretch. Caden. He shook his head and pulled me back down. Caden, I haven't moved in what feels like days. I need to go for a run or something. But I like having you here with me. A couple of days ago, I may have snapped at that, but I agree, I like being in your arms. I hopped out of bed. But I like running too, so you can go train people so that we show up my old pack in the fight and I'll run. So lunch then. Well, I was thinking about having breakfast, actually. He gave a small grin. Okay, well, after your run, do you want to have lunch together? Sure. How about I meet you on the patio? Okay. I walked to the closet to get changed. 3 hours later, I emerged from the bathroom, having showered after running. I had forgotten to get clothes, so I was only in a towel, and my hair was down in beach waves like normal. Tease, I heard in a deep velvet voice and turned to see Caden standing by the door. I forgot clothes, sorry. I was just kidding, he said as he walked closer. Well, I guess it is a tease, but I'll let it go since it was unintentional. Let it go. I asked with a smirk. What would happen if it was on purpose? Keep asking and you might find out. His eyes were dark, and I knew his wolf was already hounding him to mate with me. His wolf was near the surface, and I fought to keep my own back as well, although she wasn't too bad, content that we were wearing his mark. I'm asking. Blake, he warned as he turned me around. I felt exposed only being in my towel, and I went to take a step away. Nope. You asked, he said as he held me against him. His voice was almost daring me to try to walk away again. I swallowed, and he moved my hair to one side, and I felt his breath across my neck. I might just find out what the rest of your beautiful little body looks like. His voice was deep and full of lust. I would be lying if I said it didn't affect me. His finger traced across the top of the towel on my back, and I involuntarily gave a shiver. This towel isn't helping me hold back my wolf from marking you right here, right now. He tucked his finger into the towel as I kept holding it against me. He pulled it slightly away from my back, only leaving a centimeter of space between my back and the towel. I felt him hold me closer to him before I felt cold air go down my towel, and I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I realized he was blowing cold air down my towel as he ran his finger back and forth across my back, still leaving space for the air. "Caden," I said breathlessly, and he kissed my mark, making me melt. "I told you I would get you to say that again." I couldn't form words as he flicked his tongue over my mark before holding my hips against his waist. "You're mine." I nodded without thinking, and he wrapped one arm around my stomach, bringing me even closer to him, if possible. "And I'm yours." I nodded again, and I heard him slowly breathe as he reined in his wolf. It took a few minutes before he turned me around. "I don't know if I would be able to stop next time, Blake. Unintentional or not, you definitely got my wolf's attention. I'm not trying to make this harder on you than it already is." His finger traced over his mark, and I watched how his eyes followed his finger. "Your skin is so smooth." "And I know, Blake, I do. And I think you know that this towel saved us both. You from being mated, and me from living with a mate who hates me." He laughed lightly. "Crazy how a towel could do that." "Less material has done more," I said, and he smirked. "Oh, trust me, I know." I leaned back to study his face. "What does that mean? You know that day that I introduced you to the dinner crowd?" I nodded. Those shorts and shirt combined didn't have this much material. His smirk grew as a slight pink came to my cheeks. "And the bikini today had even less. So swimming was a bad idea?" I asked, thinking that it was even more work to keep his wolf at bay. "Seeing you in that bikini made it totally worth it." I smacked his shoulder with a laugh. "Pervert." He laughed before placing his lips to my forehead. I felt so small in his arms since he was so much bigger than me, just under 8 inches taller than me, yet I felt strong. I didn't feel weak and helpless. I felt strong and meaningful. "What are you thinking about?" "How do you always know when I'm thinking?" "It's distracting." "How?" "You don't know my thoughts yet." He ran his thumb over my bottom lip. "You bite your lip. Every time you do it, I want to replace your teeth with my own. One of these times, I won't stop myself. One of these times, I won't stop you." His eyes darkened, and I went to pull away, but he held me. "I have to put clothes on." "You don't have to," he said with a sly smile, and I rolled my eyes, but he reluctantly let me go. "I'm going to rinse off." "We're still on for lunch, right?" he asked, grabbing my hand. "Yeah." He did not attempt to release my hand, so I pushed his chest, which only sent tingles through us. "Go. Now. Get showered so we can eat." He sighed. "Fine." He smiled before turning around and walking into the bathroom. Not even 5 minutes later, I felt a hand on my arm, and I jerked awake from the heat and sparks before realizing it was Caden, and I calmed a bit. "I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't realize you were sleeping. Would you rather sleep? We can have dinner instead, B." I still liked how he called me B. It just sounded right from him. Don't ask me why. "No, I'll go to bed early tonight." "Let's go eat. I'm hungry." "Yes, ma'am." He saluted, and before I knew it, he picked me up in his arms bridal style. "I can walk. You're tired and hungry. Let me carry you." I feel like there are ulterior motives. "Okay, maybe I just want you in my arms. But you're my mate, B. I have a hard time letting you go." I shook my head, but my smile came out. "I guess I would be lying to say that I didn't want to be here." His eyes lit up, and I snuggled deeper into his chest as we reached the main floor. "I thought it would take you years to accept me, actually accept me. I guess you had no faith in me. I think I just didn't want to get my hopes up. I thought your stubbornness would win out, and you would keep shutting me out. If you had kept acting all alpha on me, then I never would have accepted you." It had nothing to do with stubbornness and everything to do with being mated to a distant mate. I thought it would help. "I know, that's why I don't hold it against you." He pressed his lips to my nose with a smile. "Gosh, you're amazing. Absolutely remarkable." I shook my head as he put me down on the counter.
My heart was pounding by the end of chapter 20. After all the resistance, the slow burn tension finally explodes. Blake lets down her walls. Caden opens up about wanting her as an equal, and then the marking happens. The sparks, the tingles, the intimate morning after cuddles. I was literally screaming at my screen. This is the major turning point, you know. Blake's eternal conflict speaks. She's terrified of losing her independence in a forced bond, while Caden's motivation has completely shifted from political duty to genuine protective love. He proves over and over he will never be like her father. This moment is pivotal because it flips the entire premise. The forced mating was never the curse. It was the spark that revived something magical and rare in their world. You want to get the story or the lesson? Resilience isn't about never being scared. It's about choosing to stay and trust when every instinct tells you to run. Sometimes the person who was forced into your life ends up being the one who set you free. Let's go to the last aspect. Let's see what happens by the end of this story.
Chapter 21. Caden, you have to let me do something, I said as I leaned on the counter beside him. Trust me, you're doing a lot, he said with a smirk. I rolled my eyes. I can cut up some vegetables. Remember the second day you were here, and you and Dan had pizza? Yeah, I trailed off. You said I could have shown some hospitality. That's because you still had to stick up your. Nevertheless, he cut me off. I'm showing it to you now. I have weeks to make up for. Well, the first week doesn't count, considering you were, well, you know. He looked down, and I almost regretted what I said. Almost. He was still a jerk that first week, even if he had his excuses. I didn't lie. I don't hold it against him, but it happened. Blake, I really am sorry. It killed me to be so cold to you. And my wolf was trying to kill me for being that way to you. I thought since you're an alpha, born alpha, that if you were doing it for your pack, you would agree. And you would see that I had to do it for our pack. Caden, stop apologizing. I know why you did it. I forgive you, I truly do. He still didn't look at me, so I put his hands on my waist and ran my hands slowly up his chest, keeping my eyes on my hands. I acted distant from you too. My wolf was killing me because I was cold to you. I can't blame you when I did the same thing. I've never treated anyone like that before, excluding my father. There was no way for me to treat you either. How can you be so forgiving when I basically ripped you away from your pack and family, treated you like a jerk, and ignored you? I shrugged. I relied on my privilege of freedom, I said, trying to lighten the mood. You really are amazing, B. No, I just can't hold a grudge. Which is If you say amazing one more time, I might find it in me to hold a grudge. He smiled. Also, one of the things I love about you, he said hesitantly. Sure. I rolled my eyes, and he tucked a piece of hair behind my ear. It's true, though. I sat on a stool as he continued cooking. It had gotten really awkward after he said that, and I didn't even know how to break the tension. One of the things I love about you. Does that mean he thinks he loves me, or just loves aspects of me? Like how I love that Daniel never flirted with me. For some reason, it seemed a lot more serious. Maybe because we're mates. I got up and grabbed 2 plates from the cupboard and placed them on the counter. Thanks, he said. I nodded before standing there awkwardly as he stared at me. So you and your brother cook? I asked, hoping to break the awkwardness. Yeah, I actually didn't really know he cooked a lot of different foods, but I knew he cooked. I used to do most of it for us, and I guess I gave up on that too. Caden, don't be so hard on yourself. Daniel is a great guy, and I know without you, he wouldn't be as happy and carefree as he is. You've got to take some credit for that. He smiled at me before going to pull me closer. I swatted his hand away and handed him a scoop. He looked pained but blinked it away, and I looked away. I hated when he hid his emotions. It was like being back in the first week again. And I know if he ever does that, I won't be able to forgive him. I may not hold a grudge, but I don't easily forgive people twice. If ever. We grabbed our food and sat at the table on the back deck. We slowly started eating, and I tried to remain normal as I saw him glancing at me every few seconds. It was irritating because I knew I would look up and he would look away. So instead, I didn't look up, I spoke up. What is it? Nothing. Don't ever lie to me. I wouldn't lie to you. It's just not important. That's different from nothing. Just ask. How do you know it's a question? It's always a question from you, so ask. Are you mad at me? What? I know you heard me. Are you mad at me? No. Why would I be? Because of my comment earlier. One of the things I love about you, I thought. Caden, I'm not mad. I hardly ever get mad. Why do you think I'm mad anyway? Because you quit talking, it got really tense, and you pulled away from me. I definitely didn't mean it like that. I'm not mad. I swatted you away because you wouldn't have let me go until the food was cold. And I didn't know how to break the awkwardness, or I would have tried. He seemed relieved as he relaxed. I thought I messed up again. God be, I can't lose you. I was dying thinking that you were even the slightest bit angry with me. I really wasn't angry. Why were you so quiet then? You explained the other two. I was thinking. No, you were worried. And you looked a little scared and shocked. I shrugged, and he tilted my chin up to look at him. It's hard to eat when you're holding my chin. You haven't eaten 5 bites yet. Why were you worried, scared, and stunned? I guess my brain just went into overdrive. It does that. He studied my face before running his thumb over my bottom lip. Did my comment scare you? He asked as he locked eyes with me and pulled his hand back. No, maybe. Did it worry you? No, maybe. Shock you? No, yes. Your face said differently. Maybe a little. Of which? Each. I shrugged. How come you talk to everyone else so openly, but you close yourself off to me? I looked down at my plate and pushed food around as he looked all over my face. Blake, my comment was true. That still doesn't explain what part he means. Does he love that part of me? Or does he actually love me? I doubt he could love me. He said it so calmly though. Love. Like it was any other word. He sighed. You look like I just told you a ghost story. I'm just thinking. About? What scares you? Why is he so worked up about me being scared? He said I looked worried, yet he hasn't asked about that. Death. What about my comment scares you? He paused. Blake, why, when I said that it was one of the things I love about you, did you freeze up and go on high alert? Why does it matter? Can we just eat lunch, Caden? Blake, please don't shut me out. Please. You opened up to me yesterday and today. You told me all about your grandpa and sister. Even your mom. Don't shut me out. I'm not shutting you out. I just want to eat lunch in peace. Okay. He looked away before nodding. Fine. Yeah, we can do that. 20 minutes later, I was done with half my plate, not even, and he wasn't done much more than I was. I know he was glancing at me, and I kept my eyes on my plate. I should see if Dan needs help in my office. I nodded and grabbed both of our plates before heading inside to the kitchen. I didn't stop. I just kept walking after dropping them off and leaving the kitchen. I found my small room and climbed into bed. I heard a small tap on the door and sat up, telling them to come in. Sam walked in and stood beside the bed. Want to come for dinner? Daniel and I are making shrimp on the barbecue. Sounds great, but I had a late lunch. Are you sure? You've been sleeping for a while. Yeah, I'm not hungry. But thank you. You and Daniel can enjoy it. Are you sure? I nodded, and she walked back to the door but looked back at me. Go eat. You need food. I can hear your stomach from here. She laughed nervously before closing my door behind her. I got out of bed and went upstairs to change before going outside and climbing on my bicycle. When I got back, it was completely black outside, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I sat on the back porch. I sat on the steps with my arms resting on my knees. Not too long later, I heard footsteps and knew it was Caden. My wolf got excited that our mate was coming, but I knew he would ask again, and I just wanted to forget his comment. Do you mind if I join you? No. He sat beside me, and I knew it hurt him because he left inches between us. The summer was ending, and the nights were pretty cool. Even with my advanced body heat, I got a chill run over me, and I shivered a bit. Did Daniel need help? I asked, and he looked down at his hands. No, I returned a few calls. That's good. No, it wasn't. I shouldn't have taken off. That was a jerk move. I took off, too, so I guess we're even. What did you end up doing? I took a nap before cycling in the woods. But you weren't in our ROO. I used the one downstairs. He nodded. Did you sleep well? No. You were right, that bed sucks. I said with a slight laugh, and he smiled. Good thing we have a better one upstairs. I realized I said that bed rather than my bed. He seems pretty adamant that I call his room ours. Same with the pack. Still tired? Yeah. I should head to bed soon. Upstairs? He asked hopefully and nervously. Would you mind? Not at all. It's yours too, Blake. Would you mind joining me? Not in the slightest. I rolled my eyes, and he stood up, grabbing my hand, making me follow suit. Let's get you to bed, Sleeping Beauty. I knew if I said no, he would be in more pain, so I just nodded. Once I stood up, he let go of me, giving me space. I slipped my fingers through his, and he smiled at me. I'm sorry about earlier. You apologize too much. No, I do too many stupid things. I don't apologize enough. He said sincerely. You didn't do anything. Yeah, I shouldn't have said you closed yourself off to me. If you did, I wouldn't know any of the things about your life, but I do. Well, I wasn't exactly letting you in either, so I should apologize as well, I said before I yawned. We entered his room, and he led me to the bathroom. Do you need clothes? My PJs are in here from earlier. He nodded and closed the door before I changed and walked back out. He was already changed into plaid pants that hung loosely around his hips. I made it to the bed, and he motioned to the bathroom. I'll just be a minute. No rush. I climbed in as he left, and my eyelids got heavy. His bed was seriously like lying on a cloud. I heard the door to the bathroom before the bed dipped behind me, and I felt the heat from him reach me. Caden, I said tiredly. Yeah, B. You know I'm not mad at you, right? Yeah, I do. Are you mad at me? I asked, and he gave a small laugh. God, no. Then please stop keeping your distance. You usually always have something holding me or touching me, but now you have inches between us. I don't want to lose you, Blake. I can't lose you. I can't mess this up. I rolled over and traced my finger lightly on his bare chest. You haven't done anything wrong. But if you keep staying away, my wolf is going to go crazy. He grabbed my wrist, stopping me from teasing him. My wolf is already going crazy, thanks to that tantalizing little finger of yours. Then hold me. He rolled me over and pulled me against him. I will always hold you. Always. I leaned back into him, and he moved my hair to the side away from my mark. I felt him kiss beside it and blow over it. I'm so happy you have this, he said as he ran his lips over his mark. You're mine. The way he says it all possessively makes me melt like putty in his hands. Tell me so, Blake. Please? I need to hear you say it. I was so tired, and yet he seemed to be able to wake me up, all by the sound of his voice. I'm yours. Darn right you are. I heard the smirk in his voice and gasped when I felt his teeth nipping me. I felt them sink in and moaned his name again in complete pleasure at the feelings running through me. I felt him seal it as he placed his lips to it. Mate, he said huskily, and I knew his wolf was fighting to come out, and I don't even think I would care if he let him out. You're mine. My mate. His teeth grazed my skin again, and I craved him like a drug, like a new high. He was quiet for a while before he kissed my temple. I couldn't calm him, so I did the only thing I could think of. I didn't know you could actually mark someone twice. I could mark you every day for the rest of our lives. It didn't hurt, did it? It felt even better than the first time, I said, still out of breath. Really? I knew I could do it again, alpha thing, but I didn't know it was so strong. Caden, it felt. I don't even know how to describe it. No pain, though. I shook my head. Honestly, it was all pleasure. Wave after wave until you pulled your teeth out. It lasted that long? I nodded shyly. Well, I know how to get you to moan my name now, without a single finger. There was definitely more to that comment, I thought, but let it go. I rolled over and put my hand on his chest. Really? He nodded with a smirk until I lowered my hand and ran it across the top of his pants. Blake, he warned. Yes? I said innocently, and he let out a shaky breath when I bent my finger and hooked it into his pants. Blake, he warned again, but it came out shaky. What was that? I asked innocently. I kissed his jaw and ran my hands down his chest before tugging his hair. Blake, he moaned after I pulled my lips away from his. I can get you to moan my name, too, I said with a smirk and heard him return his breathing to normal. I yawned, and he chuckled before laying me on my back. His eyes roamed over my face, and he settled his gaze on my lips. I didn't realize I had been biting my lip until he shook his head slightly. I guess that day is today. What day? When I replace your teeth with my own. He took my mouth with his before I could answer. Chapter 22. I snuggled closer to Caden and heard him chuckle. Good morning. Good morning, I replied before opening my eyes to see Caden staring down at me with a weird expression. What? Did I do something? No. I was just thinking. Seemed like pretty deep thought for this early in the morning. It seems to take up a lot of my time, not just now. I nodded before curling back up into him. You're so warm. He laughed. Well, I'm not human. Neither am I, but you're always so much warmer than I am. Are you cold? A bit. I don't know why, I'm never this cold. Last night I was cold too. It's the mating. It's a survival thing. I don't like it. Well, I can be your heat source, he said, and I playfully smacked his arm before he grabbed my hand and kissed the palm of it. You are colder than normal. Are you feeling okay otherwise? It shocked me how concerned he was about something this small. Yes, just a bit chilly. Are you sure? No other symptoms? Are you feeling okay? You should eat something. What did you have for dinner last night? Caden, calm down. I feel fine. I'm not even hungry. What did you have for dinner? Nothing. I woke up and sat out back before we came to bed. See, I'm still not showing hospitality, he said. Don't worry about it. I'm fine, honestly. You have to eat, B. I didn't say I wasn't going to. I'm just not starving is all. Do you want to go have breakfast? No, I want to stay here. Well, I can't argue with that. He said with a smirk before rolling me over and staring down at me. Half his body weight was on me, and his elbow was beside my head as his eyes roamed my face. Have I ever told you how just beautiful you are? I nodded my head, shocked at the change in topic and hoping there was another one. I'm terrible at taking his compliments because he's so serious, and I just blush. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. You actually stole my breath away in your old Alpha's office. Caden, I am definitely not. Yes, you are. You're breathtakingly beautiful. You're absolutely stunning. I thought he was playing a cruel joke on me when he introduced you as his daughter. What? I didn't think people like him could be related to someone so absolutely gorgeous. What's with all the compliments? Not a thank you. He joked. I realized last night that I said you close yourself off to me, but I do that to you. So now you're telling me I look okay? Beautiful, and yes. I'm going to try to be completely openly honest with you. I'm not guaranteeing it will be easy, and I always will be, but I'm going to try. Then I'll do the same. His eyes lit up, and his smile just about emerged before he got serious. I'm sorry for saying that yesterday. One of the things I love about you. What? I asked, wondering which thing. Saying you were closed off. I had just said that I stole you away from your family, acted like a jerk, and yet you still forgave me. I'm still amazed. But then, after that, I tell you you're closed off. I'm sorry, B, I really am. Caden, I told you, I was being closed off. And I shouldn't. I forgive you, but I wasn't upset about it in the first place. What were you upset about then? When? One of the things I love about you. I couldn't ask him that, could I? I would sound ridiculous. Are you in love with me, or aspects of me? Yeah, I definitely couldn't ask that. Yesterday. Ever since we ate. I looked down at his chest to break eye contact, and he rolled over, taking me with him. Was it because of me? Be honestly open, I thought. Yes. And it wasn't me being a jerk? Caden, I wasn't upset. It just shocked me. I didn't know what you meant by it, and I guess my brain went into overdrive. I just freaked out, I guess. It's nothing. Why can't he drop topics? I've never met a guy who wanted to talk about everything so in depth. He looked over my whole face before a slight nervousness came over him. When I said love, it wasn't a question. I nodded, kind of scared of what he was going to say. If he was nervous, did that mean he didn't love me? And why does that make me sad? He's known me for such a short time, and I was distant from him for most of it. Does he think that I think he loves me? B, calm down. You're freaking out again. He laughed nervously. Sorry. What's going through your head? You're worrying me. It fell silent when I didn't reply, but he didn't let me look away, and I sighed. B? I hesitated again. Open. Be open. I reminded myself. What did you mean by it? He smiled at me, but there was hesitation and more nerves than before. I meant what I said. I love that about you. I love a lot about you, but mostly, he paused and held my face gently so I couldn't look away. I love you. I didn't say anything, and he held me against him. I told you I would be open, and I'm trying. I love you, Blake. And I don't expect you to say it back or feel it. I hope one day you do, but after how I acted and what you've seen of me, I can only hope that one day you feel the same. He pulled me closer to him, and I closed my eyes. Thank you. For being patient with me, I said quietly into his chest. I could say the same thing. I laughed lightly and curled up closer to him. He loves me? Do I love him? How about breakfast? He asked, and I sighed. Well, we could just stay here all day, babe. Babe? I questioned. Yep. I laughed and moved off him as he climbed out of bed. I sat up, and he grabbed my hands. He wrapped them around his neck from behind before holding his hands beside his waist. Climb on. I laughed, and he grabbed my thigh. Caden, I can walk. Nope. Get on, or I will put you on. I complied, and he jogged down the stairs with me on his back as if I were as light as a feather. He put me on the counter and took the carton of eggs out. How can I help? I'm cooking you breakfast, so you can't. Caden. Blake. Just sit there and be your naturally beautiful self. I groaned. Back to that again? He stopped and looked me over. You do know how beautiful you are, right? I looked down, hoping to avoid the question, but he ran a thumb over my lip as he tilted my chin up. You, my mate, are more gorgeous than anyone else I've ever seen. You're beautiful inside and out. He stared into my eyes, and I felt like he was looking into my soul. I love your eyes. They're so bright and stunning, with that hint of emerald. It's just green. No, it's so much more. You're so cheesy. He laughed and flipped the eggs over as he put bacon in the pan. What are you doing today? He asked, and I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe swim or run. You. I was going to do the same thing. He paused while he flipped the bacon before looking back up to me, but I was hoping you would join me. I nodded, and he smiled before reluctantly returning his attention to the stove. I heard whistling down the hall, and Caden rolled his eyes as Daniel walked in. Hey, bro. Daniel looked around, and his face lit up. Cupcake. It's been a while. Yeah, it has. Someone's been taking up all my time. I looked over to Caden, who was smiling to himself as he cooked. We should hang out again sometime, Cupcake. Definitely. What have you been up to? Mostly swimming, cooking, and we went to the beach yesterday. Yeah. Spill, I said, and his smile slowly grew across his face. Okay, this is serious. Daniel, you better tell me oh. No way. Sam, how did you even get that? Daniel asked, shocked. She mentioned the beach in passing, but that's not important. When did this happen? Wait, I know. This happened the day before yesterday. That's why you two invited me to dinner last night. Wow, Cupcake, you're quick. You're right. I don't know what it is about her, she's just her. You know? I get sick of spending time with most people, but time goes so quickly with her that I could never leave her side. Oh my worst fear has come true. My brother is a softie, Caden said, and we all laughed a bit. Okay. Do you really want me to repeat some of the things you say about my Cupcake? She's not your anything, and what are you even talking about? Caden said. Maybe her smile or laugh. Or maybe her looks or personality. The list goes on forever. I open up to you one time. One time, Dan. He said jokingly. This is why I don't talk to people. He clicked his tongue in mock disapproval, and I laughed, and they both looked to me. Except you, B. Well, I would hope so. She's your mate, Daniel said, and I grabbed 2 plates from the cupboard. How's that going, by the way? You're in the same breathing space, so I guess that's good. It was weird to think that the last time we had been with Daniel, it was super awkward, and now it was like we actually chose to mate. Time flies, I guess. We worked some things out. Not that it's your business, I said, and Caden looked over at me. So it's going pretty good. We're good. Caden smiled, and Daniel coughed when Caden and I didn't look away. Anyways, lovebirds, I'm going to go see. Yeah, and we're the lovebirds, I said, and Daniel laughed before waving to us as he left. Caden came up to me and stood between my knees with his finger, drawing patterns on my thigh. We are good. We are. And we're only going to get better, stronger, greater. We are, I said, not breaking eye contact. And our breakfast is getting cold. It is, I said, glancing at the pan. So I should let you off the counter. You should, I said, looking back to find him with amusement in his eyes. Somehow I knew he wasn't going to. What if I don't? You will. He planted his hands on each side of me and looked over my whole face and raised one eyebrow. I got an idea and held in my aha. You told me I look okay this morning, but I never told you what I think of you. Not okay, beautiful. Anyways. I ran my hands up his chest slowly, leaving tingles where my fingertips made contact. I like your eyes too, and your voice. And I like how I can make you smile and laugh. And I like that I affect you how you affect me. I pushed his chest slightly, and he grabbed my wrists so I couldn't tease him anymore. And how you stop me, because if we start, we might not quit, and you would never do anything I wasn't ready for. I kissed his hand, and he sucked in a deep breath. I like that too, the power I have over you. I slid off the counter and ended up right against him. I love that you're willing to open up to me and that you already have. I like your personality and the way you want me to help you with the pack. Blake, he whispered shakily as I ran my finger down over his eyes to close them. None of this was a lie, Caden. I really do like all of it and more about you. I paused as I slipped my hands from his and gave myself room. But I don't want a cold breakfast. He opened his eyes as I slipped out from in front of him and snatched my plate before heading outside. I looked back to see him scowling at me with a grin on his lips. I laughed and stuck my tongue out, and he grabbed his plate before following me. We had eaten with little conversation, but it was comfortable. It was actually really nice and relaxing. Calming. So, what did you want to do first? Swimming or running? Hopefully we'll end up running before swimming, if you don't mind. Not at all, sounds good. You trust me, right? Yeah. Why? I have a surprise, sort of. He was nervous again. I was wondering if he would ever not be nervous around me. Sort of. Well, it's a surprise, but it's not like I planned it. I decided this morning that it would be a good start for us. What would be the surprise? I nodded my head slowly, but he put our plates aside and pulled me off the back deck with his hand. Caden, I said, shocked as I laughed. He just smiled at me and led me up the stairs to his room. Wait, his room? This was not how I had pictured it going. Maybe I do love him, I don't know, but mating? Get changed, quick. I want all day to just be the two of us. He stopped and looked at me worriedly. Unless you don't want to. I get it if you do. We don't have to spend today together. It's your choice. Caden, I don't have a problem spending today with you. Wow, that's a relief. You were that worried I wouldn't want to? I know we've been getting along, but what am I wearing? Bathing suit and comfortable clothes. I nodded and headed to the closet. Chapter 23. I thought we were just going for a run, Caden, I said as he led me to the garage. We are, just not here. Unless you don't want to leave pack territory, I understand. Or you can drive separately, whatever you're comfortable with. I stopped walking and turned him to face me. Stop assuming I don't want to be alone with you. I don't want to make you think I'm going to do anything. I know you won't. Wherever we are going, we can go together. He smiled at me and placed his lips gently on my forehead. You're amazing. I rolled my eyes and we continued walking. I knew he wouldn't, and if he tried, I would handle it. When we got to the garage, Caden turned and stopped in front of me. Will you close your eyes for me? Please? Or, if you ask me if I'm comfortable with that, I'm going to smack you. He laughed. Okay, I won't ask then. I shook my head a bit, but closed my eyes. Can I hold your hand? I laughed lightly. No, I would prefer you let me run into a wall, I said, my voice coated in sarcasm. He held my hand gently by the fingers, but I moved it to intertwine our fingers and had a feeling he was happy about that. I squeezed his hand because he was barely holding mine, and a few paces later, I heard him open the door. He slowly grabbed my other hand as he stood behind me, and I leaned into him, reassuring him that this was okay. He bent a little to whisper in my ear, "You can open them now." I slowly opened them, and my jaw dropped at the sight. No way. Caden, you own a green sports car too. It was low along the ground, and the top was down, showing off the leather interior. It was absolutely stunning, and I knew it cost him a good chunk of money. I've always wanted a sports car. I just decided that it would be my retirement purchase. Dana and I always dreamed of it. I couldn't believe he owned one. Maybe he would let me drive it. Nope. Are you borrowing it? No, B, I don't own it. You do. What? I spun around. Caden, I can't take that. No. That's all yours. I couldn't accept that. I can't accept that. No, Caden, do you like it? Well, yeah, of course, but... No buts. I have no use for it. I have mine. I bought it for you. I know my eyes widened, and he laughed. Why? Caden, you can't do that. I thought you liked it? You can get it painted a different color. It just made me think of you. Green suits you. It pulls out that beautiful emerald in your eyes. Caden, that car costs more than... Then I paused, not even sure of what to say. It's worth more than anything I own, everything I own. That car is worth more than me, for goodness sake. I can't. That car is not worth anything compared to you. He growled out, and I saw him calm himself down. Blake, the car is just a thing. It's a piece of metal. You're everything. My everything. He tilted my chin up. Do you actually think that way? B, your worth cannot be calculated by money or things. You're my world, my universe. And you can take it. Remember, you're special. You get freedom. This is proof of that. He added the last sentence with a playful smile. Caden, it's a gorgeous car. It really is. I've always dreamed of buying one when I retire. And it looks great in green, but I can't take it. Why not? You love the car. I can see it written all over your face. I thought I heard jealousy in his tone, but shook it off. Why won't you accept my gift to you? I don't know, I just can't. It's expensive and new and shiny. It's just too. I paused as I struggled for a word. Good. It's just too good. I don't understand that theory at all. Actually, I don't understand any of this at all. How about you drive it today, and if you don't like it, we can return it. You would just return a car worth thousands and thousands of dollars because I don't like it? I asked, shocked. I don't have a use for it. I have vehicles. I just thought you would like to have your own. Then you can see your friends and family more often. I know you miss them. You did this so I could go back and hang out at my old pack? He smiled at the fact that I called it my old pack. Yes. Blake, I hated seeing you not smiling and laughing that week. It killed me. I bought this for you then, but didn't know how to surprise you without dragging you out here. And I didn't think that would go over very well. Probably not. Just drive it? Once? For me. He looked so hopeful, and I knew I had lost this. There was no way after driving it that I would be able to say no. I think he knew that, which wasn't fair, but I also don't know if I could watch him return it. It was my dream car. How did you know I liked this one? I kind of guessed, and I may have called your brother. You called my brother? Yeah. Was I not supposed to? I'm sorry, Blake. I didn't want to ruin the surprise by asking you. I actually thought he might tell you. I knew it was over the line. I'm sorry. What did he say? He verbally gave me a hard time to the point where I was afraid to sit down. Then threatened me if I ever made you unhappy or anything, which I don't blame him for. He's your brother. And then when I asked, he was extremely shocked, but then laughed and said I would never win you over with a car. Did you think you would? No. I just wanted you to be able to visit them. Thank you. He relaxed, realizing I wasn't mad about him calling my brother. So you'll take it? I didn't say that. I was thanking you for thinking of me. Even when I was cold to you, you were thinking about me. Always. He held me against him and kissed my temple. I haven't stopped thinking about you since I saw you. I may have thought about you too. May have. I zoned out at the door after we met because I was thinking about you. And at the beach, I compared everyone to you. He looked shocked. Past shocked. It's as if I told him I had 6 legs. But he recovered fairly quickly before smirking. Anyone measure up? Not even close. He smiled and took my lips with his gently, lovingly. Good. I'm yours. He deepened the kiss, and I ran my fingers through his hair. His voice was husky when he pulled away. And you're mine. I nodded, and he picked me up, placing me in the car. He bent over with one hand on the door frame and handed me the keys. Test drive. Caden, this is too surreal. I promise, it's not a dream. I hesitantly grabbed the keys, and he shut my door before walking around. Mind if I join you? I thought this was our day. Yeah, but if you're... He stopped and corrected himself by not saying comfortable with this, which made me smile. Not ready. Close one. I rolled my eyes and rolled the engine over. The car gave a low purr, and I heard him laugh beside me. What? I asked, looking over. I've never seen your eyes light up like that. It's remarkable. I pulled out of the garage and drove up the driveway slower than normal because it's gravel and not paved. I hope you're just driving like that because you plan on keeping it and not returning it. I looked over at him to see him completely relaxed and happier than I've ever seen him before. He was turned slightly, just enough that he was looking at me but not directly. Either way, I couldn't destroy a car like this. He laughed as I pulled onto the road. I couldn't stop myself from thinking back to the first time we were in a car together, and I sat as far from him as possible and completely ignored him. What are you thinking about? He asked as he tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear. The first time we were in a car together. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen again. That was the longest car ride I had ever been on. I laughed, happy that he was calmer about the first week now. Same here. And I've been all over the country in a car meeting PAX. He nodded. Yeah, it was terrible. But on the other side, we had to start somewhere. We did. I'm not saying it couldn't have been better, because we both know almost anything else would have been better, but at least it got us here. I'm happy it did. I turned to look at him moments later when he remained quiet. What? You're happy. I realized then what I had said and thought about it. I really was falling for him. In fact, I think I already fell. It was just a matter of time before I admitted it to myself. I really couldn't think of someone I would rather be mated to. And although I loved my old pack, my father destroyed it, and it was slowly destroying me to watch it go, so the change was needed. Plus, I already made 2, 3 if you count Adam, and 4 if you count Caden, friends that I would already miss if I left. I thought about the past 2 weeks and felt a smile on my face. Yeah, I am. I felt him grab my free hand and kiss the palm before running his thumb over my knuckles. The sparks that flew up my arm from my mate's touch were already stronger, and I knew they would keep building. You don't know what that means to me, B. Since the first day you arrived, I promised myself that you would be happy here, that you would think of it as home, and want to be part of this pack. I told myself I would do anything to make that happen, even if you never gave me a chance and stayed happy without me in your life. If it were only appearances that you would keep up, then so be it. But I promised myself that you would make this home, and I would do whatever I could to make that happen. I'm so glad you're happy. You would have stayed away if I wanted you to? Yeah. I mean, we would have to mate, the alliance still would have had to be formed, but I would have given you as much space as possible before and after. That would have killed you. Your wolf would go insane not being by his mate. But I would have gone insane if I watched you hate every minute you spent with me like that dinner. I almost lost it then. I was glad I was driving because I had an excuse to keep my eyes straight ahead. I'm sorry about that night. No, Blake, don't apologize. I haven't met anyone who likes being with their kidnapper. Not then, but now you have. I still don't know what I did to get so unbelievably lucky with you as a mate. You never failed to shock me. I shrugged, and he chuckled. What? I wish I knew what was going on inside that pretty little head of yours. Why? So that I would know how much my words meant to you. Well, I guess soon you will. His thumb stopped running over my knuckles, and I wished I hadn't said it. Sorry, Caden, it just came out. I didn't mean it like that. No, you're right. It's true, I will. I just wish I had gotten to meet you in another circumstance. One where I fell in love with you at first sight, swept you off your feet. You fell crazy in love with me, and we ran a pack the way we both believe it to be. I'm sorry. So do it. What? So do it. Starting today, sweep me off my feet. I don't know where I got the confidence, but as long as I had it, I might as well use it. Do you really mean that? Did you? Yes, Blake. I really wish we had fallen in love and had decided to mate. I know that will never change. I will always wish you weren't forced to be here with me and that we had met somewhere and just hit it off. I wouldn't joke about that with you. I fell for you. I do not doubt in my mind that you're the one for me. I love you, B, always will. I just wish you had spent time and fallen for me and not been forced. Then yes, I mean it. I pulled over to the other side, and he looked at me questioningly. I was going to ask how he planned on doing that, but he spoke up as he got an idea. Do you mind if I drive? He asked excitedly. Not at all. He climbed out, and I hopped into the passenger seat. Buckle up, babe. I've never liked those pet names for people, but it just sounded good coming from him somehow. I buckled up, and he looked me over before reaching over and pulling my elastic out. My natural beach waves cascaded down, and I saw the desire in his eyes almost immediately. Where are we going? It's a surprise. Just lean back, relax, and close your eyes. I looked him over and put all my hair over the seat before putting my feet back up and closing my eyes. Comfortable? I nodded. I didn't know a person could shine brighter than the sun until I met you. You physically glow when it hits you. You're beautiful. I didn't respond at all. I wasn't expecting this when I said to sweep me off my feet. About half an hour of seriously relaxing silence later, I felt him twirl random strands of hair around his finger. I peeked my eyes open to see him completely focused on me while he wrapped a piece of hair around his finger. The wind swept my hair back, and I felt the sun on my skin, and I couldn't help but think that life couldn't get any better than this. This truly was happiness. We were in a clearing off the road, and I turned my head to see him still entranced by me. He hadn't even taken the key out of the ignition, just sitting there looking at me. Give your eyes a break and look at something worth it, I said, and before I knew it, he was placing me on his lap. I was sitting on his lap as he held my face inches away from his, daring me to look away. Moments of awkward silence later, he closed his eyes and clenched his jaw before opening them again, but not making eye contact. Caden, I was just kidding, Don't lie to me, he growled out. Okay, so maybe I wasn't kidding. I didn't mean. I wasn't lying when I said that you are beautiful. I've traveled all over the world and seen sights that words can't explain, cameras can't do justice, and brains can't register. There is so much beauty in them that it's astounding. Yet you surpass all of them. I was never so mesmerized by what I've seen as when I look at you. The day I met you in that dress, I swear I died for a moment. You literally stole my breath away with a look. The reason I snapped out of it was that you bit that lip of yours, and I had to stop the thoughts in my head. I wish you saw yourself the way I saw you. I wish you saw even a fraction of what I see. You may have said it as a joke, but that means you're thinking it still. He ran his thumb under my eye so gently it could have been a feather, before running it over my bottom lip, taking it out from between my teeth. I've seen pretty girls, I've seen gorgeous girls, but no one compares to you. I thought beauty only came through nature, but I was wrong. You're beautiful. And one day you're going to believe it when I say it. When I kept quiet, he opened the door and stood up, keeping me close to him. But today we're going to focus on the beauty inside you. I was glad the conversation had changed. I hated talking about my looks. I was nothing special, never have been. Sure, guys looked, but they looked at anything that moved. The day went by in a blur. We ran in our wolf forms for a while until he tripped me, and I ended up on him, and we play-fought until he ended up pinning me into his side, and we just lay there together until the sun started going down. Then he showed me the most magnificent waterfall I had ever seen. It was clear and tucked away behind thick vegetation. There were hardly any bugs there. It was like nature was protecting it from everyone except that it allowed us in. It took my breath away. We ended up swimming for hours and laughed and talked the whole time. Not about anything important, just talked. It was the best time I've had in a long time. Then we pulled over on the way home, and he just held me to him as we looked at the stars with the radio playing softly in the background. It was a clear night, and the sky lit up with all the stars and the moon. It was a perfect crescent shape with enough moon to give light to Earth, but still not too bright. He had run his fingers through my hair the whole time as we enjoyed the sound of insects and wildlife nesting up for the night. It was a bit chilly, but I was warm with his arms around me and chin on my shoulder. I had a permanent smile etched on my face, just small, but still there. I noticed that Caden had smiled all day, too, and he hadn't left either. Today had been the best day with him by far. I was hoping that even after we made it, he would spend time with me. But what if he didn't want to? What if he switched as my father did? Sure, Caden was already alpha, but he was used to being alone and running things his way. I'm sure he doesn't need my opinion. I've never made pack decisions, and even if I had, I don't know his pack. I'm no help to him at all. What if he sees me as a hindrance? Then he'll probably hate me anyway. Either way, I'm going to end up cast aside. I yawned as many more thoughts filled my head, and I couldn't stop it from going into overdrive. My head filled up with question after question, and I felt my smile fall as another yawn escaped. Time to head home for bed, babe? I nodded and slid over to my seat. He kept his hand in mine and held it all the way home. Other than a few of my yawns and nature, it was quiet. Any plans tomorrow? No. Dan mentioned swimming. Maybe we can do that. I shrugged before I yawned again, and I noticed he gave me a concerned look before focusing back on the road. Should I keep spending time with Caden? What if I do fall for him, or have already fallen for him, and then he casts me aside? I will have done exactly what Mom did. Hers would be an accident. Mine would be a regret. I can't fall in love with a man and rely on him when he's going to cut me out. I refuse to love someone who's going to change drastically and ultimately destroy me. I thought you would be more excited about swimming and seeing Sam and Dan. Are you that tired? I nodded. I had already voiced my concern about him changing. Hearing him say the words isn't helping, but if I wait until after to see his actions, it could potentially already be too late. Better to keep my heart intact than have it broken. Caden? Council called. They want a call back ASAP. They were hoping tonight, so it must be important. And they won't tell me anything, although I think they're setting up a meeting. I don't think they'll tell you anything over the phone either. It's urgent, Caden, Daniel said as soon as we got in the house, after Caden parked the gorgeous car in the garage. Thanks, Dan. I turned to walk up the stairs when Caden grabbed my hand. Would you like something to eat before bed? No, thanks though. I'm just going to hit the sheets. Take all the time you need though. No rush. I let go of his hand and didn't look back as I climbed the stairs. My wolf kept telling me that Caden wasn't like my father, but if you had asked Mom that back then, she probably would have said the same thing. It was weird because I didn't doubt Caden. I just doubted the fact that I didn't doubt him. It's like I know I should doubt him, and it scares me that I don't. I changed and stood at the end of his bed, debating using the one downstairs. Finally, I decided it was too many steps and climbed in. I lay there with my eyes closed, but my brain wouldn't shut off. I heard Caden coming and desperately tried to fall asleep before he got here, but luck had never been on my side. And tonight was no exception. I heard him moving around the room, and soon the bed dipped. It was quiet for a moment before he moved a bit closer, tucking hair behind my ear. I thought you would have fallen asleep, Caden said. I opened my eyes, but didn't look up to him like normal. No, couldn't sleep. I looked at the clock to find it had been a few hours since we got home. Is everything okay? You got quiet on the way home, B. I'm okay. What did Council want? I asked, changing the topic. Dan was right, they're setting up a meeting. It's tomorrow morning. I'll have to leave pretty early. Just you. They're having all the alphas in the area. Actually, it's quite a large area. Why would you like to come? I doubt they would like me showing up. I'm not even Luna. Yet? But you are my mate, which makes you a Luna. Technically, we aren't mated. That's okay, though. Meetings aren't my thing anyway. When do you have to go? I really did like that he had offered, though. Maybe he really won't cast me aside. I have to leave just before 5. It's a few hours away. I'll try not to wake you. Or you could say goodbye. I'd rather wake up with you beside me. Yes, I need to keep my distance. But he was still my mate. I had his mark, and that wouldn't change. You need your rest, babe. I'm not going to sleep knowing that you're leaving. Just wake me up when you get out of bed, okay? I just want a goodbye. Okay, B, I'll wake you up when I get up. Thank you. Now stop moving away and curl up with me, he said, slightly annoyed. I didn't realize until he mentioned it that I had kept leaving space between us every time I moved over. I did as he said, and I heard him sigh. Are you sure you're okay? You told me off last night for giving you space, and now I have to bring you closer. I'm okay. Now let me sleep so you can wake me up in a few hours. He pulled my back flush to his chest, and I heard his intake of breath as we both inhaled each other's scent. He was so masculine and fresh, I loved it. I love you, babe. Sleep well. Good night, Caden. Good night, Blake. He pulled my hips back to him as he held my entire body against him. Usually, I felt small but strong. Tonight, I just felt small. My wolf purred at being held by her mate, but my mind was still spinning in circles. I tried to shut it off and just enjoy the end of possibly the first and last day the two of us will ever spend together, being that happy and fun. I doubt we will have another day to just enjoy being together before mating, and I doubt it will happen after that. My brain finally shut off as I focused on the areas, pretty much all of me, that we were touching and relished in the feeling of being safe, as the tingles and sparks took over. Chapter 24. I felt Caden moving beside me before he moved his hair out of my face. Babe? I have to get up to go. Thanks. Are you sure you don't want to just sleep? Maybe after you leave. I'll try to be quiet. He went a move, but then stopped when I pulled away. I hate leaving you. Caden, you can't be late. I'm not late if I don't show. That would go over well, I sarcastically said. Maybe they won't notice, he said hopefully. Caden. Ugh, he moaned. I probably won't be back until after lunch, possibly for dinner, depending on how long the meeting goes. It never goes past that. Okay. He sat up, but didn't leave the bed. Go. B, he complained. What if they're going to say something really important? Caden, go to the meeting. Fine, he sighed and slowly got out of bed. I heard him move around the room as I closed my eyes. I heard the bathroom door a couple of times before I felt his lips on my temple. I hate leaving, but I have a feeling you will kick my butt if I don't. You bet. He chuckled. Goodbye, Blake. Bye. I heard him move away. Caden. Yeah, babe. I have a weird feeling about this meeting. What do you mean? I don't know. I feel like it's going to have something to do with the future. I have a feeling it's going to change things. A lot of things. How? I don't know. Kind of good, but I have a bad feeling too. I don't know, Caden. Something is going to happen. Don't worry, B. You'll know as soon as I get home. Just focus on the good, okay? I nodded, and he groaned. Now I really don't want to go. Focus on the good, remember? He laughed a bit before opening the door. Goodbye, B. Bye, Caden. He walked out, but I heard him walk back. Caden, you have to go, I mumbled with my eyes closed. I forgot something. Before I knew it, he was straddling me, one leg on each side as he kissed me. It wasn't gentle, but almost like he thought it might be the last time. I kissed him back before pushing him off. I love you, Blake. I always will. Don't ever forget that. Why does this sound like a goodbye? I just need to tell you. And I think you need to hear it. He stopped as he looked me over. God, you're beautiful. I pushed him off and sat up. Caden. I know. I'm going. He walked to the door but stopped and stared at me. I love you, Blake. He left before I could say anything. I hadn't fallen asleep after. The weird feeling got bigger as the day went on. I've had weird feelings before with things like this, but I always ignored them. Today I couldn't. I hated that I didn't understand it, though. It was good, but there was a pretty big bad side to it. And I had a feeling things were going to change. Drastically. I couldn't help thinking that it had to do with the war. Maybe it was going to happen soon. But maybe the council was planning on sending our pack to surprise attack the rogues. Who knows? It has happened before. I had spent the day with Sam swimming, but she had to leave because she had an appointment. That seemed weird, but for some reason, she seemed excited and nervous. I let it go. I ended up reading the rest of the day on the back deck and eventually met up with Daniel, and we ate dinner together. I figured Caden would be home hours ago, but dinner had come and gone, and he still wasn't back. The bad feeling about this meeting had gotten worse, and I was starting to get worried. I was lying in Caden's bed upstairs when I heard a car drive in, and my wolf perked up, knowing it was him. The whole pack house felt still and quiet, as if something had fallen over it, like a spell. I heard Caden come in, and I felt better knowing he was safe. I didn't realize how worried I had been. My eyes grew heavy, and I heard footsteps on the stairs. Usually, he took less than 2 minutes to climb the few flights of stairs, but he stopped along the way multiple times, and in between, he was slow, almost hesitant. I was pretty tired since I only got a few hours of sleep last night, and I yawned as I heard him reach the top of the stairs. The door was closed, and I felt him stop outside the door. He slowly turned the handle, but still didn't open the door. The bad feeling in my gut almost doubled as I realized he walked back to the stairs. Why wasn't he coming in? He seemed to walk back and forth multiple times before I heard him sit down with a sigh. If I weren't a werewolf, I wouldn't have heard it. It was barely audible to my sensitive ears. Then I heard a thud, as if his head hit the wall. Anyone's ears would have picked that up. I pulled the sheets back and walked as quietly to the door as I could. I slowly turned the knob and peeked into the hall. When he didn't look up, I went and sat beside him. He didn't even move to get closer as I left about 2 inches, which was odd. He always did. It was like he needed to be touching me in any way he could. We sat in silence for a while as I fought to keep the yawns in. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and slipped my hand over his and turned it so his rested on mine. He did not attempt to intertwine our fingers, so I left them how they were. Caden, what's wrong? How did the meeting go? His head sank another inch before he looked straight forward across the hall to the other wall. You were right. Right now? Is something bad happening? No. Actually, it was good news, in a way. In a way? Caden, you're not making sense. He looked over at me, and his eyes held so much sadness, worry, and hurt. Blake, can we talk about this tomorrow? Please. He was pleading for me to let it go, so I nodded. He stood up, and I thought he would drop my hand, but he held it firmly, like he needed to make sure I wasn't letting go. At the door, he stopped and looked over at me. Caden, why didn't you come into the room? Is it about the meeting? He looked to the bed, and I saw the worry and sadness build in his eyes before he looked back at me, trying to hide it all as he nodded solemnly. Seeing him like this killed me. I didn't even know how to make him smile. Are you coming to bed? I asked. He seemed to stare at me forever before he suddenly brought me to him. I don't know what I would do without you, B. He hugged me tight to his chest, as if he couldn't get me close enough. I wrapped my arms around him as he picked me up, and I wrapped my legs around him as well. Do you want to share a bed with me? Don't say yes just because the alternative is downstairs otherwise. Honestly, do you want me beside you when you fall asleep? When you wake up in the morning? Caden, where is this coming from? Is it because I didn't say it back? We both knew I meant love. No. Blake, you didn't answer me. Caden, you're scaring me. Blake, would you prefer to wake up as it was before? I need you to be honest. I'm always honest with him. What is happening? Caden, I don't want. I'll go downstairs then. He put me on the floor and took a step away, but I turned and pinned him to the wall and took his mouth with mine. He was shocked, but eventually, I ended up with my legs around him as he took over the kiss. He turned and had me backed against the wall. I was about to tell him I didn't want him to go downstairs, but before I could, he ran his teeth over his mark, and I bit my lip until he sucked on the mark, and I couldn't stop myself. Caden, I moaned. Suddenly, He put me down and backed away, taking a few steps towards the stairs before I pulled him backwards. Caden, stop walking away. I was going to say that I didn't want you to go downstairs. I want to see you when I fall asleep, and I want to be curled into your side as I wake up. Darn it. He looked at me, shocked, and slowly lifted his hands and held my face. You actually want that? Not just the mate pull? Not just because you're forced to be here. His eyes were staring so intensely at my eyes with way too many emotions. I had no idea what was going through his mind, and his thoughts were so scattered that I couldn't get anything. Why are you so shocked? Do you think I'm that cold? Do you really think I have no feelings for you at all? I thought you might just be trying to make the best out of a terrible situation. He sounded defeated. What happened at the meeting? I won't lie to you. For a while, after the time when I hated everything. I was fake smiling and pretending. But lately, I've realized how much I like being here. I told you yesterday that I was happy here. I'm happy in your pack. I'm happy with the few friends I've made, and I'm happy with this, with us. I've never loved anyone before Caden. Sure, my sister, my friends. But I've never fallen in love with someone before. I don't know what to do with these feelings I have. These emotions I can't seem to understand. I know I don't talk about it. I never have, and I apologize. But do you really think I'm that heartless that I feel nothing for you? He pulled me to his chest. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry, B. I'm terrible at putting things into words. I have always just avoided it. I don't think you're cold. I never meant it like that. I'm so sorry, Blake. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm not mad, Caden. There's nothing for you to be sorry about. I should be. We both agreed to be open, and yet I still wasn't open with you. Yes, you were. And please stop referring to it as my pack. Please? It's our pack. Even if you leave, it will be our pack. I'm your mate. There will never be anyone else for me. What do you mean if I leave? I tried to pull back to look at him, but he just held me close. Caden? What are you talking about? I heard him sigh. Let's sit. We need to talk. He led us to the bed, but after a moment of silence, he started pacing the room and would glance at me with worried eyes and nervous habits. Caden, you're scaring me again. Suddenly, he broke out in a ramble, and I struggled to understand what he was saying. You were right. The future is going to change. The council has decided to help out with the rogue attack and is joining packs to help us win the war. Because of this, we don't need to ally with packs, and your father called it off because of other issues in the pack. He said that your mother spoke up about canceling the alliance, and the deal is off or something. You're no longer stuck with me. You can leave. I will take you to the council and see what they can do about the mark. You no longer have to be here. You truly have freedom. You can mate with whoever. The council said they might be able to help convince your wolf of the wrongful marking, and you will get to choose a mate. You will get to fall in love and mate with whichever guy you want. I can drive you back to your pack tomorrow. Or tonight if you want to leave. Council decided the rogue attack is too big not to help out, so they're making an army out of multiple packs, choosing the best fighters. They're taking most from our pack and your father's pack, but there is no need to ally anymore. You're free. You don't have to be with me. The last sentence seemed to kill a piece of him, and the hurt in his eyes was overwhelming. I was in total shock. What do I say to that? I can leave. I can leave this place that I hated for a week. I can leave the place my father made me go. I can find a mate when I'm ready and settle down when I want to. I no longer have to stay here. I really am free. I can go back to Dana and Ben and Jess and Mom and all the people I spent my life trying to know because I believed that's what a good Luna did. Now I can have everything I dreamed of. Blake. Stop. I saw him turn away and lean against the wall. Is this why you didn't come into the room? Is this why you asked me all those questions about what I wanted? Yes. I know it was selfish. But I also know that you thought you had to be here when you answered them, so I know the answers will be different now. When I told you I wanted to be with you, it was because I had to be. But now I don't have to be, and I don't want to see your face every morning and night. When I saw his shoulders sink with hurt, pain, and sadness, I put my hands on his shoulders and turned him around. He didn't meet my eye, and I knew he was holding his wolf back. Look at me. He looked up, and I have never seen his eyes so empty. Caden, I don't want to see your face and be beside you as I sleep. He looked away, but I moved my head to keep his gaze. I need to see you morning and night. Darn it, Caden, I need you. He snapped his attention to me, and his face became blank, so I kept going. I answered those questions as you asked them, and I didn't realize how closed off I was to you. I'm sorry, Caden. You've been apologizing over and over when I shouldn't have. I need to be by your side. I need to have you in my life. You've made me see life way differently. You've changed so many things, but I don't want them to change back. Nor do I. I know. You told me how long ago, yet only now am I admitting it. I'm sorry. Are you saying that I can hold you tonight? No, Caden. I'm not saying that, I said with a small smile. So you're saying that you're going back to your pack tomorrow? He said with a voice of hurt. Yes. I paused. I'm saying that you're not holding me tonight. I'm asking you to hold me every night for as long as we both live. And I'm not saying that I'm going back to my old pack tomorrow, but I'm asking you to take me back to officially meet my family as my future mate. Blake, are you serious? You don't have to be here anymore. Are you going to regret this tomorrow? If you wake up and want to leave, I won't stop you. I can't do that to you. I can't hold you prisoner. Not anymore. Caden, just say yes and kiss me. And he did. He kissed me as if I were the air he breathed. He kissed me as if it were the first and last time, all summed up into one breathless, spellbinding kiss. When he pulled back, there was only happiness, joy, relief, and love in his eyes, and it took my breath away. I love you, Blake. That will never change. I hope not, because I may have fallen for you already. His eyes sparkled, and he kissed his mark. So you're happy with this? I couldn't think of anyone else being there. I love you, Caden. The fact that his eyes sparkled with love when I said that made me all warm. I love you too, Blake. His eyes darkened as he scanned my face. I love you so much. It was quiet before my knees buckled as his teeth sank into his mark for the third time. But this time was different, almost like I had finally accepted him with everything in me. Caden. I struggled to breathe as he held me up with my back to the wall. My entire body was depending on him to hold me up. I was literally putty in his hands. My whole body gave way to the pleasure. I love that I give you that much pleasure with just my mark alone. I couldn't speak, still reeling from the amount of pleasure he gave me. Was it different? Or was it just me? Different. I can't even describe it. That was unbelievable, I said breathlessly as he took my lips with his. You've got to stop biting your lip. It's such a distraction. I smirked as I bit it again. Sorry. Blake, he warned, and I laughed, but stopped. It got serious, and he looked at me nervously. Are you sure you aren't going to regret this tomorrow? Don't you want a day to think about it? This is permanent, B. Caden, I couldn't possibly regret you. I don't need a day. Unless you're not sure about this, because I know that this isn't even about what I want. I need you in my life, I have no doubt. How did I get so lucky? Maybe fate is still there when it comes to mates. I told Dan fate did this. He told me before too. I guess it just never clicked as the truth before now. I think you're right. He led me to the bed but stopped when we were standing at the edge. Will you call this our pact now? But we haven't mated yet. You're going to be the death of me. How about our room, and it will be our pact when we mate? He smiled and looked over my whole face. When do we mate? Not if we mate. That's what I said. I like the sound of that, he said, happy. I smiled and he nodded. So how about we fall asleep with you in my arms in our bed? I like the sound of that, I mocked him. He pulled the covers back and picked me up, slowly placing me on our bed before climbing in beside me and pulling the covers up. We fit perfectly together, he said as he held me flush against him. It's fate. That it is. B? He said slowly. I didn't come straight home after the meeting. I stopped and went for a run. I let my wolf take over. I couldn't even imagine running this pack alone anymore, but I knew I couldn't force you to stay. I still won't. I couldn't. Caden, I have always hated my father. But this is the first thing he has done that I've ended up happy about. I didn't think I could fall in love with anyone in this amount of time, but I have. I love you. I will never get used to hearing those 3 words from your angel soft lips. I'll never get tired of saying them. He pecked my cheek and pulled me tighter to him. You feel so right being with me. I love you too. Good night, Caden. Good night, Blake. I woke up before him, which was unusual, and rolled over to look at him. He looked so peaceful and vulnerable when he slept. There was an innocence about him that you didn't see when he was awake. I truly did love him. Now that I said it, I realized just how true it was. I couldn't imagine being without him now. Usually, that didn't happen until after the mating, before it's like any other 2 humans in love. But what if he closes me off? What if he does what my father did? What if I end up standing by and watching? I would die if that happened. I do not doubt that my wolf would go rogue if she had to watch the pack dissolve. She had had that her whole childhood. I wouldn't let it happen again. I didn't realize he had even woken up, and before I knew it, he was beside the bed, pacing. You regret it. I knew this would happen. Oh God, he rambled on, and I sat up, shocked into silence. Caden, what are you talking about? Why would I regret it? You were staring at me as if you were scared for your life. Caden, come back to our bed. I emphasized the R, and he seemed calm enough to come back, and I sat up beside him. I don't regret this. I paused and looked to him. Do you remember when I told you about my mother and how my father changed? Yes, I do. And how I told you how I think a pack should be run, and we agreed. Yes. Do you still think that way? Yes, Blake. That's never going to change. Mating is only going to make us stronger. I don't know how else to say it. And I can't exactly show you because we would have to mate for that to happen. I guess my brain was on overdrive again. Caden, my wolf will go rogue if you cast me aside. Blake, I will never hurt you like that. I will never hurt you at all. Looking into his eyes, I believed him. I believed it all. I just hoped that was enough. I love you, Blake. I love you too, Caden. So you're staying? Yes. I may have been forced to come here, but I have decided to stay. He tipped us back until we were lying on the bed, and he rolled me over to lie on the front of him. You're amazing. I rolled my eyes and lay my head on his chest. You're not too bad yourself. He chuckled, and I fell back to sleep feeling more loved than ever. Chapter 25. I was getting hungry, but the last time I tried to leave the bed, Caden pulled me back into his side. I was going to force my way out, but after he had a day of thinking I was going to leave him, I didn't want him thinking I was going anywhere, so I stayed tucked into his side and sighed in contentment. Babe? I thought he was asleep, but I guess he woke up. His eyes were still closed as he pulled me closer, tucking both arms around me. Yeah, I love you. I laughed lightly and tilted my head up to place my lips on his gently before resting my head on his chest. I love you too, Caden. You have no idea what those 3 short words mean to me. He still hadn't moved, and I don't think he had even opened his eyes yet. I hope they mean what I think they mean. You have my heart, Caden, always will. He moved, and I ended up under him as his eyes searched mine. They just kept going back and forth between them before he slowly smiled, and his eyes brightened. What? He didn't reply for a while as he caressed my cheek with his thumb, and then ran it lightly over my lips. I don't understand how someone can actually be flawless. You are naturally beautiful. You are like a miracle unto itself. I am far from perfect. He shook his head. You have me fooled. You're the most dazzling lady I know. Where did this come from? What? Some days you just seem to feel the need to tell me something important. Why today? I realized when I thought you were going to leave that there wasn't a thing about you I didn't like, and that I would miss everything about you. You have me so enthralled in you, V. I'm hooked, entirely and willingly mesmerized by you. I still don't get what he sees in me, but at least he thinks I am okay, rather than having a smoking hot mate who thinks I am ugly. I would never think that, he growled, and I looked down. I forgot about him being able to know some of my thoughts, and vice versa. Caden, it was just a thought. I'm sorry, Blake. I just wish you could see what I see when I look at you. You steal my breath away every morning. You get me so enticed sometimes, just when you are doing nothing in particular, that I literally just stop. You're fascinating. I knew I blushed, and he lightly held my cheeks. You. He kissed my lips quickly, mine, and you. He pulled my hips up to his, turned me on with just a look. Your legs, your hips, your lips, not to mention your eyes, even your nose, is the best I have ever seen. I looked down and he tilted my chin up. Shouldn't your mate's opinion be more important than anyone else's? Did you think I looked okay before all of this happened? Or is it just the mate pull? No, you have never looked okay. That is what I am trying to say to you. I thought he was saying he liked how I looked. He pulled me out of the bed, but I turned my back to him. I know I am ugly. You could have just said that. Let me go. I knew I was emotional lately, part of the marking thing. I don't think I have ever seen Caden mad before now, and now he looked furious, but I don't even get why. Caden, let me go, I said as he led me into the bathroom off the bedroom. Why is bathroom? Our bathroom. In our bedroom. I nodded apologetically. His voice was still a growl, and I saw him close the door as he let me go. Caden, why are we in here? Come here, he stated almost sadly. What's wrong? Caden, I told you I do not regret this. I know. And I could not be happier. Please, Blake. Just come here. I complied, and he turned me so my back was to his chest, and I was facing the mirror. Cade, do you see your legs? They're so long and lean, I see them, and I can't think of anything except having them wrapped around me. His gaze roamed up my legs before meeting my eyes. I remained silent. B, do you see these? He said as he placed his hands on my hips. These are perfect. Like you. They aren't just bones. I can pull you to me when you are just out of reach. Because you are never close enough. He pulled me back slightly as he met my eyes. And your waist is perfect. I can wrap my arms around you as you sleep like an angel beside me in our bed. And I can have my one arm securely around you because I would die to protect you. His gaze traveled to mine, and I saw that everything he was saying was straight from the heart and so sincere that I loved him even more if possible. And your arms, God, I love the feel of them around my neck, or your hands in my hair, or even when you hold my hand. Your touch can make all my anger fade away to nothing in the blink of an eye. Your hands are like silk, yet they are sure and confident. But so smooth, his voice grew huskier as he talked, and I couldn't take my eyes off his hands as they moved to whatever he was motioning to. He ran a hand through my hair before nuzzling his face in my neck. And your hair is always soft and shiny. It is gorgeous, babe. I love your hair, and I know you hate wearing it down, but I love it when you do, and you're gorgeous when it is up, too. He breathed in a deep inhale, and his eyes turned pitch black before he reined in his wolf, and they became a bright brown. And you smell so alluring, B. I love when you walk in the room, and your scent hits me like a shot straight to my veins, and I have to control myself not to sink my teeth into the curve of your neck. He smirked as he made eye contact again, and before I knew it, pleasure was flowing over me in powerful waves crashing into me repeatedly. I heard a whisper in my ear, and this beat, look, he waited until I opened my eyes. His teeth were above the mark, and he flicked his tongue across it as I moaned, and he was looking me straight in the eye before he trailed his finger over my mark, making me shiver, which made him shiver. That is my favorite thing on your body. The fact that he was still entranced by it made me happy. Suddenly, his eyes met mine, and he grinned. You're the only person who always has a hint of her wolf in her eyes. I thought at first that your wolf would have other eyes, but they're a gorgeous emerald. Completely stunning with the brown. B, your eyes could hold my attention forever. He reluctantly looked away from my eyes to focus on my lips, and he smirked. And those soft red lips are what I wanted to claim over and over again last night, to make sure you didn't regret this, to make sure that you weren't leaving. These lips steal my air and get me drunk off even the shortest of kisses. You're my drug. He spun me around. A better way for you to know how much I like them is through showing rather than telling. He had me against the mirror before I even blinked. He grabbed my thigh, and I wrapped my legs tight around him and my arms around his neck as he slipped his hands to my neck and took control as he tilted my head back so he could savor every piece of my mouth with his tongue. When we broke apart, we were both panting. You know I love so much more about you than that, right? Everything you do and say makes me want you. He kissed my mark, and I nodded without a choice. There is nothing okay about you. You are. Beautiful, he said as he sank his teeth into his mark between words. By the time he licked it sealed the third time, I was completely done. I was exhausted and full of desire at the same time, and his eyes grew darker when he looked at me. Blake, if you keep looking at me, I am going to have to make you close your eyes as you moan my name. I blushed and looked down and curled into his chest. I thought that would help, but I was wrong. There is no way to stop me from wanting to take you. I'm sorry. Blake, are you really apologizing for making it harder on you? Yes. I hate that it hurts you to wait. Sorry, Caden. Don't apologize. That is not your fault. It's just my luck to end up with the best mate as mine and hers want me back. There is nothing for you to be sorry about. But if I weren't so timid, then we would have already mated because we had to. Waiting lets us know how much we mean to each other. Not because we have to be together, but because we want to be. I hugged him, and he led me back into our bedroom, and we fell asleep on our bed. Chapter 26. I woke up, and my stomach was growling. I rolled over, thinking I would curl up into Caden, but the bed was empty. Did he regret this? Was he telling me that he would miss me like a goodbye? Kind of a messed up goodbye, but was that the intention? Was I right to think this was all a dream? I mean, he obviously didn't want me as Luna of his pack. Even my father didn't. Blake, I hope you don't believe any of those thoughts, Caden said, hurt. His voice was hollow and pained. Before I could reply, he was kissing me passionately after he climbed on the bed and pinned me down. I wrapped my arms around his neck as I tugged his hair, and he moaned before looking into my eyes. I will never regret this. I went to reply, but he put a finger over my lips. I will never regret this. I will never regret you. I will never regret anything about this except being a jerk that first week. Again, I went to speak, but he put his lips to mine gently, and the kiss was so tender. It was as if he was telling me how much he loved me in the kiss alone. He pulled away, and the gaze in his eyes was full of love, and he spoke quietly but surely, I love you. Nothing could ever change that, Blake. I don't know how to make you believe that. Where were you when I woke up? I made breakfast, he said with a grin as he climbed off after one more peck to my lips. I'm sorry, Caden, for jumping to conclusions. Don't be. I just know that I need to tell you more until those thoughts aren't even there. He had his back to me, but I smiled at the sincerity in his words. I love you. He turned around with the tray of food and grinned, and I couldn't help but smile back. I love that you love me, he said with a grin before he had an amusing smile as he sat beside me. Are you saying that so that I will give you food? I laughed. No, but I will love you more if you share. He smirked. And what if I don't? I raised an eyebrow and smirked back. I will go visit my family. He narrowed his eyes at me. For how long? Indefinitely. You wouldn't. You need to be with me as much as I need to be with you. I don't know. How about we test it? He had me pinned before I could blink, and he hovered an inch away from my face as he studied every inch of my face. His smirk slowly fell. I really hope you were kidding. B, could you spend that much time away from me? I rolled my eyes. Caden, I would have to sneak back in at night just to sleep. You know I wouldn't let you leave again if I had you in my arms again. My point. So you were just kidding? Of course. He smiled before kissing my forehead and sitting us both up. My stomach growled and he looked pained. I'm really terrible at this hospitality thing. Why? I'm always hungry when I get up in the morning. But we didn't even eat dinner last night. When was the last time you ate? When I didn't answer, he cursed, and I could see him already scolding himself mentally. I grabbed his hand and slowly ran my fingers up his arm, stopping when I got to his chin. He looked me in the eye, and I smiled. Please don't beat yourself up. I know it's because you care, but please don't. I didn't want to leave the bed yesterday since you had spent the day before thinking I was leaving. And you brought food up. A day late. Better late than never. He smiled, and I leaned over and pecked him on the lips. When I leaned back, his eyes were black and full of desire. I wish we didn't have to leave the bed. Caden, you're still Alpha. He looked down, and I saw him stiffen before taking a few calming breaths. What's wrong? B, I have to tell you something. Caden, my brain is already having so many terrible thoughts. Just say it. I'm leaving tomorrow. I couldn't look at him. He hadn't looked up yet, and I jumped off the bed and ran to the closet. I locked the door, and I was sliding down the door with my face in my hands. He just told me that he was leaving. Right after he said he would never regret me. I didn't hear anything. It was completely silent, at least to me. I had too many thoughts in my head to hear anything except my choked sobs that I wouldn't let escape. My wolf finally woke me up to reality, and I heard Caden saying my name so desperately that you would think I had died. Blake, please. Please open up. I can't stand you being hurt. Is he serious? Can't stand me being hurt, yet he's leaving. Please, Blake. I don't want to go. But as you said, I'm Alpha. It was decided at the meeting when the council cut in. I didn't tell you since I thought you would leave. They never told us which day, just that it was happening. Wait, council? I stood up and turned around, opening the door, throwing my arms around Caden and wrapping my legs around him as I tucked my face in his neck. He was frozen in shock before he held me tightly to him, and slowly his body relaxed. I'm so sorry, Caden. I blinked out after you said you were leaving. I thought. I was regretting everything. You thought that I wanted to rip my heart out by walking away from you, he said to ease the mood, and I smiled. Something like that. He walked over to the bed and sat down with me, still straddling his lap. This is not helping me think straight, he mumbled before holding me still as I went to get off his lap. Caden, will you tell me what happened at the meeting? Yes. I went to climb off of him, but he held me still, giving me a look not to move away again, and he fell back on the bed. I felt awkward as I straddled his waist as he lay there. It felt intimate. Not things I thought I would feel as we talked about the pack business. Caden, it might be easier for you if I moved. I am not letting you be even an inch away from me after that. That's why I lay back. This is as far as you're getting. I chuckled a bit but nodded. I'm definitely not complaining. He smirked as he moved his hips a little, and I felt a blush on my cheeks. God, that's adorable that you blush. I smacked his abdomen lightly. Don't laugh at me. Maybe I just need to. Get your mind out of the gutter and tell me about the meeting. This is definitely not over. But it is for now. You already know that you're free now to do who you wish. What I wish, pervert. He smiled. Well, you could do as you wish. I don't think you would like that, I said and acted nervous. He sat up in a panic, and I couldn't fake it anymore. I laughed. Calm down, Caden. I'm just kidding. You're going to give me a heart attack one of these days. Maybe I will do just that, but because it is beating so fast that you can't even think straight. You will be so completely consumed in me. Blake, if you keep talking in that sultry tone, I can't be held responsible for my actions, he said, and I laughed before sitting silent. Okay, anyway, besides the alliance being broken. Wait, Caden, when we mate, do the packs still ally? Yes. A mating allies packs for alphas and their children. Whether intentional or not. I opened my mouth but then closed it. B, what are you thinking now? Wah, oh, nothing. I guess I just didn't think about it. Are you sure? I nodded and apologized for interrupting, although he told me not to apologize, before he continued. The council decided that the best fighters from each pack in this area will go. More from your old pack and our pack, but quite a few from the surrounding areas. We will have a huge army, Blake. There is no need for you to worry. But the council never told us when we would have to leave. They said we would attack the rogues when they started to make a move towards our pack. This morning I found out that we have to leave tomorrow morning. When I remained silent, he slowly lay me down on him and pulled the elastic out and ran his fingers through my hair. You know I really don't want to go, right? I would rather just have you in my arms all day, every day, for the next few days. But I don't have a choice, babe. A few days. I don't know how long it will be. It will be a day to get there and a day back. The fight itself is probably 1 or maybe 2. That's 3 days minimum. I closed my eyes and listened to his heartbeat. He would be gone for 3 days, and I would have no idea if he was okay or not. What if he got hurt? Like, really hurt? No, no, no. Don't please. Don't think of every little thing that could go wrong. In 3 to 4 days, tops, I will be walking up to the front door, and you will run up to me and kiss me until you have to break away before passing out. Then I'm going to kiss you again and again before we lie down and fall asleep in each other's arms. Okay, Blake. Maximum of 4 days. What if I come back early? Then I will hold you longer. Don't think of anything else, Blake. No what ifs, no buts. I have survived many fights against very strong wolves, and I will survive again. Do you doubt me? No, Caden. But if you're wrong, I'm going to bring you back just to smack you. He laughed and kissed me. Deal. I snuggled closer as he stood up with me in his arms. Wait, were you saying that I was just going to be sticking around by the window waiting for you to come back? What else were you planning on doing? Maybe meeting some girls from the pack and learning all the dirty little secrets about you. Find out all the rumors about my sexy, fierce alpha mate. He almost dropped me when we got to the stairs, before he stopped and looked down at me. You need to say that more often. I laughed before shrugging. Nah, it might go to your head. What? That you have a sexy alpha mate who is so fierce that there are rumors about him. Too late. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. But why keep those thoughts to yourself when your sexy mate would love to hear what you think about him? I rolled my eyes, and he laughed as he walked into the kitchen. And the cupcake is welcome to the world outside of the bedroom. Daniel playfully cheered, and Caden smirked. She's lucky I let her out. I smacked Caden's shoulder, and he pulled me closer with his arm around my waist. We could go back, he whispered in my ear, and I whispered back, you're right. We could go have a really good time while you moan my name for a change. Then I could rake my nails down your back and leave marks in their wake before I gently run my tongue down your chest and stomach before. Blake, don't move. I was standing in front of him and felt him against my stomach and laughed. This is really not funny, he said. You don't know what I was going to say next. Blake, before I climbed off and left you there wanting me. And why do I deserve that? For making comments about us to your brother and my friend. It's a guy thing. It's a privacy thing. Point taken. Good. I turned around, but he held me against him, and I laughed a bit before he bent down. Do you want me to tell you just what I would do if I took you back upstairs right now? Because after your little speech, there are so many things I want to do to that beautiful body. He paused before kissing his mark on my neck. And the pink in your cheeks makes me want to know just how badly I can make you blush. And where, he said in a low husky whisper. I smacked his arm and Daniel looked back at us. Sorry, Daniel, your brother is. I don't want to know. I was going to say annoying, but okay. Oh, okay. I just don't want to hear anything about that. He pointed his hand on my waist, and I laughed. Well, we've decided that it's private anyway. Daniel laughed and made a whipping motion at Caden, complete with sound effects. Caden didn't even argue. He just turned and kissed me. When you have the perfect mate, who wouldn't be? Daniel laughed. And I'm the soft one. Chapter 27. I felt Caden move beside me and snuggled closer. How much longer? An hour until I have to leave, he said, slightly pained. How long do you take to get ready? 10 minutes max. So we can cuddle for 50 minutes? I'm sorry I woke you. Caden, I hate waking up alone in our bed. I was hoping you would wake me up. I was hoping you wouldn't get mad when I woke you up gasping for air, because I will desperately need to kiss you before I go. I would hope so. Please don't sound so sad. Maybe you can visit your family again. It's been a while. Too long. But promise me something. The look on his face already told me it was serious, and I would promise, because it meant that much to him. Anything. He smiled, but then got serious. Don't ever be alone. I want you to have somebody with you at all times. Our pack is going to be vulnerable since the experienced fighters are gone. There will still be people patrolling, right? Yes, and I have told them more than 4 times that you are the main priority, but they already knew that. Remember Adam? I nodded, confused. Why? He's the top guard here. The council made sure to keep the packs with enough protection to stall any unwanted newcomers. He will be in constant communication with the guards and you. He's like your bodyguard, okay? I'm not a useless little girl, Caden. Please, Blake. See this from my side. I need to focus on the war, and in order to do that, I need to know you will be safe. Okay. And I know you aren't weak. In fact, you're the strongest she-wolf I know. But I also know that you would die to save a pack member, and Adam is supposed to take your spot. He will protect the whole pack, but you first, always. So if I do visit family, he would have to go with you. I'm sorry, B, it's just that you want to love someone who is breathing. Got it. Thank you. I thought you would be mad. If this will bring you back to me, then I will have a bodyguard. He kissed me and pulled me closer. Maybe your family could visit here, though, instead. Just an idea. I'm sure they want to see what it's like. I nodded. You're so thoughtful. I know it's to keep me close, but I have a feeling this isn't the first time you've thought about them coming over. No, I was actually going to call and invite them as a surprise for you, but the council called. Thank you. I didn't make the call. It's the thought that counts. And those Luna qualities are coming out, he said happily as he laughed. And my mate qualities are telling me to completely absorb this moment. Blake, can I just say something? I nodded, getting worried. I didn't tell you about the whole meeting or the phone call, but I wasn't casting you aside. It was more like I didn't want to mention leaving because you might not even care. My sexy, fierce mate was scared? I said, trying to ease the tension. The thought of you leaving me doesn't scare me, B. It terrifies me. I can't imagine anything more frightening. I guess you're still fierce then. What about the sexy part? He said with a smirk. It went to your head. No, it went lower, to tell you the truth. Maybe it shouldn't be fierce, but flirty. It's not flirty. You're just what? A guy? He nodded with a smirk. But not just any guy. Your guy. And I'm yours. I gasped his name as his teeth sank into my mark. Yes, you are, he growled before he sucked on it. How many times has he done that, and I still can't get used to the pleasure. Afterwards, he pulled me on top of him, and I lay my head on his chest. Caden, your heart is going crazy. It hates the leaving situation too. I nodded before I just lay still. It was quiet, and the thoughts I could read from Caden shocked me. The fact that he thought I might leave when he went made me really upset. Caden. Yeah, B. He stroked my hair, and I saw the hurt in his eyes. Stop thinking that. I will never leave you. Ever. If I wanted to leave, I would have done it when you first gave me the choice. I looked up to see him staring at the ceiling, and I placed my lips to his. When we pulled away, I kept my eyes on his. Please say you believe me. I do, B. I believe you. I saw in his eyes that it was the truth and pecked him on the lips again. I love you, Caden. You have no idea what that means if you think I would leave. Blake, please believe me when I tell you that I'm just foolish. As I said, the thought of you leaving terrifies me. I sighed with a smile and curled up into Caden. I love that you can never get close enough to me. And I love that you always have to be touching me, whether it's my hand or waist. I didn't think you noticed. I just can't stand being near you and not holding you, he said. And I love it. It fell silent until 20 minutes later when Caden groaned. 5 minutes. And then 3 or 4 days. And then I come back and steal your breath away with an earth-shattering kiss. Don't forget how I'm going to wait by the window for my sexy, fierce mate and run up to you and wrap my arms and legs around you the moment I see you. He faked shock. How could I forget? We both laughed, and for the first time since he told me, the world seemed to be okay. It didn't feel like a war was happening tomorrow. It didn't feel like everything was going to fall apart. It was just us on our bed laughing. And what is better than this? I asked myself mentally. Nothing. It doesn't get better than this. I smiled at him before sitting up. Sometimes I like that you know how I feel. Words just can't capture it. I know, he said before kissing me senseless. I called Dana a few hours after Caden left, and she and Mom were excited to spend a few days with me. I let Dana use my old room, and Mom used the guest bedroom across the hall. Ben was on patrol and couldn't make it. He's always been into protecting the pack, but since he's still so young, he couldn't fight yet. Well, he would if there was a fight at home, but he was younger than the trained fighters and not as experienced. Long story short, it was just us girls. I invited Sam too, and she reluctantly said yes. She was nervous at first, but after meeting Dana, she calmed down. I think it helped take her mind off Daniel too. I found out that they were already thinking about mating. It shocked me how fast, but I guess if it's right, why wait? She was happy that I supported her and calmed down even more within the next 2 days with us. Dana didn't swim with us, but she did relax on the side of the pond. It was calming, but I felt bad for Adam, who had to sit and watch. The second day, though, he and Dana started talking and laughing. I hadn't seen her just laugh with a guy. It always had to be a date or something. Never just for fun. Adam wouldn't let Claire come with us, even though I invited her, because he didn't want any distractions. Apparently, Caden had mentioned it too. He's protective. My mom even laughed and joked with us, and that really has never happened before. It was such a nice change. Sam had cooked up some food, and the four of us were sitting down to eat as Adam went to watch over the changing of the guards, as Claire referred to it. Blake, I've been thinking, and I was wondering if you still had to be here. I mean, Council made an army. Shouldn't you get to come back home now? Mom asked. I looked down with a sad smile on my face, but when I looked up, it was a genuine happy smile. To answer your question simply, no, Mom, I don't have to be here. When do you get to come back? Whenever I want to visit. I paused and looked back down. I no longer have to be with Caden, but I want to be. Are you saying that you're staying here? Yes, Mom. I was forced to come, but I'm choosing to stay. Why? Is this because of your father? Is this because you want to spite him? Blake, take it from me. This is a life decision. Dana looked up. Blake, why? I looked to Sam, and she gave me a reassuring smile. I love him. My mom looked down at her plate, and I saw a tear escape before she put her hands in her lap. Mom, I asked him before we had to be together what he thought a Luna should do. He told me everything that Grandpa said. Everything I believe a Luna should do. Blake, people change. Then I asked if his opinion had changed after I didn't have to be with him. You know what he said? He asked if that was still all right with me. He didn't want me to be too stressed, but said he was hoping I would still take it all on. I know, Blake, but... Then, when he told me he was leaving, he told me that he wasn't casting me aside for not telling me earlier. He apologized 3 times for not telling me sooner that night when he thought I was asleep. Your father said things like that, too. I just want what is best for you. I looked into his eyes when he said that, Mom. He was telling me the truth. Even you said you had doubts. I had none. I still don't. You've always been able to see when someone was lying. Then please support me. We do, Blake, Mom said, and Dana nodded with a huge smile on her face, agreeing we do. I really do love him, Mom. I know. I can see it in your eyes. And you talk about him like he's more important than the air you're breathing. That's because he is. What did he do after the meeting? Did he just ask you if you were going to leave? Dana asked, almost shocked. I gave a short laugh. His wolf took over, and he ran until he couldn't. He came home so shaken up and hurt. He looked so hollow and empty, it killed me. Anyway, he walked up the stairs to our room so slowly and didn't even come in. He just sat in the hall with his face in his hands. What? He didn't even come into the room. I went and sat beside him, and he just sat there frozen. Eventually, I got him to talk, and he just let it all out. He said I could leave. He said he would ask the council how to get rid of my mark. He said he would take me back to your pack that night if the morning wasn't soon enough. He would just let you leave? There was no justice. He said he wouldn't hold me back if I tried because the thought of me blaming or hating him would kill him. He said he held me prisoner long enough and that if I wasn't happy, then he never would be either. So you decided to stay? I nodded. I asked if he would hold me forever and if he would meet my family as my mate. My chosen mate. Mom, his eyes sparkled and he didn't even know what to do. I tried to think of a word, overjoyed and happy. He was ecstatic. He sounds like he loves you too. He told me that he loved me that night. That he had for a while, but didn't think I felt the same and didn't want to push me too far or away. He loves my mom. They exchanged looks and I knew what they were thinking. I told him about you and him. He said he would never push me aside. He wants to run this pack as it should be run. Are you sure he won't change, Blake? Yes. I have faith in him, Mom. I don't doubt his words. Actions? I guess we will have to wait until we mate for that. You haven't yet? I shook my head. He hasn't even brought it up. I know he wants to, but I know he also wants me to start that. Your father kind of rushed us into it. He just had to mate me, and I agreed. I'm glad Caden doesn't. Me too. Dana and Mom glanced at each other before smiling. So when do we get to meet the only man to ever get your attention? Dana, don't be ridiculous. Some got my attention. You could have fooled me. I rolled my eyes. You can meet him whenever you can drop by. We're both happy you found someone that you love, Blake. You deserve it. I nodded, and it fell quiet. And how's he doing? I said, referring to my father. No different. Same stuff. I just want the pack back. I saw it reach its potential with your grandpa, but I've also watched it plummet with your father. I wish you could lead it. You'll be a great alpha. Luna. Caden is the alpha. But if you don't ally packs, there is no way. If we mate, the alliance still forms. I didn't think about that. So the packs are still allied, and you can still be alpha. Dana practically sang. Luna. Caden is alpha, I corrected again. It made me realize that I picked up that subtle correction from Caden. And no, because he would never hand the pack down to me. Ever. Ben is next in line. Would you accept it if given the choice? Dana asked, and I nodded. I couldn't refuse it, but don't start stirring something up. Nothing good will come of that. It got quiet as we finished eating. After that, they had packed up and left, and I spent the third day with Sam. We just played tennis and talked. It was a nice distraction. My wolf was getting restless, though. She whimpered at the sound of a car driving in, and I haven't slept since he left because his scent is all over the room. If you had mated with him, we could be communicating, she would say before I sighed. He would also be dead because he would be too distracted. That shut her up, and she has whined but hasn't made any more comments. Last night I still didn't sleep, and I was exhausted. I would close my eyes because my eyelids were heavy, but I just couldn't fall asleep. I climbed out of bed and stood in the shower for 10 minutes before I rinsed off and climbed out. Caden could be back at any time, unless the fight lasted longer than 2 days. I just hope he made it back before I lie in bed again. I don't know if I could survive another night in our cold, empty bed. Alone. Chapter 28. I heard a window shatter and sat up in bed. My heart was already pounding, and I ran to the hallway. Luna, get back in your room. Rogues breached the perimeter. We're under attack, Adam said. I'm coming with you. No, he stopped, and I knew he was having trouble with all the conversations happening through the pack link. Alphas could keep them all straight with names and messages, but he didn't as a guard. I could if I mated and had this pack link, but again, I was technically destined to be an alpha and had that ability. Adam didn't. Luna. Stay here. Adam left before I responded, and I knew he shifted before he reached the stairs. Why were they attacking us? Was it just bad luck? Why couldn't Caden be here? I heard a scream, and the pitch told me it was a child, a very young girl. Out of instinct, I ran to the voice and saw a rogue jumping out the window as I came into the room. I saw a little girl injured as she cried by her mom. Her mom wasn't responsive and could barely move. I picked up the little girl, but she cried out for her mom. Don't worry, we won't leave her. I'll send someone to get her, okay? Mommy. Hey, we have to be quiet, okay? And you have to try to relax for me, please? Can you do that, princess? After 2 flights of stairs, I made it to the pack doctor's room and sent a guard to get her mom. The doctor patched her up as her mom came in, still unconscious in the guard's arms. Thank you, I said as he went to leave again. No problem, Luna. I smiled appreciatively before he left. The doctor gave the girl something to help her rest, and I left the room to see everyone scattered and rogues fighting all over. We had more pack members than the rogues had, but without Caden and our best fighters, there wasn't much time before we were overwhelmed. I helped several people to the doctor's room, young and older, and luckily, there hadn't been many severe casualties. My wolf started stirring and whimpering for Caden, but I tried to get her to stop. It felt like he was closer, though maybe it was wishful thinking. Then I felt something cold against my neck and a gruff voice by my ear. Well, Luna, he said with venom. Your mate shouldn't have left. Now he's going to come back to a lifeless Luna. Poor little Alpha. He started chuckling in a wild, crazy, high-pitched way, and at the same time, I heard Caden let out a howl as the blade cut my skin. My vision went blurry, and I fell to the ground, gasping for air. Chapter 29. Caden's POV. 6 days. That's how long I have been sitting in the pack doctor's office as my beautiful mate fights to keep her lungs circulating air as she lies breathless. The problem with being a werewolf is that you can't use ventilators to help you breathe, so B has nothing helping her. But she's strong. The strongest. I just hope she doesn't doubt herself and relies on her strength. The doctor said it's all or nothing. If she survives, she will be fine. Otherwise, I can't even think about it. I haven't slept in days. I sit here until Sam or Dan comes in and kicks me out to make sure I eat. I don't, though. I've lost my appetite. I hide in my office for a few hours and sort out all the packing issues that people have asked me about. There are not very many, though. People have avoided me. Not that I blame them. I'm short-tempered and snap at everyone. I just don't know what I will do if her eyes don't open. I was looking forward to her running out of the house so I could kiss her senseless when I got back. The rogues were thinning rapidly. Most were defeated, but others were running off. We were planning to find them when the council called and told me where they were. The moment I heard they were approaching our pack, I ran back as fast as possible. My fighters struggled to keep up, but I pushed myself further and faster. I had so many terrible thoughts of what they would do. And as I look at my mate lying in a hospital bed with a faint pink line still across her neck, I know my worst fear came true. They got to be. I already talked to Adam. He's stepping down. I didn't even get a chance to tell him off when he came up to me and said he was unworthy of his position. Needless to say, he was right. He was supposed to stop this from happening. He's my best fighter, and he let my mate, his Luna, get hurt. Now she's fighting for her life while he's safe with his newly mated wife. Forget that. Blake was and always will be his priority. But clearly, he doesn't think so. Darn it. I slammed my fist into the wall as I jumped out of my chair and let off a string of frustrated words. If I never get to see the light in her gorgeous brown eyes, with that sparkle of emerald, shining at me full of love and happiness, I know I will die. I almost died when the doctor told me her state. The only thing that kept me going was that Dan said I had to stay strong so that when Blake opens those beautiful eyes, she will see me. I have to stay strong for her. After everything I've done, it's the least I can do. Caden. Bee's voice flowed over me like a calming wave. This last week has been terrible as she just lies here unconscious. Even though her voice is groggy and scratchy, it still sounds angelic. Sitting in the chair beside her bed, I tucked a piece of hair behind her ear with my free hand as I held her small, soft hand in my own. Bee, I'm right here. Babe, right here. Her eyes blinked a few times, but stayed closed. I just needed to hold her. I needed to reassure my wolf that she was fine. I haven't touched more than her hand and face in the last week, and I just want to hold her. Just feel her against me. I've never wanted something more in my life. And my wolf is getting really agitated because we haven't mated with her, but I tried to suppress it. I was trying to wait until she mentioned it or did something to start it, but my wolf is going rogue waiting. I would wait forever if it wouldn't hurt her wolf too. I don't even know if she's thought about it at all, but this past week has done nothing good for me. I yelled at the pack doctor 3 times so far, and Dan is getting sick of me snapping at him. I feel bad, but I'm so worried and terrified. I was terrified she would leave, but I thought it would be her choice, not because of a rogue attack and her, don't even think about it. I squeezed her hand, and my wolf jumped with joy when she weakly squeezed my hand back, tilted her head towards me, and slowly opened her eyes. A smile slowly crept across her face, and she looked so beautiful. Even lying on a hospital bed, she looked more beautiful than anyone. I don't know how it was possible, yet here she was. Flawless. Gorgeous. Stunning. Breathtaking. Just absolutely perfect. Hi, Bee. She laughed a bit. Hi, Caden. I realized how dumb I sounded. A week ago, I thought she was going to die, and the first thing I said is hi. How does she always make me speechless? I've never had a problem talking to girls, but with her, I always come across as foolish. I don't know how she ignores it so easily. I looked over every inch of her beautiful face, and when our eyes locked, the arm that was holding her hand started tingling, and I thought sparks went up it. She flinched before giggling. Wow, that was adorable. How is she so perfect? Can I leave this bed? She can never stay still for this long. Even when I keep her upstairs for a day, she goes for hour-long runs. I asked the pack doctor to come into the room via the pack link, and he showed up moments later. Hello, Luna. I have to say, you scared me, and I think you terrified someone else, he said, nodding to me, and I smiled a bit. I might have freaked out, I admitted. She laughed again, and I tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. Everywhere we touched sent tingles through me, and I looked up to see her looking at me confused. B? I don't know. I knew her mind was reeling, her eyebrows were pulled together just a bit, and she bit her lip. It was adorable. I had the urge to kiss her so bad. It was overwhelming, and the blush on her cheeks let me know she was thinking the same thing. Doc, how long until she can leave this bed? She's good to go. I just need to see her tomorrow. Got it. I had her in my arms and out the door before he said anything else. My upper body was warm from the contact with her, and she curled up into me. I love you, B. I went crazy this past week, I told her as we reached our room. I inhaled her scent as I nuzzled her neck. She was mesmerizing, and I couldn't get enough of her. But today it seemed to be on overdrive. Every touch was like a spark, and my wolf wanted to mate with her so bad I was fighting not to kiss her right there on the stairs. I love you too, she said, and my wolf went crazy again. B? Yeah. Do you feel any different? I thought it was just me, she said quietly. The sparks, the tingling, the need to mate. She nodded. Caden, what is it? I don't know, but I like it. I actually loved it. She was the only one who could ever have this effect on me. Me too. I put her down, and she blushed with the tingles from the contact as her hands went down my chest. She was thinking again since she was biting her lip with a slight frown as she pulled her eyebrows together, and then she looked up at me, shocked but confused. Is it possible? Is what possible? My grandpa told me that mates could come back if you had a near-death experience. Like fated mates. He said that you would find out who your fated mate was. Then you would get all the sparks, thoughts, feelings, everything. So the sparks, the tingles, the need to mate, wait, so B is my fated mate. That is the best news I have ever heard. Next to knowing she was going to live. Next to knowing that we could mate, have children, and grow old together. Make endless memories as I treat her like the perfect little Luna she is. You're my mate, I said proudly, looking into her eyes with the goofiest grin ever. She nodded with a smile. And you're mine. Mate, I growled out as my wolf came to the surface, and I was shocked that Blake put her hands around my neck, pulling me closer to her. I walked us backwards and turned, sitting on the bed with her straddling my waist. Caden, well, my wolf really. She was looking down, and I realized she was nervous. I've never seen her nervous or shy. But I loved how her cheeks turned pink, and she bit her lip. What B? What about your wolf? Was her wolf hurt? Was she hurt? I thought the doctor said she would be fine. I had so many thoughts running through my head. And her straddling me didn't help. She needs you. The blush made her look adorable, and I had to stop myself from laughing or saying something stupid that would embarrass her. I need you too. My wolf is going crazy, I said as my fingers went under her shirt as I held her waist. I nuzzled her neck again, and she tilted her head so I had access to her mark. My mark. Do you really think we could be fated mates? She asked with a bit of hope but also doubt. Yes, B. I think we are the perfect example of fated mates. The fact that she was the one I agreed to mate with, and the fact that I knew, in my gut, I wanted to mate with his daughter. I don't know what that was. I've never experienced it before, but I just knew. Caden, I've always wanted fated mates to come back. Me too, I said honestly, and she looked up at me. I could see the desire in her eyes, and I took a few breaths, but her intoxicating smell was not helping. Really? She asked, shocked and confused. Yes. Why? You didn't want to choose? Not at all. I wanted to know, in one look, that no matter what happened, I knew we would make it through it and be stronger in the end. I wanted her to know without a doubt that I would die for her in a heartbeat. I wanted them to know that I would never do anything to hurt them. I would protect them and love them unconditionally. I hope she knew I really meant that about her. My mother talked about fated mates. Maybe that biased me too. She looked down, and I held her hands in mine. I saw her slight smile at the sparks. God, she was gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Why did you want fated mates, B? I was so sick of guys just trying to get with me. I gave out a low growl and tried to cover it up as she continued. I was so tired of double dating with my sister. I was just sick of it all. And doesn't it sound like a dream? To know that you're perfect for each other? To know that they love you more than anything, themselves included? To know that you're the only one who could ever have their whole heart? Their whole soul? Ever since Grandpa told me about them, I've wanted that. She half shrugged, and I kissed her shoulder. She had my whole heart. My whole soul. As soft as Dan would say I'm being, it was true. She looked up at me, and the love shining in her eyes let me know exactly how she always takes my breath away. I kissed her gently, and when I pulled away to let her breathe, I whispered in her ear as genuinely as possible, and now you have it. She shivered before whispering back, no. Now we have it. I felt a chill run down my spine and realized that's why she shivered. I was loving this mate thing. I kissed her again, and she leaned into me. She felt so good. That week felt like eternity. I went to pull away, but she kissed me passionately, and I fell back on my elbows before just falling back and putting my hands up to her face. She was straddling me and leaning her weight into me as I held my face up to hers. I couldn't get enough of her. Ever. She moaned as I kissed her deeply, and I growled. Every touch of her hands was like a feather, leaving fire everywhere, and I flipped us over. She kept her legs around my waist, and I pulled my lips away from hers to trail kisses down her neck. She arched her back as my lips touched the curve of her chest. Caden, she moaned. Mine. My wolf was coming to the surface. He was so close. I pulled back. We have to stop. It killed me to say it, but if she regretted this, I would die. She would hate me, and I would die. Right after finding out we were mates. Fated mates. No, Caden, don't stop, she said breathlessly as she pulled my lips back to hers. I kissed her hungrily. God, I needed to taste her. I just needed her. B, my wolf was so close. Too close. I couldn't do this to her. She would hate me. I couldn't push her. We had to stop before I couldn't stop my wolf. But darn, she felt so good. So incredibly good. Caden, I need you. Please. She held my face in her hands as she looked up at me. I'm not inexperienced. I've been with other girls. I know that. But this was so different. It was so much more. It wasn't just physical. It was making love. It was mating. For life. It was us giving ourselves to each other so entirely. And I have no doubt I want this, but would she still want this tomorrow? Be if you wake up and don't want this, don't want me. I love you. She stared into my eyes and said those 3 little words that I live for. It meant so much more. Her small hands were on both sides of my face, and she looked right into my eyes so genuinely, and I fell even harder for her. I didn't even know it was possible. I love you too. I love you so much it hurts, B. But do you want to be my mate? Yes. Caden, I want to be yours. I am yours. She reached up and put her lips on mine, and I stayed with her as she lay back down. What started as an innocent kiss turned into a passionate, breathless one. My whole body was sparks, and I knew hers was too. I let my hands trail down the sides of her body, and she pushed up into me as she melted into my hands. She pulled back breathless, and I caressed her body with my hands. I ran them up under her shirt, and she moaned, Caden. Her eyes closed as I let my fingers trail over her thighs, and I grasped her waist. I would never get used to her saying my name like that. God, it was the best sound ever. Open your eyes, B. Don't hide those beautiful emeralds from me. She opened them lazily, and her gaze connected with mine seconds later. She was already panting with need, and I knew how she felt. Her eyes were entirely emerald, letting me know her wolf was begging to mate. We were both so close. But knowing that I was the only one who could ever make her feel like this was what had me feeling like I was above the clouds. You're mine. Only mine. She nodded and squirmed as her hands ran up under my shirt, and I couldn't help but give out a groan. Her fingers were silk. Silk feathers. I wanted to make her first time something she would never forget. I wanted to make sure she knew how much I loved her, how much I needed her. And I wanted her to know, without a doubt, that I was the only one who could do this to her. I hooked my index fingers into the top of her shorts, and she gave a shaky breath as her body melted into my touch. Be if you want to stop. I don't. I moved my fingers along the top of her shorts, and she moved her head back and forth, panting my name as she squirmed. Don't tease me. I kissed her stomach, and she pulled slightly on my hair, making me growl in my chest. I trailed kisses up her stomach, and she raised her arms as I took her shirt off. I never let my lips leave her skin as I moved further up. I lost count of how many times she shivered or moaned, but each time I lost a bit more control. I kissed her forehead and jaw before kissing my mark. When she gasped as I sucked on it, I slipped my hand lower to the top of her shorts, and she had her hands all over my chest. V, I won't be able to stop after this. God, you're so beautiful, I said as I kissed her stomach and looked up to her. Don't stop Caden, she said as her eyes went to close again. Don't close those beautiful eyes, V, I said, and she nodded as she pushed up into me, trying to get as close as possible to me. My wolf howled, which I stifled into a moan as I let him complete the mating. V gasped my name as my teeth sank into the curve of her neck.
Chapters 21 to 29 delivered pure emotional whiplash, and I lived for it. The sweet I love yous, the domestic sweetness, the deep talks about building a real partnership like their grandparents. Then, BAM! Chapter 29 drops a terrifying crisis. Rogue attack plus threatening injury. Watching Caden refuse to leave Blake's side for days while she's in coma, and then seeing her finally wake up to his complete and unwavering devotion. Wow. Happy tears, goosebumps, the whole 9 yards. Blake has transformed from the angry runaway in chapter 1 into a woman who actively chooses her mate and her future. Caden evolves from the cold business deal alpha into a vulnerable, fierceless, loving partner who wants Blake as his equal Luna. The main conflict, a cold, forced alliance, finds powerful resolution here. Through crisis and daily choice, their bond proves unbreakable and starts healing both their broken families. Lesson: the ultimate moral of this journey is, even the most unwilling, painful beginning can become the most legendary love story. If both people keep choosing each other every single day, real love isn't about perfect circumstances. It's about showing up through the fear, the fights, and the almost losing everything moments and building something stronger than destiny itself.